Okay, let's have a look at this reserves list to start with.
This is a spot up. That one works. You have to do that.
So this is
that's a bucket. That's all the changes.
right.
So let's just use that.
Okay. Yep. So yeah, you want me to?
and welcome to the 2022 ILUKA Reserves Grand Final match in the Central Midlands Coastal Football League. Thanks to Filming Footy for doing. We've got the National Anthem about to get underway. My name's Ian McNeil. Welcome Daniel Hobley.
Becca, very good afternoon to you, mate. Well, it's technically not the afternoon just yet, or is it? We'll just have a check of the time.
Bit of premature celebration on our end, mate.
6 minutes to 12. I'll tell you what, if you're growing canola this side of the world, you're doing pretty comfortably because there's some beautiful crops as I drive very slowly and within the rules out to Dandarrigan today. But I can tell you what a marvellous set of conditions. You would not have, I mean, you'd have to be brainless to not see how beautiful it is for conditions today. We've got two sides. To my knowledge, this is Lancelot's first ever reserves grand final that they're going to be actually representing themselves in since forming back in 2009, which is a wonderful achievement and a huge day for the Pirates, obviously. And then you look at the Savannah Sharks, and I don't think we have to really be doing too much research to know that they are a powerful club.
Always have been.
See Mark LaCroix having a little bit of a trot around. He'll probably line up in a half-forward pocket position today for the league side in their grand final. But I tell you what, the scene is set. The conditions of the oval haven't been out to Dandarrigan for a couple of years, but they look like they know what they're doing.
The Dandy Shire have done a magnificent job. We've got hockey to our left. We've got netball behind us. There's 5 or 6 grand finals being played today. We'll get the results of all of them throughout our streams. They're getting sick and tired of lining up out there, but they're all going to drop in flies. But the conditions, the oval, the picturesque, what is it, in the Red Gums here in Dandarrigan Shire, it's just magnificent.
Home of the Red Gum, and of course the football rolling on from last night certainly gives you that nice tickle, doesn't it? We saw the Brisbane Lions last night dismantle the Melbourne Demons, have gone out in straight sets, so the beauty of it is, this time of year, you knock off from work, you get to see a dose of probably one of the best AFL final series that I've seen, and then you get to see the country football, and we all know how tight of a tussle it can be out here in the CMFL. So it's going to be interesting just to see who can get on top, but as we know in grand finals you've got to start well, and to me I have this feeling that Lancelot are going to be up and about early in this game.
Yeah, they were the reigning premiers in the league, aren't they? Didn't they win that last year up there?
Yeah, to my knowledge, it was a 6-7 goal victory over Savannah. I think Savannah struggled that day in front of goal.
And they did not know what to do. Savannah's not used to being the end of a grand final, not singing their song. No. They were walking into trees and barking at the moon. They were not happy. But the Pirates got one back for the first time in a long time. Now they're fronting up in the twos. They've gone the hard way. Savannah's went straight through. But yeah, looking forward to a really cracking game of football today. Hey, Filming Footy, we've got lots of sponsors here today. We're going to speak to some special guests. It is the 2022 ILUKA Reserves Grand Final. Bungalow Beach down in Lancelot. They are the goal of the day, so we're going to have to remember that one. The Fresh Carpet and Tile and Grout Cleaning Services, that's the second quarter. Adam Shields Realty, we'll be speaking to him at 3/4 time, and Access Tech, thanks to Wes Lawrence and the team. $10,000 to give away today, Dan Hobley. We're not joking. Get onto the accesstech.com and we'll give you the details of that in the third quarter. Toss is about to get underway. You keep an eye on that. Lancelot Seafood, Fish and Chips. They are bringing the first quarter action today. Lancelot Seafood, Fish and Chips sell fresh and frozen seafood and try to stock mostly Australian and local seafood. Why wouldn't you when you live on the beautiful West Coast?
Yeah.
They sell everything from local fresh fish, crayfish, pickled octopus, I'm going to go by that way, shark-based scallops, Exmouth prawns, and the most popular fresh Coffin Bay oysters. We do regional runs selling local seafood. Catch us on Lancelot Seafood and Fish and Chips.
Ben Marston, yeah, no, absolutely. Thanks to our sponsors and plenty of those, so thanks today. So good of them to come on board. Ben Marston from the Savannah's Footy Club has won the toss and he'll be kicking to, well, the left of the dial, the left of screen. He'll be kicking towards the northern end of the ground out here at Dandarrigan Oval. And I'll tell you what, the scene is set as we've mentioned. There's a couple of boys over there, Savannah's, that are walking to the bench just quietly. A couple of young blokes with some bright looking boots. So if you're going to wear bright looking blue and green boots, you want to get a kick.
They're going to be setting themselves
up. You want to get a kick, that's all I can say.
You got the multicoloured wheels, you got the headband, they're loving it, and they got some dreadies out there. We're always loving a good hairstyle on Filming Footy, and geez, that's a fair old mane the Ruckman's got for the Lancelot Lead Points Pirates. I reckon that's Dylan Sutherland, Mason.
A bit of Jai Cully about that. I know that bloke that looks like he's going to tear the bricks off the wall is Morgan O'Rourke there from Savannah's. He certainly had a lot to say in that huddle before that they before they ducked off to proceedings. So he's a big lad. He's in the middle of the ground, and I'll tell you what, he looks like he'd fill you in, cement and all, if he got hold of you.
Ruck's about to go to Shane's Warwick is one of our umpires, and where can you written his name down here? Dion Bidnor is the other. Special guest coming up. You get to interview the great man himself, 370 odd AFL games. Dean Margetts is going to come over and chat with you, mate.
Yeah, well, Dean Margetts, I'll tell you what, you know, they've probably missed him, haven't they, in the umpiring? Such a wonderful umpire over the duration. Away we go.
About to get under the way in the 2022 ILUKA Grand Final. Rucks go at it, no clear tap out. Melee in the middle, now goes forward to Lancelot, no, chopped off. Savannah's get it, going to punch it forward through Brodie McCoy, not marked, now it's a foot race on the outer wing. Lancelot leading it, picking up brilliantly, getting it onto his boot now will be Jay Krupi. He goes wide, finds, just loses it on the second attempt, goes out and bounds in front of our scoreboard over there. Proudly sponsored by the Bungalow Beach.
Yeah, the Bungalow Beach coming on board, so it's a big thanks to our sponsors yet again, and as you mentioned, it's going to be interesting just to see the way that they all start. There's going to be a free kick pulled out of it. I think Trent Frank Hewison has given that away to the big long-haired gritty fella out there on that far wing. So the kick will be taken by Lancelin, hand pass back inboard, and that's picked up over there by Krupi, who just decided to get the air and kick it forward. Leaderage is always important in grand finals when you're just trying to work things out. That's a scrappy kick to half forward. Overrun there by Lancelin, picked up there by Potter. Had it, lost it, gave it back to his skipper there in Marston. He went to the forward pocket. Probably a simple mark, almost could have been taken there by Matthew Potter. Went back with the flight, couldn't complete it, off hands. And it rolls out, and the real estate would say it's 48 metres around from the Cervantes goal. They're kicking to the northern end of the ground, Macca.
Wonga concrete sign over there with Badge and Garrett Transport. Umpires throw it high in the air. Ucks go at it, gets it down. No clear winner of the contest. Now Savannah's there. Hand pass underground, didn't find a target. Just a hack out of the pack. It's gone up in the air. It's going to land in a tent.
Favouring that side of the ground early, Macca, and I think the concern for me is when you are having a little bit of dominance out of the middle like Savannah's are, you really need to straighten up, come back through the corridor and give your forwards the best chance. They're going far too wide out towards a couple of signs I can't really mention because they're not sponsoring.
St John's over there, we can mention them.
Oh, you mentioned them.
They're doing them. That's St John's tents. That's for all the injuries, I suppose, later on in the day. Now Lancelin goes out to the outer wing. Oh, well done by the player. She's like, oh, it's gone.
Looks to me
like
like
making that up as they go on along.
Wayne Shaw, I think, got the footy there.
Just shout out to the window cleaning company in Darrigan too. There is an upstairs booth. We're punching off spiders here and looking through the very old eyes. They're out here, going to the inland. Go and find, goes in through French. Sells some candy, goes on the left foot, goes wide, gets into the hands of Jay Barnett.
Smart kick.
Barnett's got it, goes underground. Waiting on, whistling in. It's a player in Croucher. Now he has ambition and talent got mixed up. Holding the ball, turnover is going to be cleared by Josh Potter.
So Potter, he goes short to that man I spoke about. It looked like he wanted to kill someone at the start of the game, and Morgan O'Rourke. He's just peeled that wide, and I think that's Jed Simmons on the outer side of the ground. Now they can bring the ball back through the middle, but the question is the kick going to be up to it? Lancelot's defence certainly wasn't. They were a little bit scattered there. Heyman came from the middle, caught one in the back. The umpires come in and said, give me the footy and I'll throw it up in this beautiful bit of real estate right in the middle of Dan Darrigan's oval. We look at the canola in the distance. There's yet to be a score on the board, but I tell you what, it is absolutely beautiful as Jurich tapped the ball forward, gave Lancelot an opportunity. From defence, Matthew Thompson picked it up. It was a smart kick out into space. Now these green boots,
the flying
what
mullet.
They do? The big fella rolled around. I think that might have been Simmons. He'll get the football back. Simmons just scatters the kick to centre half forward, but he was taken over the shoulder. Not a free kick, and Lancelot will peel away from half back.
Brodie Mullet takes it. He turns it over. They're waxing here. Now it's marked by Michael Thompson. Thanks to the lobster shack. Goes into the pocket. Great kick. Good mark. Two Lancelot players, one Cervantes. The Cervantes ball headed.
I think it might be Hush there, Macca.
Big head, Hush, all right. It's got the Got the tats, the colouring in competition. They got a white picket fence around the bar. Jeez, it looks an absolute picture. He's going to kick from the boundary, take his best kick, 30 metres, 25 metres out. He'll put this through surely, Dan.
Going to back him in, I think. He looks like to me he's not going to pass it.
Yeah, he liked it straight off the boot. He's going to talk everyone into it. He liked it a little bit too much. One behind only.
I think he had a bit of a right to have a bit of a chat about that. It looked like it floated in the direction of goal, across that face, couldn't creep in there with a sneaky leg spinner.
Is the breeze coming straight across the ground? It's coming through the window, isn't it? Nothing.
It's a very light breeze. I would
windsock's
say,
going nuts.
Macca, that it is coming from that patch of daisies across the road as Lanceland. They'll look to remove the football, and that'll be through Reid Foster.
Reid Foster at fullback, assessing his options, and unlike any of them, so he's going to go with this slide breeze to the grandstand side. Just puts it low, not his best kick. He's going to turn it over and goes to Damien Thompson. Damien Thompson, that's true centre half forward position, massive pack. Glad St John's is here, they've got some bit work to do there. Now with the headband man, goes forward. That's Mitch Williamson in the centre of the ground, chopping it off. Going to be chopped off by Zach Heyman. Heyman goes wide to the wing, finds his teammate.
O'Rourke takes the ball on centre wing, and that's a smart looking kick to the outer side of the ground. That's a real clever kick. Picked off there by Jacob Rose. Rose pokes it over the top, and his kick is errant. He was looking there for Kai Allen, who was on the burst about 55 from goal, but the turnover, it has probably killed them the last 6 to 7 times that they've gone inside 50. Their disposal's been rushed and a little bit panicky for the Savannies.
Still feeling each other out. We must remember, that's a bit agricultural, leaping high into the air. Didn't touch the ball. Unrealistic attempt to mark Savanni's got the free kick.
Thompson, while looking at Macca.
Centre wing, coming back to the man with the headband. Now hand passes it back. Savanni's going to go deep inside the attacking 50, setting themselves, not remembering to jump now, brilliantly roved off the front of the pack, left foot around the corner, doesn't make the distance, came off the boot of John Murray.
So Lanceland just stuck in defence. Just need a short kick. They just need to just weather the storm here, Lanceland. Again, not the greatest of kicks. It went back with a flight there. Damien Thompson, he's been in that identical position 2 times in a row. His last bit of disposal was shocking. This kick a lot better. And out on the burst is Matthew Potter. John Murray wearing the number 22. Now, I'd suggest to Savannies, for the dominance that they had early, Macca, he needs to go back and either find someone short, which he has. That's poor marking. And number 15 there for the Sharks come out. Michael Thompson, been pretty dominant, probably got 3 or 4 marks to his name. He was only up on the centre wing position only moments ago. And surely we'll go back and slot this from 35 metres out for the first goal of the grand final.
Desperate.
On the wander, I think he might have kicked it just on the line, fisted through. On the scoreboard, Savannies go along to, I think that makes them 2 behinds. 3 behinds, and Lanceland were repelled from defence, are yet to really have a prominent inside 50 to score.
Hey, we've got 1,000 kids on the scoreboard over there, and they're all on strike. They must be holding out for better chips or more coke, because they're not putting any scores up. So we'll keep our own. Chopped off by Lanceland in the last line of defence. Once again, no movement forward, so it's a spearing kick called out. 2 Lanceland players there nearly spoil each other. Trying to get it is Elijah Temby. It's going to be a free kick, I think. Go back to Temby. No, it's not. It's been out of bounds on the full. It's going to be a free kick to Jed Simmons.
Probably been lucky, haven't they, really, Lanceland defence, that the Savannies probably haven't kicked 2 or 3 goals already today.
Now the short kick at centre half forward. That was, you need to kick at someone on your own time, mate. It'll work out much better. No Savannies play. I don't know what he's thinking there. We saw something I didn't see. Jake Hendry spoils the ball. It's gone out of bounds. 15 metres around from the Savannies goal.
You could throw a blanket, couldn't you, Mac? How there's so many players around this football, and to compete it for Lanceland, it was Michael Williamson in the ruck. He held to front position. It came to ground, picked up there by Bodie McCoy, snapped across the body, but again, the result pretty much the same. It was an errant kick, and Lanceland are weathering the storm early, as we mentioned. 3 behinds to the Savannie Sharks. Lanceland really haven't got the ball. They've had 1 inside 50. That was repelled extremely quickly. And Savannies will look to butter up again. 35 metres out, or 25 metres out. Just off centre, bounced off the head of their ruckman. Lancelin again, just curling around this football, trying to lock it in. That was Brodie Mollier. Umpire said, just give it to me, fellas. It's not going anywhere. Players are going to feel the heat, aren't they, in this first 15 minutes of the grand final. I mean that in an analogy manner, but also the actual conditions. It's going to suck it out of them.
It is. Savani's now in the box seat. Done brilliantly, the young fella. I think that might be Bailey Frankenheisen. Goes inboard. Standing delivering was the Lancelin player in Hendry. Probably should have attacked the ball now. The boots. He's done that. The young fella's at 8 or 11. We'll go with 11, shall we?
Jacob Rose. Left foot snap to across the body. And that was, when you think about it, Macca, it was a matter of time. The Savani's dominance across half forward has been instrumental so far for this grand final. Eventually the old crack in the damn wall for Lancelin appeared, and out came some water and Rose did the damage.
Yeah, with tangerine boots. So he does. He's lived up with them. He's gone back into the centre. Got the bit of a stripe going on, but first goal on the scoreboard. Williamson, he goes long to full forward.
Here's a chance.
Brilliantly done. Left foot, ran into a brick wall, called to play on. Now Savani's defence goes outside the attacking 50. Goes to Kai Allen. He's met, goes to ground, didn't get rid of it. Play on, says the umpire. Savani's relentless. Get it outside the attacking 50. Kicked it, dealt with his arteries, kicked it. But the umpire's taken mercy on his soul. It goes to the big ruckman from Lancelin.
Yeah, Jurovic, he's probably got to get a little bit more involved. He's a big fella that needs to keep the old presence going all day for Lancelin. Here's O'Rourke on a half-back flank for Savani's. Brings the ball back into a midfield that had more Sharks than Pirates. But somehow the Pirates have won out of that, and they'll distribute the football through Ben Riley. Interesting kick to half forward. I think that's got to be a mark. The umpire from 50 metres away.
Might be Horn, I think.
Yes. Looks to me like it is Horn. Left foot, I'd love to see a left footer at the final. Interesting kick. Oh, the mark's been taken.
Yeah, no right to do that.
Not really. Mollier or And I'll tell you what, Lancelin, if they ever needed a goal and a settler, this is what they need right now.
He doesn't back himself in.
He doesn't.
Goes across and finds Mitch Williamson. Williamson now, I don't think he's any closer. He's directly in front.
Did that a bit last night, didn't they, Melbourne? I saw Neil Bullen do that early. He passed the ball to Ed Lungton in the forward pocket. It was actually 35 metres across the ground and not any closer. As we look on Mitch Williamson's kick, we've got a prime position here at Dan Darrigan Sports Oval.
It is, what we're talking about Melbourne is RUOK Day yesterday, so ring up all your Melbourne supporters because they reckon they had 5 grand finals in a row and they haven't made it. That's an absolute ripper.
That's a great kick. It had to carry the distance of 50 metres, kicking probably into a slight wafty breeze across the ground, but on the Bungalow Beach scoreboard, Lancelin have hit back. They go to 1 goal straight. Savani's 1 goal 3, and for all the dominance of the Sharks, the Tiger Sharks I should say, get it right, the Pirates are in this contest somehow only after having 3 inside 50s.
They do indeed. They get a bit snaky, don't they, when you only call them the Sharks.
Yeah, you don't want to do that.
No. Nah, nothing in that. Give it to me. We'll have another crack. Right in the centre of the ground. 1-3 plays 1 straight.
Been good, haven't they, the umpires early? Let it go a bit.
Absolutely. Cervantes get the ball down. Desperate defence by Lancelin. The Pirates, and they come over the top of him. Now it's going to get cleared from the boot of O'Rourke. It goes high up and under. If it didn't rain from that, never will again. Hand pass over his head. Could have done better. Oh, brilliantly done. The parting of the seas by Krupi. Now he goes to the outer wing. Unfortunately for the Pirates, it's going to be met by Cervantes, but brilliantly done by the bloke. He doesn't appear in the budget. Number 1, the international man of mystery. Someone's got to tell us who he is. Now the last goal kicker gets it. Hand passes it back. Back to number 1. Goes forward, leaping high in the air. Forgetting to touch the ball was French. Now they're going to clear it through Josh Potter.
Defensively, Savani's holding up yet again, and the ball, as I mentioned, peeled away there by Potter. He's found O'Rourke, could give the hand pass back inside, chose not to go through to Preston Simmons, took it upon himself, goes to half forward, a spilt mark across to half forward there by Cameron Bock. He went to ground, still a chance for Savani's, they'll shoot on goal, goes to full forward, the mark should be taken or at least sent over the shoulder, I would have thought. Savani's full forward wasn't the recipient of that free kick, and somehow Lancelin and Savani's have kept us alive. It comes out to Ben Marston, gave off the kick on goal for Savani's, and that is a goal. Number 22 has stitched it up, being John Murray. Comedy of errors really in defence from Lancelin. Savani's having second, third opportunities, and in the end Murray made them pay. They need to clear the football from defence.
They were relentless, weren't they, the Tiger Sharks?
Tiger Sharks never gave up, and that's what allowed them to have that opportunity to kick their second goal. They go to 2-3 on the Bungalow Beach scoreboard. Lancelin a 1-goal straight. Sorry, you should probably be saying, from Lancelin's side of things, that they probably coughed that up, and Cervantes, I think, are always going to pounce when it matters.
They did. Unrelenting, back in the centre of the ground. Got down, brilliantly run out of the centre. Has a bounce, goes to the attacking side of the centre square, coming back, whistling through. That's a quick reply. Brilliantly done by the Pirates, off the boot of Elijah Temby.
There was a clearance there of 17 being Mitch Williamson, who's kicked the goal. And I'll tell you what, that was a fine end, wasn't it? So with Temby's kicked that goal off the outside of the right boot, but it was a clearance from Williamson that set things up. So Lancelin, for the amount of lack of ball for the Pirates that they've had, the Tiger Sharks could be 3 or 4 goals up, but they only trail by 3 points. As we mentioned, Bungalow Beach scoreboard, 2-3 to the Tiger Sharks, Lancelin 2 straight.
The kids on the scoreboard have renegotiated their pay rate, so they're actually gone to work.
Well, Sam boys, the share market's not looking too good for them. They don't make him anymore, and in my day they did. The Smiths Chips, I think, have taken over. Ball back in the middle of the ground. The dominance from Lancelin's mid starting to be telling in the last 5 minutes. Jurovic to do the ruck work. The tap down, it was one out of there by Jordan Cully. He just wraps things up, and umpire says, give it to me, fellas, I'll ball it up again. Skirting around this pack is Shannon Check. Been impressive early, so too Jurovic. Came back in board there to Preston Simmons, sporting the number 37 today. He was tackled as he went to get the ball down the middle of the ground. The tackling has been relentless from both sides in the midfield. All wrapped up. It's moved about 5 metres across to our broadcast side of the ground. And we'll have another throw up from the centre macker.
Umpire Bidner throws it in there. Jurovic, maybe no. Cervantes got the free kick over the top of the pack. Was a Cervantes player in Marson. And it's going to be a free kick to Lancelin. Goes wide, gets it into the hands of Matthew Potter. No, it's not. Well, if I look on the right side, it'd be right. Ben Horn. Now where they're going through Check, he's running some trouble, and it's a turnover. There's more Pirates there. Can they turn it over? No. Kicking it forward is Bailey Frankenhuizen, now picking it up for the Tiger Sharks is the last goal kicker in Murray, looking for his teammate. The big man goes to ground, which is Brandon Hush. Now can they clear it? No, tackled. Hush was there, looking for the free kick. He's down, he's done his knee, I think, as the Pirates has gone through for a goal. A snap from the corner is an absolute ripper. It's a tender for the goal of the day. The Pirate is up. We've got the Ryegrass Staggers, but he was out there. But set upon by the Cervantes player. I'll keep an eye on him. As soon as he turns around, I'll tell you who he is.
Yeah, not looking good, and especially with an ankle.
Michael Thompson. 3 goals, 3 plays, 2 goals straight on the Bungalow Beach scoreboard.
Thompson being very, very good, and looks like the gentleman that suffered the injury there was Reed Foster, the full back. Can't afford to lose your big men out of a back line, but good finisher then, again from Cervantes. Bungalow Beach scoreboard, as we mentioned, Reed's 3-3 to Lancelin, 2 goals straight. Jurovic won the ruck tap, going to ground there.
Bang!
Preston Simmons lost the football, comes out the back there to Jordan Cully, threw it on the boot. He was dumped after the tackle, and the umpire said, I'm going to play that down the ground. And that'll be out of side of the ground. I'm pretty sure that might be Potter. He switches the ball wide. Good looking kick there to Thompson. Keen to play on. Low ball. Not going to be the result that they're after. going over the top of their forwards and in defence there, Croupy. Being one of the better players for Lancelot across the half back. He goes with a short chip, back inboard, picked up there by French. So French from centre half back will settle things here for the Pirates, just calling for players to go the broadcast side of the ground. Nice little pull kick there too, and he finds Shannon Check, who marks on the chest at half back Macca, and will look to move the ball with purpose back into the middle of the ground.
Down the grandstand win, ill-directed, chopped off by Murray. Murray goes left when he should have gone right, so eventually on his left foot. Once again, ill-directed. Cervantes are in numbers, just shrugging a tackle. Now the hand passes, goes inboard. Brilliantly done off the left with courage going backwards. Lancelin, now just a little dinky kick off the boot by the Tiger Sharks, so they're in numbers. Kicks it into the face of his teammate, not the best effort. High shot, play on, says the umpire. They missed that one. Lancelin. Player is down. I'll let you do the summary of that first quarter. I'm going down to do some interviews, which will be Lancelin Seafood, Fish and Chips.
Well, a very entertaining first quarter, and as we mentioned, the scoreboard reads at this stage, the Bundago Beach scoreboard here out at Dandaragan. The conditions absolutely sensational. Cervantes 3 goals 3. They'd lead Lancelin 2 goals straight. I thought better players for Cervantes just going through. I thought Jed Simmons showed a fair bit there off the wing position for the Cervantes Tiger Sharks. I also thought Bailey Frankenhewison played some good football. Morgan O'Rourke got involved there for the Cervantes Tiger Sharks in the middle of the ground. We did speak to not necessarily speak too much of him late in that quarter, but we certainly mentioned at the start of the game that he was going to have a real impact. He picked up probably 6 or 7 possessions across that quarter and was pretty telling. Ben Marston, I thought, also led well for the Cervantes boys as the captain. I also thought John Murray showed a fair bit. He also kicked a goal, and that was run through their goal scorers, I should say. Michael Thompson has kicked one, Jacob Rose has kicked one, and as I mentioned, Murray is also the other goal scorer for the point side of things. As I mentioned, they have 3 of those, and the scoreboard, as I mentioned, on the Bungalow Beach scoreboard, Cervantes 3-3 to Lancelin 2 straight. To go across to Lancelin for their better players across the board. Thought Croupy was pretty good across the half-back line as we go down to Macca.
Welcome back to Filming Footy. Howie from Lancelin Seafood, Fish and Chips. You got a bit on, mate. How's your player as you're escorting him off?
Yeah, she's all go. Croupy, I think he might have done his ACL, but we'll just see how he goes. We'll whack a bit of tape around it, have a look at him and see how he goes, yeah. And another one of the boys ready. Bit of damage to his knee, but I think he'll pull through that. So, yeah.
Hey, Lancelin Seafood and Fish and Chips, magnificent business you got running there. Fresh seafood and delivery as well.
Yeah, absolutely, mate. I saw you the last week buying some prawns. Yeah, good quality Exmouth prawns. Yeah, fresh seafood we sell. We also have a seafood truck. We go to regional areas in WA. So, yeah, anybody listening who wants some seafood out in the area, give us a yell. 0417 799 1469. Howie, and we can organise a trip, even a fundraiser for your clubs, your footy clubs, netball, hockey, whatever.
Find you on social media as well, Facebook?
Yeah, absolutely. We're on Facebook and we're also on Google.
Hey, magnificent day today. Dan Daring has really turned it on, haven't they?
Yeah, magic. Absolutely beautiful. Yep, couldn't ask for better.
Yeah, nice and close to the first quarter. Obviously, we're going to go for the Pirates to continue their good early form.
Absolutely, mate. Let's make some history. What has it been like 2009, our first game ever in the CMCFL, and
2009 to my knowledge. Their goal kickers, Mitch Williamson kicking one. I thought he was one of their better players easily in that first quarter, and Elijah Temby also doing some good things, kicking a nice goal off the outside of the right boot. Some other better players I thought across the board there for the Lancelin lads, the Pirates. Thought Reid Foster hurt his ankle towards the end of that first quarter, but was playing some reasonable football. I thought Ryan French bobbed up across half-back. As I mentioned, Mitch Williamson, their goal scorer, being a pretty prominent midfielder. And probably Josh Jurovic, Jordan, I should say, Jurovic, doing some good things in that middle of the ground for the ruck. I would say that he's going to have 95% of the ruck load today. So it'll be telling just to see how he can go in this second quarter. As Macca joins us back after doing his best impersonation of the great BT down there for a couple of interviews. Macca, that first quarter I mentioned, there's probably a good spread of 5 good players through the side, but for me, just to get your comments, I thought one of the better players in that opening quarter for the Lancelin Pirates would have been Mitch Williamson. I thought he was their best, and for the reserve side of things for the Savannies, I thought Michael Thompson was very good.
And John Murray as well at forwards. 3 goals, 3 plays, 2 goals straight in the Bungalow Beach scoreboard. Got the technology. We're busy as a one-legged man.
Jogged up the stairs, so I'm happy to take this opening minute just to relieve you. I know that you celebrated your 21st last night, so Jurovic with the ruck tap, overrunning it was O'Rourke, followed the ball back.
He's on fire.
He kicks to that full forward line, around about half forward. There's been a mark taken, and that's just a little bit too easy. And the mark taken, to my knowledge, 22. He's been dominant, hasn't he, John Murray? He's kicked the 1 goal so far. That was a little bit too easy, I thought, from the midfield repel there from O'Rourke. Murray.
30 metres out, directly in front, ball's on its way.
Kicks the goal.
Likes it.
That's their 4th, and they go along to...
Geez, I liked it. I wrote that in just as he took the mark. Maybe I should have been
No, I like your style. On the Bungalow Beach scoreboard, that's the most important thing, mentioning our great sponsors and the Savannies boys, to my knowledge. They go across to 4 goals, 3, Lancelin 2 goals straight, and what worried me out of all that, there was no one standing on O'Rourke in the middle of the ground before the actual ruck tap. He was allowed to run onto the football, get an easy clearance, and that landed on the lap of Murray, and that's a big worry and concern for Lancelin's defence and their mids, who let them down then.
4-3. Well, the kids are still on strike on the scoreboard. Got down, and it's going to get cleared once again by Morgan O'Rourke. Now got it forward, but it's chopped off by the Pirates. Now they repel the attack, but standing tall in the back half will be Matthew Thompson. Centre half back goes to the outer wing, probably slightly off the side of his boots. He's going to bounce in front of the junior young fella in Kai Allen. Got out of bounds right in front of the interchange bench.
Did a couple of good things in that opening quarter. Kai Allen predominantly played on the wing. Probably just rushed. I think it's a bit of those grand final nerves, rushed his possessions. And hopefully he can straighten up in this second quarter. I'm sure some senior players will let him know that he has a little bit more time. Jurovic again, with no real assistance. He won the ruck tap again, but the ball nearly spilled out for O'Rourke. Lancelin were very lucky that O'Rourke tripped in the contest and couldn't distribute. And there'll be another throw in right in front of their broadcast wing. Fantastic spot here at Dandarrigan at the 2022 ILUKA Reserves Grand Final. And we're going to have another ball up. No, this time Savannies will be able to distribute the footy. That was through Rose, a goal kicker. Came to Allen, was dumped in the tackle. Came out the back there to Darcy Crouch, who didn't really know what to do with it. Just bobs the ball to Sinar forward. That's brilliant. A fine mark in defence. And the mark taken there by Thompson. Probably been their best player so far in defence for Savannies. And he switches it wide, Macca. And he's got plenty of options. One of those is Bodie McCoy.
Goes by hand to his teammate. The run comes from behind. Just a high and upper under and kick, missing the fist of the player in Riley. Now they're there in numbers. Hold his teammate down the river. It's going to be a trip. Fortunately, it's going to come back. Spin to the Pirates' hand of Wiggers. Wiggers goes short, finds his teammate right on the centre wing. In the hands now of Brodie Mollier. Mollier needs to keep it away from Thompson, who's been sensational at centre half back. Goes long, but it's all Cervantes. Going to be marked. 31.
Damien Thompson, I'm pretty sure. He was pretty useful across half-back in that first quarter too, and he comes back to centre half-back and finds O'Rourke.
He'll get himself a medal if he keeps this form up. Goes inboard, ill-directed. Not marked. Should have done better there was Horn. Now dumped. Holding the ball. Dumped. Holding the ball. Holding the ball. Going to be free kick to Jax Riley. Right in the centre of the Dandarrigan Oval. It's a floating, horrible-looking kick. It's going to be a turnover. Simmons wisely holds on to the ball. Now goes short. Biggs. Boyle come from behind. Brilliantly done by the The Pirates, will it go out? Mercifully it does.
How old-fashioned was that from Ben Riley, just coming over the back and just giving it a real whack.
Yeah.
If there's any air in the ball left after that, I'll be surprised.
And just a bit of a brush of the forehead as you go past. Every ball has ears.
Yeah, a bit like mowing the lawn in front of the missus, just letting you know that you got a couple of credit points in the bank. Kai Allen on the wing, being impressive, collects it, showed some poise, went back with a hand pass the young fella there in Simmons. He came back to O'Rourke, easily best on ground for me. O'Rourke goes to half forward. That's a clever looking kick. Went over the top there of Rolls for Cervantes. Slipped through. O'Rourke has
brilliant.
the nous and damage to come back in board. This is the next possession that has to be critical and classy. And Murray's found it. And that came off the boot there before it went inside 50 there from Preston Simmons. It was a smart kick. He's played on, has he?
Yeah, he goes
He's gone
to
to the full forward line. Chance for Murray to butter up. Has he curled the ball across the face? He has. Comedy of errors, Macca. Should have gone back and had that collective shot from 45 metres or 35, and it would have been a real opportunity for Cervantes to bang through their 5th goal, but unfortunately...
Unselfish play by Murray, but
Gotta go back and kick
you're
it
a forward, mate. No glory in sharing. Just get it on top there.
Good movement there from Simmons, though.
Yeah, he just kept his head, didn't he? Goes in from full back. No one in particular has gone through. Williamson, now he's got a task. He's up to it. Goes down the wing. Too good. In front. Marked it there by Matthew Thompson. Having a purple patch the start of this second term. He plays on, just strolls down the wing of Dan Darrigan high in the air, up before acceptances.
Free kick given away there by Allen, I think.
Yeah, it was too high. Going to be free kick coming back to, I'm going to go Williamson.
I think you're correct on that. He's been a good player too for Lancelin. So you can see the telling games now of O'Rourke and Thompson, that being Matt Thompson, that have really come into play. All right here on centre wing. I'll tell you what, that was ambitious there from Croupy.
The ACL is not better. He's come on. He's just gone to ground again. That's not going to work. He's done for the day, surely.
So then
the pirate in Croupy.
And Murray takes the ball at centre half forward now. Has he learnt from his mistakes? He'll go to full forward, and the kick is errant. And in defence,
just kept his shape, didn't he? Just watched the ball off the boot that did the fullback from the Pirates. Croupy has gone down for the second time, so if he's you can only break your ACL once, can't you?
You can. Clever kick, and he finds Williamson at centre half back.
He's been very good. Goes wide, gets it to a teammate in Mola. That's properly done now. That's sad to see with Croupy. Thompson is there, doesn't get on the second attempt now. Using out, brilliantly done by the Pirates. This is the throw. Might have been a trip if he held on to it, but it's coming back and it's going to go free kick to Wayne Shaw.
So Shaw, centre wing, low ball. Almost well and truly trotting across the line there, and Bailey, friend Hewitson, bit of a German, Amsterdam type name, and a good peeled kick wide, and that's picked off there by number 33 there in Trent Hewitson. So he'll go back to full forward. Obvious chance here for Cervantes if they can organise themselves. There's a free kick here to Lancelin, and it was a tug. Opportunity to mark there was Mollier. He overran the football. Cervantes, just a matter of time, you think, before they have a shot on goal. Murray in the forward pocket, 3-on-1. Desperation came there from Brodie Mollier just to hold things up.
Uh-oh. Umpires Warwick said you dragged it in. It's going to be a free kick to Murray. Going to take his best kick from there. Dan, he's on the boundary line, 15 metres out, 20 metres out. He's just going to put him into the car park to have a shot, find goal.
The umpires are under a lot of pressure to make these decisions, but I think he might have been a little bit harsh on that call. And as we mentioned, Murray to shoot for goal deep in that pocket, floating ball across the face, but it's going to be a mark taken anyway.
Hush? No.
Number 19 there, and Benny Marston, the skipper today of the Tiger Sharks, runs around and screws in their 5th goal. So on the Bungalow Beach scoreboard, Cervantes now go to 5 goals, 3. Lancelin are 2 goals straight. The game
5-4.
5-4, thanks back at the game. Not necessarily getting away for Lancelin, but they need to be at least.
Yeah, got a fair bit of experience down there. Murray a hugely experienced man in this league. Played for a number of sides up here. I reckon he might have even played for Dandy in the past. Hush is an experienced player, and the Thompsons as well. And the captain Marston down the forward line. So 4 targets down there at the moment. Got down by the ruckman from Lancelin. Now I've got him down as Dylan Sutherland Mason. Now you've been calling him someone else. Jurinovich, is it? Is that who it is?
Well, Jordan Jurovic, he's the number 8 with the long hair. That's what I've been calling for the ruck.
Okay, because he's got 18 on his...
Well, it's hard to see. That's the thing too with his hair. He's probably wandered across with his hair, and it looks like 8.
That's a dready is the next number 1.
But we've got to get it right, so Dylan Sutherland Mason will be the go, I'd say, going forward. But I'm sure some will tell us.
Yeah, I do, because this is... I've got their team sheet, and they do. We're going to go with Sutherland Mason.
Yep,
he's been good in the ruck. Cervantes now Habits going to go forward through Frank Van Hoosen. Well done, he's been good, this boy on Milliken marks it, not his best kick, set his teammate a target. He's going to be up for it, picks it up nicely, left foot kicks, Chisler lands at the feet of his teammate. Big task up for it. Hemby's got to kick the goal in the first. Now it's going to be a turnover, it's going to be Allen. Once again, kick to Thompson, Allen buttering up. Have a bouncer, now goes long, it's a tumble punt, end over, brilliantly done, read off by Hush, well done, goes to his teammate, kicks inside 50 by Shaw, where's Murray, good spoil, ricochets there, now it's out to Howe, what can he do?
Well, he's hit the post.
He has from 6 metres out. Bailey Frankenhusen has kicked his first goal today, first point.
That takes the Cervantes Tiger Sharks to 5-6. So they've been generous in keeping Lancelin in the game, because I reckon they could have at least kicked 8 or 9 goals and put this game to bed. Lancelin to clear from the fence, and the target that they'll be looking for there is Mollier, off hands.
1 versus 3.
Well, that's the question, isn't it? It's the numbers around the ball. Ball at the broadcast half-forward position, and Lancelin desperately need to get this out of defence and sort something out with some forward structure.
Second quarter brought to us by the Fresh Carpet, Tile and Grout and Cleaning Services. Geez, they'll do anything. They offer carpet cleaning, domestic and commercial carpet and rug cleaning, tile and grout cleaning. You keep an eye and see if something exciting happens. Sofa and mattress cleaning. What's it? You up for that, Dan, or are you deciding yourself last night?
I just think I'll look after my mattress these days, mate.
Bring out your dead day.
As long as the Dale's happy, I'm happy.
Basic flood recovery, family owned and operated. Come from Joondalup, Wanneroo through to Yansip, north to Lehman and the Shire of Gingin, Dandaragan, Mora and Karoo. They're bringing you the second quarter of the Reserves 2022 ILUKA Grand Final. Allen has just chips it up. That's a mark of the day, a contender by Reed Foster as a ripper.
Yeah, defensively, Reed Foster, as I mentioned in that first quarter, has really stood up, hurt his ankle late, so he's pretty critical. Pokes the kick in the direction there of the centre wing, and there was a big fly. It did come from...
He nearly had it by Horn.
Horn has been pretty impressive too. And off hands, and there'll be a throw-in, broadcast side of the ground. Umpire has said yes, off hands, we'll have a throw-in. And we'll get it right this time. It'll be Dylan Sutherland Mason to compete in this ruck, and he's probably been the dominant ruckman. A punch came through there from Cervantes, and Jordan Cully almost gave away a free kick. Ball goes to Sinar Ford. The mark is dropped there by Murray. Here's a chance for Williamson to clear. He'll have a bounce. He'll come back in board. Numbers wise, again, they've been outnumbered, but luck is a fortune. It bobs up there to Abbott. He overran the football. The umpire has paid a free kick for dropping it, and Cervantes will clear from a position of power yet again. And O'Rourke, watch for this kick. He'll keep it nice and low.
Right,
give Hush a big chance. Hush, drop the mark. Here's Allen again. He's a right footer. Went back onto his left side. Sold a little bit of candy. Go to the pocket there for Murray. Murray with the hair pass. Lancelin in the defence. Working it out. They're about 2 metres inside from the boundary. Allen again stalking the football. 35 through goal. Just needs someone central. Goes with a kick. It was there, and defensively again they've stood up through Tommy Abbott. Lancelin, they are hanging on by the skin of their teeth at the moment in the 2022 ILUKA Reserves Grand Final. It's 5-6 to the Tiger Sharks, Lancelin 2-1.
No respite as they pump it inside through Hucker. Allen's there, he's having a purple patch. Murray on the bottom of the pack. doing everything but just getting his disposal right, is the young fella in Allen's, wearing the white shorts, so I'm guessing that's denoting under 16.
Well, last couple of kicks, he just hit someone up in that 50-metre line. They were definitely going to be having shots at goal, and one player that I think Lancel have become probably too reliant on is Mitch Williamson. He has been dominant for them, but getting no help, Macca.
No, indeed. Frank Van Hoosen from Savannah just knocks it out. It's going to throw in once again. Hushes out the back. Now goes brilliantly. Left-hand hand pass goes to Cully. High up and under, running back with his captain in Carson. Clean bowls everyone. Sold everyone down the river. And it's going to be throwing from the opposite pocket as we've travelled. It's just as my clock. Now I have to find 14 and a half minutes gone second term.
So Foster was going to compete the ruck, but he's given that to Rhett Milliken. Milliken been okay in defence. Gathers his own ruck work. Comes out there to, I think it was Haskell. He overran the ball. Hand pass came out. Defensively again, they're under a lot of pressure through Mollier. He overran it.
Jurinovic.
Ran out of real estate, and there'll be a throw in.
Just losing their desperation, Lancel, and they just need to just hold, make sure they don't concede any more goals. 5, quite a few to just 2-1 for Lancelin on the Bungalow Beach scoreboard. Comes over the top. Can they get another shot on goal? Shrugs a tackle, throws it on his right boot. Gone too far. There you go, Jordan Cully.
Yeah, Cully was that kick, and he's been pretty serviceable this quarter. Had a couple of shots on goal. One of them didn't make it. That one there drifting across the face. And defensively, number 35 there, and Ben Riley will bring the ball out for Lancelin, who are under the proverbial pump. Ships it to Reed Foster, who marks in defensive. He'll be bringing the ball to the broadcast side of the ground. That's a clever kick to the man in the helmet there, being Temby, a goal kicker in the first quarter. Here's our man, Jordan Cully. Just needs to line up the disposal there to Hush. Bounced over the back. Here's a bloke we haven't called too much there in Bop. Overran the football. Comes back there to Brayley Frankenhusen.
Oh, hello.
Has he kicked the goal? No, he hasn't. It's gone across the face. And defensively, Brodie Mollier has time to come back inboard, spot up a teammate there in Grieve. And Lancelin, if they can move the ball with some purpose, they have the opportunity to have the numbers on the outer side of the ground. That was picked up there. I think it might have been Abbott. Threw it on the boot. Not a lot of thought and process going into their entries inside 50.
Lane.
Picked up there by Lane. Thanks very much, Mac. It came back inboard again. Probably should have gone with a kick. Decided to go with a hand pass. Gave his teammate there in Temby absolutely no chance. Savannis eventually will clear the ball through McCoy. They'll sort things out from half back through Thompson and go wide to O'Rourke. But again, no system, Macca, going forward to that centre half forward position. Throw the ball on the boot, put some pressure, put it to the hot spot. Too many handballs. Lancelin struggling in that department.
Rezzies, don't be too fancy. We're not good enough to be fancy. Just get it on the boot and get it towards the goals. Let me throw it in right in front of our scoreboard thanks to Bungalow Beach in Lancelin. Now, Lancelin get the clearance. Just a hat kick forward. It's 3 versus 1, and the 3's going to win out, and it's Cervantes. They go wide, ill-directed. It's going to be chopped off. Pressure comes from behind. Now it's coming into the hands of Riley. Riley goes to the wing. Just finds the international man of mystery.
Well, we haven't called Jay Barrett too much. There may be Jay Barrett on that outer side of the ground.
Jurinovic, the vice captain's wearing the number 1 today, was in the 8.
Temby with the footy now in front of that scoreboard. Of course, our major sponsor today, Bungalow Beach scoreboard, which reads at this stage, Savannah Tigers 5-7 to the Lancelin Pirates 2-1.
In a chance now to the Pirates. I'll taking his legs out. Surely it was indeed. It's going to be a kick. A little bit of a tap on the head by the Lancelin player in Mitchell Shields, giving him a fair old crack. Give him thank you very much, mate. You're a crook.
That's one you give your brother on the way down to get an ice cream. He might owe you $2 or $3. Or is that the price of fuel, Macca? Who would know?
It was a bit. Hopefully I'll make it to the next fuel station. I was in a bit of a hurry to get here.
Not too many fuel stations east of here. I wouldn't have thought at this stage of the day that are open selling ice cream.
Back now. They need this one as we tick over nearly into time. Oh, it's straight 20 minutes. So a shot on goal. It's off the boot of, it's not Creepy. It might be Horn. It's gone through for 1 behind.
Now, I'm no goal kicking expert, but Horn got very close to the man on the mark on that occasion. He's got a beautiful left foot kick. if he just gave himself a bit more space, he might have been able to straighten things up. And as we mentioned, Lanston desperately need a goal over the next couple of minutes. They might be able to get something out of this. So Rourke unnecessarily dropped an easy mark in the back pocket. And the umpire has said that he has been slung out of all that, and there'll be a free kick on the outer side of the ground in a forward pocket. Now this young bloke, I'm pretty sure, is Hendry, and I'll make a connection, or a correction I should say, if I have to. Comes back in board to Williamson. How good's this bloke, mate?
Yeah.
Probably had about 15, 16 touches.
Keeping him in the game.
5 to 6 marks. He has kept him in the game. His kick for goal in the first quarter to the southern end travelled about 45 metres. So distance, he'll be right on it, I think.
Right on it. He will be kicked right on the 50. Will Mitch Williamson, one in the first, getting plenty of encouragement from the canteen. 48 metres out. It's gone through goal post high. What an absolute ripper. Just what they needed on the Bungalow Beach scoreboard. They go to 5 goals 1. 9 goals? I can't count. 5 goals 2, 5 goals 7.
No, we've got 5-7 here, Macca. That's for Savannies at this stage.
8 seconds to go, second half. Hey, Fresh Grout Tile and Cleaning Service, you reckon they've got some window washers that can come up into our commentary box?
Well, I reckon they could almost give a bit of this iron, a bit of a going over. How telling, Macca, just before you head down, if you're going down there for a nice little interview, Mitch Williamson's goals 1. And it's going to be interesting just to see how they can go going forward. Half time here at the beautiful Dan Darrigan Oval. It's been a joy to call this with Ian Mack and McNeil so far. The conditions have been absolutely outstanding all day, as we mentioned, and we go through. If you've just joined us on our coverage, at quarter time the score read 3 goals 3 to Lancelin, 2 goals straight, and at half time, as I mentioned, the score is 5 goals 7 to the Savanni Tiger Sharks, travelling down there from the coast, and Lancelin also coming down from the coast. They are 3 goals 1. So I make that Savanni's kicking 2 goals 4 in that quarter. Probably could have kicked 4 or 5 goals in my opinion out of that 2 goals 4 shooting at goal, and Lancelin added 1 goal 1, and that goal came in the last few seconds. We'll cross down to Macca. Yes, and welcome back to the Dan Darrigan Sports Ground. And of course, the Cervantes Sharks, they lead 5 goals 7, 37-2. Lancelin 3 goals 1. We'll go through some better players for that first half. In the first half, I thought we'll start with the leaders of the grand final so far, the 2022 ILUKA reserves grand final leaders at this stage. And better players, I thought that half of the contest, I thought Ben Marston led pretty well across the ground. He started at half forward and across that midfield also. I also thought John Murray came into the game. He's kicked 3 goals to my knowledge so far and been really, really impressive. Michael Thompson too, I thought, Matthew Thompson I should say, played a great game across centre half back for the Cervantes Tiger Sharks. And for Lancelin, running through their team, I think their best player so far has been easily Mitch Williamson. I thought Dylan Sutherland Mason, the mystery man, apologies as we were calling him, from number 8, but now he's number 18. He, I thought, was a serviceable player. I thought Croupy did some nice work across half-back, along there with Milliken. And at this stage, Lancelin with the work ahead of them for the second half. Cervantes, as I mentioned, leading 5 goals 7 going into the third term, the premiership quarter as they call it. Lancelin is 3 goals 1 for the Pirates. So the 2022 ILUKA reserves grand final about to start here for the third term. There has been a change, I've noticed, in the centre of the ground there for Lancelin. They've had a change of their ruckman. I know that for a fact. It's going to be Frank Hewitson that's going to be starting in the ruck. So they're going to be seeing a all-out attack, you would think, in this third quarter for Lancelin to get back into this contest.
What is amazing, we're about to get underway, but there are no umpires out there. So we'll just turn this one off. They're the player, yeah, both sides stayed on the field. They're ready to go. Timekeeper's ready to go. And the umpires are still having a hot dog.
Country footy at its best. I actually had a chat to a couple of the umpires briefly when I was looking for the ladder to get up here to the commentary position today, and they looked rather relaxed then, but obviously they're on reasonable dough to be on the jog. As we see the famous men in green come out. They've done a wonderful job for that first half. They've raised the mighty belt-up ball. The yellow football blending in beautifully to the daisies in the distance, and also some pretty handy crops of canola around a very, very prominent grain growing region. It's going to be interesting to see where Lancelin's going to get all their repel from the midfield. It looks to me like Williamson will start in the centre of the ground, as I mentioned. Frank Hewitson has been dominant in that first half as a bigger man around the contest. But where do we get any other drive out of the middle of the ground? Does it come from the mystery man there that's wearing number 1 for Lancelin, who I've been calling Jay Barrett? Where does it come from for Lancelin out of the middle of the ground to give Williamson the handover?
Jordan Jurinovic is number 1. We'll
Jordan Jurinovic, thank you very much. I know that O'Rourke has been a player that probably tailed off in the second quarter, the last 10 minutes, but he looks to me like he could really rip this away from Lancelin. I'd be sending a tag to him at the start of the third quarter and just trying to nullify his dominance, or it's going to be a tough afternoon. We've got Tommy Abbott, who's moved into the ruck for the Lancelin Pirates, a tall, skinny lad, and I'd suggest that his leap's going to have to be a little bit better than his chicken and vegetable diet, because he looks a slight lad. As we start the third quarter of the 2022 ILUKA Reserves Grand Final, and Frank Hewitson was dominant, goes to that pocket position, picked up there by young Kai. He went to ground. Looks to me like he may have done an ankle by all accounts, but this is an opportunity for Cervantes to kick a goal. It might be through Murray. It is through John Murray. I'll make that his 4th. You got that one right, Macca?
Yep. 1 in the first, 2 in the second, and 1 in the third.
Been explosive, and really, out of all that, it was the probably the sacrifice there. I thought it was a clearance, clearly, of Frank Hewitson, that being Trent. But Kai Allen, again, in the action, went to ground, but just gave their opportunities. And the older forward there in Murray, he was always going to get that lick of the ice cream. And out of a low-scoring game of 6 goals 7 to 3 goals 1, he's kicked 4 goals, and that's a mighty effort. And he's been the difference.
He has indeed.
He's been the difference.
Inside the first 30 seconds of the goal, and you mentioned in the ruck, they've got the young fella in the ruck, and it was just a clearance, a good punch forward by the Cervantes player in Jacob Rose. Kicked the goal in the first place, just set it up. Allen then did the work, but Murray finished it off. Once again, the big punch forward. Running back with the flight of the ball is the player in lane. He's dealt with, but they don't get it clear. Met solidly. Murray takes the pirate out. Now called to play on high. Duck, good decision. Play on around the corner. Simmons, Hush, not there, can't mark. The punches away, but gets it back to the advantage in a dangerous spot for Lancelin. They get the clearance. It goes to the centre of the ground. Rourke's there versus 2. Is he good enough? Desperate defence by Lancelin. Can they get it clear? Rourke's good enough. You need to get it out or you're holding the ball. Circling his umpire, Bidnar.
So for me, Macca, that's holding the footy. Rourke, 2 on 1, dragged it back in.
No,
unlucky there.
Did indeed. So he goes up the ruck just to good measure. Thompson goes back to Rose. Right foot, snap at goal. Going to be wide. Wide. Out of bounds on the full. Going to be kicked in. That's for some respite for Lancelin.
So what do you do here, Macca, for Lancelin? I know that you've got to get your hands on the footy, it's the old adage, but they don't seem to me able to sort out their stoppages in the middle of the ground, and when the ball is on the move, it just gets trapped in that front half of Savanni's and they just have shot after shot. So really for Lancelin, they're going to be pushing the proverbial uphill if they can't change their stoppages around their midfield.
So they're trying something different. They go wide across the face of goal. Bounces, stops, props. It's Riley. He goes short, finds his target, gets on the chest of Josh Jurinovich. Right in front of the bar, probably getting plenty of advice. He goes inboard. They need to own that corridor, so they mark, but he stops and goes back. Need to get a running game going, I would suggest. Now they go wide to the grandstand. Running on is Jurinovich. Overruns the ball, but he's good enough to pick it up on the 3rd attempt. No, turnover. Cervantes now gets it through. Preston Simmons. Play on, says the umpire. Heyman goes deep inside, attacking 50. Where's Murray? It's all the Pirates. Big, heavy, blows high. Play on, says the umpire. Thompson trying to get it out and nothing happening there.
Well, Foster should have got a kick out of that, Reid Foster. He put his head over the ball, it was knocked off. The umpire missed that one. They've done a wonderful job this afternoon, but that one there was well and truly missed. Milliken went with the ruck, lost his footing in the vital moment. Here's an opportunity for Savanni's. Again, 2 on 1. Lancelin holding up for now. What's the umpire going to do there? Comes over to number 10 there for Richard Wiggers. He had a snap-on goal. Here's an opportunity for Savanni's. He's been poked through. The goal kicker will be the question. It looks to me like it's going to be number
39.
That would be Damien Thompson for the Mighty Tiger Sharks. And in a game that's getting away on the Bungalow Beach scoreboard for Lancelin, who go to 7 goals 7 to 3 goals 1. That's going to be pretty telling. If they've managed to kick 3 goals to into the 3rd quarter, it's going to take a mighty effort, a miracle, you would think, to come back from here.
Premiership quarter, we like to... You don't want to get it what you used to. They're just 7 goals or 8 goals to win you a game of footy in Resi's normally in most leagues, and we're there already. You're going to have a word to those kids on the scoreboard. I'm sick of Bryden with chips. I'm going to take a lump of wood over there. Back instead of the ground, changing the ruck, but it's still the same result. It's going to be a clearance by Cervantes. No, the Williamson's there now. It's a throw. No, in the back. It's going to go to Mollier. He's been trying hard all day. Waits and he goes up and under. It's tailor-made for the Cervantes defence. Once again, it's Thompson, who's been sensational that 3rd term. It's going to be cleared. It's off the boot of Jacob Rose. It's a foot race. Oh, good skills by the young fella. Hand pass, searching hand pass to O'Rourke. What's he going to do? Hand passes it to himself. There's no one else on the team. Sells some candy. They paid too much of it. Has a shot on goal and hits the post.
Threatening, but not finishing. And O'Rourke just had the nous to, instead of going to ground, he might have hurt his hip. He handballed the ball out in front and allowed himself that 10 metres to run on and have a shot at goal, and nearly pulled off the miracle goal across the half-forward line, but now coming to the bench after copying a corky in the hip, and he'll make that change, and the young fella there in Jordan Cully will replace O'Rourke. O'Rourke looking to me a little bit dicey as Lanston through Foster. That's a poor kick. Gave an opportunity for the Cervantes forward just to line up, and one of those was Thompson. Comes to the ground, snap across the body there for Matthew Thompson.
Ugly.
And that is a behind. And they now go to 7 goals 9 on the Bungalow Beach scoreboard. Lancelin in the distance, very much so. 3 goals 1 as Foster takes the mark there on a halfback flank. Standing the mark there is Wayne Shaw, called his name a couple of times in that second term. Little low ball. Oh, courage. Both players pulled out, unfortunately. That was Josh Jurovic, who was one of those.
Yeah, swing.
The umpire has picked out a free kick. It's the Tiger Sharks. Lanceland's aggression not paying dividends on that occasion, and the kick will be taken there by Preston Simmons across half forward.
Gets it across to Jacob Rose. He's been busy. Sells some candy. A left foot from downtown. Bounces out of bounds. He's been busy. I think young Simmons coming off with, he might have got a swinging arm into the guts, because I think he's sucking in the big ones there. He's going to get a cuddle from Dad, which is not going to work, because Dad's just going to punch him and tell him to harden up, son.
Well, I'll tell you one thing though, is that
actually, he might be cousins, actually.
I think the influx though of young blokes on either side, certainly a good thing for the league and for their future for both clubs. The Savannahs again, they're just going to try and raffle it through Jed Simmons.
Hello.
He should kick this goal on the right boot and he sprayed it. That was a bigger opportunity that they've had in a paddock full of sheep really down there. It's like pushing 400 up a small race at the moment. Many a player down there clogging the space, and that was why Jed Simmons probably lacked it. Goes through for their 10th behind. They go to 7-10 on the Bungalow Beach scoreboard. Thank you for coming on board for the major sponsorship for that today. 2022 ILUKA Reserves Grand Final. It sees the Lanceland Pirates struggling in the distance. They've kicked 3 goals, 1. So 17 shots on goal to the 4. They're in some trouble, Macca.
It is. It's going to be a push out. It's going to be a free kick, and they're off to the races. It'll be Williamson, I would suggest, 2, 3. He'd love to help and can offer professional advice at any time. You go to expert real estate agents selling rural and horticultural properties, plus water licenses. Don't hesitate to call Adam Shields. I think he's got a brother playing out there, and I reckon he's president. Brother is a reserve coach, Ryan. Had a chat to him at half time. The president is Brock. So they needed that one.
Yep, so Bungalow Beach scoreboard reads 4-1. As I mentioned, they trail the Tiger Sharks 7 goals, 10. Lacks a fortune, but again, Williamson has been their smartest player by a million miles. Didn't panic, could have blazed on goal, but chose to pick out Barrett and made Barrett actually work towards the ball to mark that, instead of just being, you know, a player that kicks it on their forward's head.
It was just providing all a run. What can they do in the centre of the ground? The Rucks will go at it again.
I like the move of Milliken. I think that's going to give him something here, Lancelot.
Yeah, this at least halves it by Wiggers. Now, a bit high on Allen. Play on, says the umpire. The run comes. Going to be kicked forward by Frankenhusen. Looking for Harsh, bouncing ball. The boundary will win, out of bounds.
I'll tell you what, Macca. I think if you got it clear and you got the ball in enough and Hush was in the mood, he could do some real damage. He's gone close a number of times. He's threatening. Just got that Barry Hall look about him, you know, if he does line you up, you'll know about it. But yet to really make an impact.
Yeah, just ball's not being kicked to his advantage at the moment. Preston Simmons has had another crack at this one. He had a side of the first one. He's just put, oh, did he put it through? Touched on the line. He's liking what he sees there. That's queuing up there now. 7 goals, 11, playing 4 straight. So they might have kicked a point or two.
4-1, Macca. Yeah, Lanson 4 goals, 1.
Yeah, Ben Horn kicked a point.
Foster goes short back in board there to Mollier. I like this game today. He's tried hard. That's an interesting kick, because he's come out the other side and he's asked Shannon Check to come to work for 8 days a week with that sort of stuff. It wasn't the greatest of kicks.
Oh, he didn't have that.
Savannahs, you would think, would be able to raffle it, but they've been overzealous. And Casey Howe, the young bloke that's on for the second half, 50 metres again. So some undisciplined stuff here from Savannahs. Casey Howe needs to be on the jog, because the umpires do have a bit of a, with respect, do have a bit of a habit for only paying the 40 metres out of the 50. I should know that as the 2J ex-reserves coach. Casey Howe goes with a kick.
Hey, you're not bitter about that, are you?
No, I'm certainly not. Over the top there of Sutherland Mason, who didn't take the mark, but it didn't matter at the end, because the kick was eventually
He'd be up there. He'd be up there for best on ground.
I'd say so. It was an errant kick, and as we mentioned, the bloke by the name of Matthew Thompson has been absolutely outstanding, and they will just clear from half back. Well, will they? That's the question, Macca, as you take over at St Arms.
Yeah, but difficult to describe that bit of play. You just have to watch the vision. That was a throw every day of the week. They're blindsided by the umpires. Just a scoop out, lipping high in the air. Good spoil from behind. What did they say? It's a push. Didn't see that one. Thought that was a good spoil.
Oh, the umpire, he's pulled back a bit of tunnelling then. That was a genuine tunnel, and he's paid. I haven't seen that being paid for a long time.
Murray goes in fine, looking for Harsh, leaping high into the air. Well, he got off the ground. Now a right foot snap. Can it clean bowl everyone? No. Came off the boot of Jacob Rose. Now they're going to clear it. Running out of the back half is Ben Horn. He finds his target. He does. Still to backwards of centre. Now they go inboard. Trying to get it to the hands of Delic. Delic now. Right, kicking it once again. Inboard finds his teammates of Joe Jurinovich. Going to the wing, and they're off to the races, and they get hold of it. Marks. Nearly put off by the runner from Cervantes. Has a bounce. He's going to get Moen down. Now goes inside the attacking 50. Thompson. It's a hold off the ball. It's going to go Cervantes. No? Lancelin.
It was paid for a hole, and Darcy Croucher will be encouraged to go from the broadcast 50. Oh, the ball again, just a little bit too much height on the kick. There was a push in the back, I thought, there for Lancelin through Tommy Abbott, who was in the ruck only moments ago, but Lancelin should be able to raffle it through Trent, Frank Hewitson, who just bombs the ball to centre
good
forward.
punch.
Errant punch. Here's an opportunity now for Jacob Rose. Kicked a classy goal back in that first quarter. The left foot kick over the head there of Harsh and Mark back in defence. Just casual as you like.
That's what we were talking about before. He's made good position, Hush, but he's just been crucified by the ball coming forward.
You're not wrong, and Reid Foster, he'll read that every day of the week. And he's gone back inboard to find Ben Riley, who will just slow up the kick, and he'll find our man. We'll get this one right. Sutherland Mason Macca, who's at halfback.
Sutherland Mason, the move forward didn't work, so he's gone back in the ruck. He can't kick, so he hand passes it to his teammate. Goes and an end over punt. They're hard to kick. High level of skill to get that to spin completely wrong. Running on the ground, getting buried there at the bottom of that pack is Elijah Temby.
Speaking of buried, topic, but the final series about as exciting as today's game. It's just great to have football back and COVID disappearing.
It is indeed. Lancelin goes inboard. That's okay, choose your own adjective. It's a turnover. Carly just belts it forward once again over the head of Harsh. Is he good enough? There's three of them. He is. Hand passes a teammate. One bounce, two bounces, three bounces, goal bounces. Michael Thompson for his second of the day. One in the first, one in the third. Extending the lead, a bit of push and shove and a punch in the face. It's off. It's an off the ball. Now it's gone to the ground, negotiating from not a position of strength as the young Cervantes player. It's going to be a free kick. It's going to be a yellow card.
I think there's going to be a card comes out, and it's unnecessary from Jordan Cully, I would have thought. You know, just getting into a bit of the old, you know, had too many UDLs type of action 11:30 on a Friday, and there's no real need for it, I wouldn't have thought.
Actually, they're sending both of them up, I guess. I suppose that's fair enough.
Well, you're leading the game, 8 goals 11 to 4 goals 1. You're well in control. But, you know, as we see, there's a bit of spirit that spills over, and sometimes that's not a bad thing. But on this occasion, I think there's probably not a lot of real point to it. You might as well enjoy the lead and put the foot on the throat as Bailey Frank Hewitson will replace Jordan Cully, who comes to the bench. And I would say the rules these days, 10, 15 minutes?
15 minutes.
So 15 minutes for the card. And as I mentioned, the goal has been kicked, and they have wanted out on the Bungalow Beach scoreboard here at the 2022 ILUKA Reserves Grand Final. We thank our sponsors today. They've been outstanding. 8 goals, 11 on the scoreboard. Lancelin the Pirates. 4 goals, 1 on the ship, on the rocks at this stage.
It is a bit. 15 minutes gone, third term, thanks to Northern Nutrient, Harcourt's Adam Shields Realty. Back in the centre of the ground, desperate at the bottom of that pack. Can they get it forward? No, it's a free kick, it's a throw. It's going to come back to the ruckman. No, he doesn't want to kick it. So he's give it to the other young fella in the centre of the ground. As Thompson has just been controlling this air, and he's going to be in this contest once again, leaping high in the air, misses it. Great leap in the air by Ryan French. Now it's going to be cleared by Thompson. Bouncing ball, bounces any which way, not to the advantage of Lancelin, goes out of bounds. Take a tumble, son, it was a push. Not going to call it.
Did well then, I thought, is to control the football and expertly wander it across the line, Darren Glass style, because there was no one around him. He had 5 Cervantes players on his tail, and we all know it's not much fun if you're going up the creek with a shark on you.
Yeah, plenty of chum in the waters for a feeding shark mob. Now, Lancelin are there. Can they get it clear? They do. Comes off the boot of Ben Horn. He's been good today. It was a push. He's going to come back to Cervantes. Geez, they're off to the races too, Lancelin.
Free kick to Bok by the look of things. Wearing the green boots. Eddie's 3 kicks for the day. I say that with respect. I'm not out there, but Hush might be in
there
this.
he is. And that's one kick to advantage. That's what we're talking about. Just out in front of the big fella. Not going to knock him out of the way.
Well,
Probably too far out. He knows it. Oh, that's not the good marking up, and I reckon that might be Simmons of the Jed variety, and he's going to have a shot on goal 15 metres out directly in front.
Macca, he's just found space today, hasn't he,
Yep.
Jed Simmons? And I think it's not necessarily because Lancel have been poor marking. I think he's just smart enough to roam around that 35, 40 metres, to have the option of getting that lead up, and he's also been stuck out in the centre wing, the outside of the ground, I should say, and picked up, plenty of possessions, and should really, from 30 metres out directly in front, putting the Mozza on him, but should kick this. And he does.
Kick it, he does. He's had 2-siders.
And that's their ninth, Macca.
9 goals.
11?
11 on the Bungalow Beach scoreboard. Thank you for your support today in the 2022 ILUKA reserves. ILUKA, magnificent supporters of the Central Midlands Coastal Footy League. That's a lot of money that they put in to support this league. And well done to the Dan Darrigan child. How good's that white picket fence? It's like belongs in Midwestern United States, doesn't it? Like it's only a little flower garden out the front there.
I'm almost waiting for a Republican or a Democratic to start his election on the outer side of those famous St Kilda looking flags. But look, they've done a beautiful effort. Probably the only thing that's probably not in the vision at the moment is Gilchrist cutting one over point for 6.
Back in the centre of the ground, the umpire's seen something he didn't like.
Yeah, there's been a
6 and 6. No,
yes.
no, that was a boundary umpire. Someone's broken. It's going to be a free kick, and it's going to go
Sutherland
Mason. We murdered his name most of the day, so we'll just do it for the rest of the day.
We're getting better, Macca.
Up and under kick. It's not to the advantage. Running back with a flight of the ball. That's difficult to do. Marked by Buddy Frankenhausen. He goes wide to Kai Allen.
I'm a fan.
He
has
been
just
good.
Just got better, Macca.
Gets it out in front of his teammate in Brody McCoy. Picks it up, turns his player inside out. Don't going to do it again. Now he gets caught. Well done by the Lancelin defender. Not marked on the second attempt by Ben Riley. He's been busy today.
Macca, this is where the frustration is. Well, I know they're up. You see what Buddy McCoy did is you have blokes lead.
Yeah.
And then they go the double up fake, and then they've got to re-lead, and then all that good leading's vanished, and then you've got no one to kick to. And that's where the turnovers come from. And it has to be better than that.
Kicking it forward out of the pack was the Cervantes, but it's shot by the running defence. Bouncing ball, bounces, and he's got one over the top, does it, gets there, into the hands of Matthew Lane. He's going to get met, but kicks it forward. There's no one home. Falcon! Right off the back of the bonce. Play on, says the umpire. Having a shot on goal, gets underneath the ball was Ryan French. Too good. I reckon that might be the captain, Carson. Right in the last line. He goes wide. Going to get it into the hands of Zach Heyman.
Just lack of experience, wasn't it, bringing the ball forward? You'd love to see the young blokes go for a run, but there was options aplenty. Could have come back in ball there to Josh Jurovic, but the young bloke sprayed it on goal. But here's another opportunity for Deegan Delic.
He does. He got his ambition mixed up with his ability then. Oh, 2 players go and run into each other. Can they get it? Oh, kicks it into the pills of it. Right from. It's getting willing out there. They're going to have it, see if they can get a quick shot on goal, but the siren has gone. 3/4 time. A little bit going on out there, but just showing a little bit late with Lancelin, but they're going to take a mighty last quarter. 9-11 plays 4-1 on the Beach Bungalow scoreboard. We will take our breath, and I will go and find Adam Shields from Nutrient Harcourt's Realty, because they've been fantastic supporters of ours.
Yes, Macca disappears, the great man, and Cervantes, as I say, well, they've done none of the sort. They haven't disappeared at all today. They've just kept Lancelin under the cloth and refused to give them an extra sandwich. They lead 9 goals 11 to the Lancelin Pirates, 4 goals 1 at 3/4 time. If you've just joined us, the score read at quarter time: Cervantes 3-3 to Lancelin, 2 goals straight. In the second quarter, Cervantes made their move. They went out to 5 goals 7, kicking 2 goals 4, and probably could have had a couple more in that second quarter to lead 5-7 to 3-1 at half time. And then they've made another move in that third quarter, in my opinion, to probably secure in the premiership quarter the actual flag itself for the Cervantes Football Club. They lead 9 goals 11 after adding 4 goals 4 in that quarter to just the one straight there from Lancelin. They've lacked an avenue to goal all day. For Cervantes, they haven't lacked avenues. They've had the ability there of John Murray, who's kicked 4 goals and finished. They've had the brilliance of Matthew Thompson across that centre-half back position, who's just marshalled the troops whenever they've been under threat. Ben Marston, I thought, has led brilliantly from his position as the skipper. You go through also to Morgan O'Rourke, copped a corky in that third quarter, but has just been so good, I thought, throughout the game for the reserves side of things. We had, I thought, overall though, I thought pretty serviceable quarter there from the Cervantes Sharks to do enough to get themselves in a position of where they have a pretty handy lead at 3/4 time, as I've mentioned. For Lancelin, at this stage, they're better players, which we'll just wait on. I know Macca's getting himself in a position to have his interview, but I thought Sutherland Mason was pretty serviceable for the quarter, as we cross down very, very shortly to Macca for his interview, and we'll see what he's come up with down there. Of course, the action
came back slightly in the back half of that quarter, but we said you're going to set yourselves a big task for last.
They have, mate. They've got a list. They've there's quite a few of them need to get a bit dirtier than they have. No, just got to have more of a jip.
Yep.
Savannah's, I reckon, have brought more effort and that today, and our mob.
They just need to get the hand on it. They just get a little bit more run to see if they can get it in this last. They're not out of it.
No, they're not. But yeah, well, they need 6 goals, so maybe a couple of quick ones. They might get their tails up.
How good today is Dan Darrigan? It's a magnificent crowd here.
Beautiful, mate, and you never get a better day for football. It's magnificent.
That unpricked you. What other sides we got Lancelin in today?
This is it. This is it for us, mate. So
it's going to be a long trip home if we don't get that.
No, we're going to improve.
Thanks for what you're doing in the Central Midlands Coastal. Best of luck.
Thank you, mate.
Good on you, Macca. We welcome you back to the commentary position here at the Dan Darrigan Sports Oval. And as I've mentioned, the scoreboard going into the final quarter of the 2022 ILUKA Reserves Grand Final here in the CMFL. We'd like to thank our major sponsors today before we run through the scorecard yet again. Adam Shields Realty, thank you for coming on board along there with Axis Tech. We've got the Lancelin Seafood Fish and Chips. Also one of our sponsors for today. Fresh Carpet, Tile and Grout and Cleaning Services have done a marvellous job, so we'd like to also thank that major sponsor. And of course our scoreboard sponsor and goal sponsor being Bungalow Beach, and of course our overall sponsor. The reserves is the 2022 ILUKA Reserves Grand Final. Macca has joined me back in the commentary position as we start things in the final term, and it's Sutherland Mason who won the tap as we wait a full 25 minutes or 20 minutes before the Premier is going to be announced. At this stage, with Sutherland Mason taking the ball out the centre of the ground, I would suggest it's going to be Cervantes in a canter. That ball was turned over, it came to Jed Simmons, he handballed the ball out wide there to McCoy. Interesting looking kick. Haven't picked up this bloke's name too much there, number 13, must have just come on the ground at the start of the fourth quarter there, being in Kai Mercherin. He moved the ball to centre wing. Cervantes with numbers yet again through Riley Hucker. Goes to the left boot to one of my favourite players on the ground, and that is Kai Allen, who marks at the broadcast half-forward flank. Allen, disposal about his only limit. Better kick, I thought. Goes looking for Hush in the forward pocket. Oh, surely had enough of that, you would have thought. Umpire says play on. O'Rourke lurking with that familiar big body. Goes across the face. Murray had a bit of a crack at it. I think the ball might be still in, is it? Just rolled over the chalk. But I tell you what, Kai Allen, a lot to like about it. I would say that he's going to be one of those blokes that could push from lead position if he hangs around the Tiger Sharks. Been one of their better players, especially in that second half. As we wait for the ball to be thrown back in, the fair old Mop, the 15-year-old, throws the ball back in. Hush to do the ruck work. He'll be up against there in Tommy Abbott. Abbott just shoved out of the way. Comes to my man Kai Allen. Right foot snap across the body, if you don't mind. From the top of the goal mouth. Kicks his first of the afternoon. The Sharks have closed the gate. Come back and grab the canola after it's been swathed. 10 goals, 11. Lanceland 4 goals, 1 on the Bungalow Beach scoreboard. She's all over in my opinion, but as a broadcaster we'll keep things going. Wonderful finish there from Kai Allen.
He was, he's been sensational. Take a breath, mate. You're doing all the heavy lifting. Couldn't find our Adam Shields from Nutrient Harcourts Realty. We'll get to him after the game perhaps. But this quarter brought to you by Axis Tech. AxisTech.com. It's on all the socials. $10,000 worth of soil data to give away. Magnificent fire by Wes Lawrence. We'll get back to that, but just fire up on their webpage, on their LinkedIn, Wes Lawrence, $10,000 worth of product to give away today. So some lucky listener running out. Everyone turned their back on it. Hush in the right place at the right time. Takes an uncontested mark on the chest, 25 metres out, directly in front. The wheels are, yeah, you're right. She's on the rocks. The pirate ship. The treasure is being looted by the Cervantes Tiger Sharks as we speak. Hush is going to have a shot on goal. They kicked 1 point today. He's been lively forward, but I reckon he'll celebrate this one. The right foot kick, drops it low, straight through the middle. 2 on the board in the second quarter. They go to 11-9, 11-11, 11-12, 11-11.
11-11, Macca, I've got down. And Hush. Yeah, I suppose a bit of pressure's gone off Cervantes, as I know they've got the trophy in the cabinet, but I'll tell you what, as I mentioned, if he just got a couple more kicks a little bit lower, probably could have kicked 4 or 5 today. But naturally the work ethic will probably drop off a little bit from Lanceland, as I know that the premiership glory is starting to float away, but there's an opportunity just to play the kids through the midfield, keep working hard, keep representing your club. There's nothing tougher than playing in a grand final that you know that you can't get back.
Nah, that's character building, I think they call it. It's either that or bloody hard work, as you said.
Yeah.
Back in the centre of the ground, going to get cleared by the Pirates. He's tried hard all day, which is Williamson. Called to play on, now just hacked forward by Brodie Moller. Good mark there, just 55 from home by French.
Been good, had a crack.
Left foot barrel on the boot, it's sailing forward and just knocked back by guess who? Thompson. Comes back now to Jurinovich. He cocks that up, it's going to be cleared up by the Tiger Sharks. Waiting to get out of that big mess of players, goes inboard. Everyone's running over it. It's desperate there. What can they do? The man with the golden left foot can have another crack, which is Ryan French. That was a beautiful barrel.
Well, I thought it had the journey there for a moment, but the slight breeze, this 1-goal breeze, got hold of it in the end. But good entertainment there, I thought, from French. You've got to do a few of those things. If you can do it, flaunt that skill, you might as well have a crack. And they've got a free kick out of all this, Lanceland. This is an opportunity for them to not necessarily have a shot at goal, because I'm pretty sure Sutherland Mason doesn't mind handballing the footy, but he may be proving me wrong and go back and wander this through over the chalk from 45.
There you go, right
goes
on
the
cue.
handball, and he found Temby, who shoots on goal, and that's gone across the face and missed the lot.
Misses the barn door. Temby kicked one of the first. He's flying shot from 55. Now the Tiger Sharks going to bring it in. Going to go across the face of goal, throw off the boot of Rolls. Finds his teammate, dealt with, play on. Now the white boots, you've got to be good to wear white boots. Now goes to Thompson. He'll give this medal a bit of a shake. He goes out in front of a player. Carson marks it. The skipper is on inboard and they try to find him. It's Mason Sutherland just not getting the hands on it. Right in the bullseyes of Dan Darrigan Oval. Difficult kick to mark by anyone who was remotely leading for the ball, because it went fair off the side of the boot. Umpires circling, not coming out of there. Ball up, 53 metres out from the Cervantes goal. 5.5 minutes gone last term.
Yeah, one of the better, more better spring days that you'll see within this area, and the Sharks, they are going to finish off a beautiful day with a kick out of that scrimmage. It came from Bailey Frank Hewitson, and he found our man Hush, who just quietly, he's cut back inside, nice little 2 or 3 metres, just to straighten things up. But if you're the local bouncer, you don't tend to argue too much if you're a skinny kid like myself. So Hush, you would think, would put this through for his 3rd, shoot from 12 metres, and I've mozzed him.
Nope.
I think that may have just snuck inside. That might have even had a bit of a sniff of the paint on the way through. The umpire said that's a major. That goes to their 12th. They go to 12 goals, 11 is my understanding on the Bungalow Beach scoreboard. Thank you to our major sponsors today, and Lanceland, as I mentioned, 4 goals, 1. They looked okay in the first couple of minutes of this last quarter, but when Savannies go forward, they go forward with bite, with dare, with dash, and they tend to finish you off every time.
Too many targets, haven't they? Up forward, it's Carsten's there. We alluded before, Murray's been good today. Hush is just starting to come into his own, but he's presented a target all day, has Hush, and some of the young fellas have got in amongst it. Kai Allen has had another good game, back in the centre of the ground. Mason Sutherland gets a decisive knock, but it's spoiled, spiked. I reckon that'd be Jacob Road. He's had another good game as well. Sold his teammate down the river, now goes to Rose. He's going to get met. Nate just pulled the trigger, running back with a fly. The ball goes to Kai Allen, runs into Hush. Oh, slung on the ground. That's dangerous tackle. Free kick goes to the young fella. Not necessarily. No. Put tongue into gear, mate. Casey Howe, a sling. The young fella will have a shot on goal right from where Hush had a shot, which put it through about a minute and a half ago.
So Kai Allen will settle. We've got a perfect viewpoint here from the grandstand commentary position live here at the Dandaragan Sports Complex, and Allen will just have to onto this nice little left to right. There, I think it might be Jeb Simmons who's coming off. And I'll tell you what, Allen certainly have only got better and better as the game has progressed. Number 13.
He might be famous, I reckon, that kid on the mark. I reckon someone's going to chop that out and send it into the footy show. And we might be famous by association by crawling a brown eye on filming footy at a grand final in Dandaragan.
I'm not sure if he pushes the shovel during the week, that young bloke, but I don't think too many brains are rolling through, and I don't think Mum would be too happy, or his auntie.
Yeah, you had no present for you. We got a 666 here, which is a warning. Doesn't know where he's going. He's supposed to be in the middle. Now he's going back out on the wing. Just a warning. One of my favourite rules, the old 666. You would love that being a coach, mate.
Oh, it's you've got to go along with what everyone else is playing, but it's frustrating nonetheless. And peeled out of the middle there by Bailey Frank and Hewitson. Just read the tap there of Sutherland Mason like he's been doing for the last few times. Defensively though, Lanceland can mop up, and they went through Ben Horn, who came back in board and found Merchant, who overran the football, gets it on the boot, but the turnover was always going to be inevitable. And Frank Hewitson, the German, will just peel off the wing position. He'll just kick the ball back in board and find Jacob Rose. Rose will play on. Hush is in box seat. Goes over the top. Has Foster give it away? A free kick. Wow. He has. Nothing in that. 2 big blokes battling in the last quarter of the grand final. That would be the definition of penalising a defender for the sake of it.
You don't have to be dead to be stiff, do you?
No, Reid Foster, I thought, didn't do a lot wrong. You've got to remember though, and I'm calling this from 80 metres away, but Hush actually was the one that put his left hand into the chest of Foster when the ball wandered up for the marking contest. And out of nowhere, Foster, to my knowledge, will join Murray as the leading goal kicker on the ground, and he has been mozzed by me.
Welcome to the commentator's curse.
And he's missed to the left-hand side. It's gone through for a behind. And that would leave Savannies at this stage, 13-12 is my understanding, on the Bungalow Beach scoreboard to Lanceland, 4-1. They have not troubled the goal scorers for some time.
Fullback says, bugger this. No, pussyfooting around. He's gone. Yep, that's 50. He's gone into the centre of the ground. The Savannies player just trying to tap it out. Jacob Rhodes trying to tack it out of the hand of Ben Riley. So now he's got 50. And now that's a 50 right through the centre square. No one's, they do just stand on the mark. getting close to the man on the marker. It's a tough kick forward, pushed in the back, played on, says the umpire. Will they clear it by Franken Hughes? And no, gets it in the hands of his teammate in Heyman. Heyman now, didn't see what's coming from his left, a swinging right arm into the guts for play on. Goes to Sutherland Mason, high, pulling on the hair. Well, there's a lot to grab. But no one's near him, so we are going to see if he can kick. And kick he can. He kicked that with his left while off his right foot. That's difficult to do.
Very unusual to do. Peaked for his height, I would say.
Yeah. Yeah, it's a bit like watching a camel trying to knit. It was difficult to watch, but it did come off. Now they get it forward through Wiggers. Wiggers goes to centre half forward. Everyone's going for the man, not the ball, except for Thompson. He just puts his head down, gets it into the centre, goes to his ruckman, finds him. Waiting now, just hand passes it to Thompson, to another player. I reckon it might have been Frank Hewinson. Goes to Hush, right foot outside the body. Boot, point. 4 goals, 3 to Brandon Hush. Tick over 12 minutes into the last term.
Yeah, there's lots to like about Hush. He looks like he's come off some 20-year CSI case that he's been following around as a local detective, or he drives a truck or runs a steel mark. Wouldn't want to meet him in a dark alley because I reckon he'd sort you out, especially if you're dating his daughter. Down the side of the ground, and that would be in the hands of Harry Grieve. Another young fella there for Lansland. Plenty of young fellas within the mix. I would have thought so. And Lansland, out of all that, have gone forward a good 70-odd metres from that Harry Grieve kick. And there'll be a throw-in some 35 metres around, just in front of the St John's 10 out there, and do a wonderful job for country football. We pay homage to the ladies and gents out there.
It's unique to country footy that we have an ambulance at the ground, really important. You see every now and then, I think there's a women's AFL, there's a lady who broke her leg the other day. 50 minutes the game was held up before they actually got her out. That's at the highest level. So we take it for granted in the country footy that we have these volunteers come up and set up for 10.
You're absolutely right there, Macca, and it's quite amazing the amount of money that's been poured into the fabric and the structure of women's football, and we're finding those situations really, it's quite embarrassing for the AFL at the highest level if that's the case. And negligent, if you ask me. The ball thrown back in, big fella there in Dylan Sutherland Mason won it down. He's tried hard all day, his kicking has been lacking a little bit of desire. Here's an opportunity, he's in the van there, Elijah Temby, for his second kick on goal. Didn't make the distance, Williamson will snap and he'll kick a point.
He deserved better. He's been one of their best today. He's kicked 2, one in the first, one in the second. Probably one of their few clear winners.
Temby should have kicked that. He had enough space, he gathered, he just held the, I've done this myself, he held the ball way too high before you connect it to your boot, and that tends to mean you're not going to cover the distance. Takes 1 to no one, and it'll be Savanis to bring the ball back in from full back.
Runs outside of his 10-yard square. I don't know that he meant to kick it to him. He called play on because it was a bump ball. Puts it under his wing and has a bounce. Two things to bouncing it, mate. You throw it to the ground, then you've got to catch it when it comes back. Fortuitous, he goes to Haskell. He goes to the wing and turns it over and gets it in the hands. I'm going to go to Wiggers. Wiggers now on the centre wing. Back to centre half forward. Williamson, 1-2. No, didn't mark it. Comes back to tackle. You need to get it out. Taken to ground, not getting out of that tackle. That was Matthew Potter, a very late inclusion today. Going to be ball up, 40 metres out, directly in front of the Lancelin goal.
Tackling's been a feature from both sides today. Sutherland Mason lost that tap. That hasn't happened too many times today. Just comes out the back. Riley had it just for a moment before he's set upon by a couple of tiger sharks who hadn't had dinner yet.
Big chomp marks all through him.
Yep. No, he's sitting on the beach in Coral Bay for that one. That had off the coast of Margaret River somewhere, all over that. Thrown up, Sutherland Mason wins it again. Who's it going to be? Riley peels off the pack. Smart hand pass, came back for the Wiggers. He just torpedoes the ball to a full forward position. The marking in defence is Damien Thompson. Made pretty good across that back pocket, half back position. He weighs about 35 kilos in the sun, but he's certainly tried hard. And he'll just repel from the fence. Thompson gave him a bit of a shove then. Off the ground there was our mystery man in Jordan Durovic, who just socked the ball towards goal. There's been a snap around the body, across the face. I think that might have been off the boot there of Williamson. been their best today, and it goes through 4A behind. Bungalow Beach scoreboard. 4 goals, 3 to Lancelin. In reply, Savannies 13 goals, 12. Well and truly have the trophy in the cabinet as they bring the ball out from fullback.
16 minutes gone, final terms, not giving up, Lancelin. Oh, brilliant searching hand pass by Riley, goes to his teammate but not to his advantage. Selling some candy, brilliantly done there is Delic. Now he spots the player right in the centre. Williamson, I'd reckon, I'd hope so, he's had a good day. Marks it, been told to hurry up because if they're going to kick 9 goals they need to do it in a hurry. It is Williamson, directly in front, 15 metres out. Deserves a goal here. He has been non-stop all day. Riding in, headband on, locks flowing, keep his head over the ball. It's a good kick. It's not. Welcome to the commentator's curse. 2 goals, 3 points in the last quarter.
And probably, you know, all going well, could have finished with that 4 goals, but hasn't been good enough just to finish off things. But I would say he's easily in the top 5 players on the ground, including a number of Savannah players that have been clearly impressive as Blake Cully bring the ball out from fullback, and he finds Thompson, Preston Simmons I should say, who marks in a back pocket.
Hey, got a shout out to Access Tech who's bringing this last quarter. Thanks to all our broadcast partners today. Wes and his team down at Access Tech. They computerise or digitise all your current records. They can sell all your soil mapping equipment, all your weather stations, do all this sort of stuff, big data, yield maps, get it all together, and they're giving away $10,000. So get on to their social media platforms and find out what's going. But don't argue. Geez, you bit more off that you can chew there. You got a big mouthful of gristle and you're still chomping, and it did not work. Williamson said, "Not today, mister. Sit on your crumpet because I've got the free kick." On the wing on the outer side goes to Nathan Sullivan, and if they got Sullivan Mason, I'm sorry, if anyone's got any idea, you'd get around him because he's going to hand pass, and hand pass he does. Goes back to Williamson, comes out the back. Oh, that might be Thompson deep in defence. Dangerous kick, very dangerous kick, but effective. Everyone's just stopped out there. This game's in the bag. Now they go high up into the centre of the oval. It's going to hurt if that man catches hold of you, but he doesn't. It's marked there by John Murray. Quite in the second half. Goes over the head of the Carson, but he turns everyone inside out, looking for his shepherd. Carson runs to 40, has a running shot on goal, leaves it narrow.
Fair to say he was disappointed with the shot on goal. As we have a change on the bench there, we have Wayne Shaw coming back on, one of the older fellas coming back on.
Murray, I'd reckon.
I think it is. And with the game in the tin, it must be no sweeter feeling on a Saturday afternoon when you know that you've won the grand final. The kick, backhand in the inside of the 50. Umpire said it was touch, wasn't it?
Yeah, I was just about to say centimetre perfect.
It landed on the chest center of Jordan Cully. It would have had an easy shot for goal. Here's another opportunity for Savannies just to apply some more pain. No one on the ruck. Here comes Kai. Bends around the body. Kai Allen.
If he kicked that,
this afternoon.
If he kicked that, I reckon he might have got the medal, you know.
He's been so good this last 3 quarters.
Hey, Rourke must be injured because he's probably the best player out there in the first half.
Yeah, that cork that he copped on the head hasn't been able to recover or shake that, you would have thought. So, interesting to see how they give it to. Thompson, centre half back, has been very good. Number 11 as well, he's been good. Jacob Rose all day, kicked a goal in the first. I think he's still a smoky though, Alan. He's been around the ball enough, he's been flashy in front of goals, set up a couple. He's still out there. Always helps Foster, and he goes short and he finds Ben Riley, who marks at a traditional back pocket position. He'll just go back. These boys will trade up a couple of possessions. The mark taken there by Reid Foster. We've played 19 and 3/4 minutes. It is the 2022 ILUKA Reserves Grand Final, and to finish, it's a massive congratulations to the Savannies Tiger Sharks Football Club. They finish on 13 goals, 14 I have, Macca, but we can correct that for our viewers and listeners. 13-14 I have down for the Savannies Tiger Sharks. They have defeated Lancelin comfortably, 4 goals to. The choice of medal is going to be very, very interesting. I think easily the best player for the Lancelin Pirates today was Mitch Williamson, who was a goal kicker, probably could have finished with 5 if he kicked straight, probably had close to 25 possessions around the ground. And then you go across to the Savannies Sharks. Well, they had a number of good players. We've mentioned the exploits of Matthew Thompson across centre half back. We've mentioned the game there of Murray, not necessarily the best player on the ground, but the old bugger could certainly finish. Kai Allen was dominant through that midfield. I thought Morgan O'Rourke had a very, very good first half. Jed Simmons, not the best player, but certainly was serviceable across half forward.
Probably, if we're honest, his third quarter really set him up, didn't he? He was on fire in that third quarter.
And I thought they were very well led there by Ben Marston, the captain, who traded positions really. He spent some time down across half back and also across half forward in that last quarter. So congratulations to the Savannah's Tiger Sharks, their coach there, Eddie McCrill. He's the gentleman that's been written down at the top of the page. There's going to be a fair old night, you would say, if they can stitch them up in the league. They have been the better side on the day. And Lancelin, for their first appearance since being in the competition since 2009 and having a reserve side, a serviceable effort. They'll learn a lot from that, and let's just hope going forward that they can hang on to some of those kids and mount a challenge for next year.
We do indeed. We'll just make sure all this has worked before I go down there, and we'll catch all the presentations. While they do those presentations, mate, you might as well get something to eat, because we've got a long day ahead of us, because we aren't going to get a break, because this stream is going to go all day. Now, you're not going to have a break and break in another one for the league game. So,
and I'll never say no to some tucker. So,
and it's right down at the bottom of the rickiest ladder you've seen in your life, which is not going to pass any OH&S.
I'll go
down. They're down there behind you, mate. So we'll get all that organised. But if you put our microphone back in, we'll just go and interview some of the winners.
Good on you, Macca. As we mentioned, the league contest coming up this afternoon. And it's going to be a massive game this afternoon. It is going to be Moora, the Mavericks, up against a bit of a double up here at Savannah's Tiger Sharks. They're coached by Lewis Harvey. And then the Moora Mavericks are coached there by Adam Cockey, the former Subiaco champ, and also was on the West Coast Eagles list and played a few games for the West Coast Eagles back in the early to mid 2000s. Their assistant coaches for the Moora Mavericks, Sam McGilvray and Rob Cox, and as I mentioned, Lewis Harvey will be the coach for the Savannah's Tiger Sharks in today's contest for the league. Some pretty prominent names too within this list for the Savannah Sharks. We don't have to introduce Mark LaCroix. He's certainly a player of tremendous name and folitude for the Savannah Sharks. And of course Mitch Van Berlo too, a very prominent player that will be playing at the Sharks this afternoon in the grand final. And probably the most well-known player, I would say, would be the coach of the Moora Mavericks, there being Adam Cockey, who's played at AFL level. We're just waiting for Macca to peel off and grab an interview. He's been the man so far, and he's found, it looks to me like the captain there for the Savannah Sharks. And we'll go down to Ben Marston now.
Six of us, mate.
A big day for the Savannah's Football Club. We'll start to walk over these presentations. Probably really, if we're honest, even first half, but that third quarter you really put them to the sword.
Yeah, we did. Yeah, that first quarter was a final. But yeah, that third quarter was the premiership quarter, as they say. So yeah.
Kai Allen, probably the youngest man out there. That was pretty impressive effort.
Mate, he plays like he's one of us, like a 40-year-old. He's an absolute star, this kid. So you'll see him around in the Savannah's jump for a long time, I reckon.
Hush was quiet in the first half, but kicked a few in the last. And John Murray, the veteran, he was pretty good too.
Oh, yeah. But good on Muzza. But Hush, he's been such good for us this year in the forward line. To take a strong contested grab, and yeah, that's what we love. So,
congratulations, go and enjoy the bite, and probably see you. Just want to say goodbye to your family. See you in about a couple of days' time.
Yeah, I will. I'll see you later.
Coach McCrill. A super coach in a minute somewhere. He's hiding.
Just waiting for Ian McNeil to find out some award winners down there for the best on ground. Of course, just like to go through our major sponsors today while we have the opportunity before we cross down to Ian McNeil again. Our golf sponsors today, Bungalow Beach House, have been absolutely outstanding. Axis Tech, who brought us the last quarter. As we cross down to Macca, we'll be back to thank our sponsors in a matter of time. He's speaking to the great man himself down there. It looks to me like he's speaking to Hush.
A bit of celebrating tonight, these young fellas.
Yeah, definitely. Get back to the club and get around it.
Good luck to you.
Cheers.
Today I've got Jason from ILUKA here to present.
Short and sharp there from Macca. We thank him for his efforts today as we wait on the medal winner. And that's going to be very interesting to see. I think out of all of this contest, I think Mitch Williamson will probably be a dark horse for the medal. Of course, he's on the opposition side there for the Lancelin Pirates, but I would be thinking that my choice would be number 18 across their defence. I thought Matthew Thompson was the best on ground as we wait on the decision to be made. O'Rourke, as we mentioned, very good in that first half. Tailed off Kai Allen, another prominent figure, and he's done it. Kai Allen has won the medal. He was one of our choices. What a superb last 3 quarters. Could have kicked 5 goals. He finished with 2 goals, 3. Probably had close to 27 touches. Was everywhere across the ground. Half back, through the midfield, played in the middle, across half forward, set up goals. A very deserving medal winner for the reserves. 2022 ILUKA Reserves Grand Final. So the official winner for the medal, Kai Allen, and a big congratulations to him. What a wonderful achievement, and something that he will never forget going forward. As the coach for the Resi side of things in Ryan Shields comes up to talk on behalf of the Lancelin Pirates and to thank his charges for a wonderful effort in their first grand final since being in the competition since 2009. Short and sweet there from Ryan Shields. And in tandem we'll have Eddie McCrill, who will come up and have a chat on the behalf of the deserving winners, the Cervantes Tiger Sharks, getting not necessarily getting over the line today. They dominated, especially after half time. As we go through the score, 3-3 at quarter time to Lancelin 2 straight. From there on, the game was pretty much effectively over at 3/4 time, with the lead being Cervantes 9 goals 11 to Lancelin 4 goals 1. And in the finish, it was Cervantes 13 goals 14 over Lancelin 4 goals 2. So pretty much in the book it was going to be a 10 to 11 goal victory there to Cervantes, who continue their absolute dominance within the CMFL. And they are a side that just consistently achieves. As the first medal winner that called out is Jed Simmons. Kicked a couple of goals today, very serviceable off a half-back line, and a good player with the long hair. He certainly will be noticed going forward. Josh Potter collecting his medal. Didn't have the most dominant day, but certainly had a crack in the finish. Matthew Potter, there's a few of the Potters getting around in this side. And there's the medal winner there in Kai Allen, collecting his medal. A premiership medallion and also best on ground. Zach Heyman coming up to collect his medal. Pretty good across that half-back and wing position. Bodie McCoy, pretty serviceable across the midfield also. We mentioned O'Rourke, who was very good, I thought, in that first half and set them up. Jordan Cully, another good player. Rhett Milliken, also another player that had a crack, especially in that second half. Jacob Rose, classy left footer, kicked a nice goal in that first quarter and got him going. Michael Thompson collecting his medal, I thought was okay. Cameron Bock, pretty quiet, but a medal winner nonetheless with the famous green boots. Matty Thompson, who I thought was probably going to be, other than Kai Allen, the deserving medal winner, collects his medal. And then we have Ben Marston, the captain, very, very proudly collects his medal. John Murray kicked 4 goals, was wonderful, I thought. And overall, Adam Huskell along there with Shane Rouse, another popular medal winner, as Shane Rouse bringing his child in arms. So a precious bundle there, a medal and his bub to share it with. Trent Frank. 4 goals in the finish. Probably could have finished with 6. And the last of our medal winners, number 47, Angrove. Didn't call his name too much, but he's part of it. Bailey, Frank Hubertson, and also Wayne Shaw. So that makes a total of all the players that have collected a medal for the winners of the 2022 ILUKA Reserves Grand Final. Savannah's too strong in the finish, 13 goals 14 over Lancelin 4 goals 2. The medal going also to their coach and Eddie McCrill, and also I imagine the umpires will be receiving their medals as Savannah's, the Tiger Sharks, take position and will proudly show this large crowd out here at the Dandaragan Recreation Centre or Sporting Complex the trophy. They are the official winners for this contest. They have been a dominant figure throughout the season, and this has got to be one of their more favourite bits of country football. The chant and the one finger, one digit to go up, you'd suggest. The medal in the mouth. And there it is. They are crowned the premiers. The Savannah's Tiger Sharks have won the CMCFL ILUKA Reserves Premiership for 2022, and a massive congratulations to them. What a performance. Convincing winners, as I mentioned, 13 goals 14 to 4 goals 2. We'll be back in a matter of moments, 5 to 10 minutes at this stage, as we get ready for the league fixture this afternoon. As I mentioned, that'll be between the Moora Mavericks and the Savannah Sharks, and we'll be back to cover that fixture this afternoon. It's going to be a very, very entertaining afternoon here on Footy Darts TV, and we'll be working at bringing you that fixture very, very shortly.
way back before we had was here, so we go along the way to my mother, who's an Anderson, all down from Berwick. And then my grandfather was born at Colburn Park, where we used to live and Dad used to work. So it's very, it's very special to me. So so with the respect of everybody in that, I also have to pay respect to everybody and the sign of respect and protocol which do these back to traditional times prior to colonisation. So without further ado, I'd like to thank you for inviting me here today. Thank you.
Good afternoon and welcome to the 2022 ILUKA Grand Final at Darrington Central Midlands Coastal. My name is Ian McNeil, joined by Dan Hobley. Welcome, mate.
Yeah, very good afternoon to you, Macca. Two sides that are deserving to be here for the 2022, as you mentioned, ILUKA Grand Final. I see umpire Dean Marquette's just throwing the coin aloft, and it looks to me, what have we got out of that? I think there might have been a win to the Mavericks for their skipper there in not Lewis Harvey, I should say, Kurt Tanner.
Hey, looking forward to this one. The Mavs went down a big way into Cervantes, but they've shared the honours throughout the year, two each, and some very close ones. But he's fetched the muscles in the second semi, didn't they, the Tiger Sharks?
I think their experience has come to the fore. You have a look through this side, there's a lot of it. When I look at the likes of James Venturini, he's been around the side for a long time, especially throughout country football in general.
Former state player, I mean, leading kicker and goal kicker in the Avon for about 7 or 8 years, so yeah, hugely.
Yeah, Mitch Van Bello is another player that brings a lot of experience. Mark McGrath's the obvious one, but and their captain Lewis Harvey been around for a while too. So
former state captain. Big out for the Mavs. Adam Cocky didn't pop in his knee last week in the prelim. That's going to take some shifting. He played state footy this year over in Adelaide.
Yeah, and also too, he's went through a bit of a situation there where he put on a bit of beef, but he sort of got back in a position.
He's in good nick now, the moment.
Yeah, got fitter. And I think those hamstring and soft tissue injuries, you know, don't have to be on someone to know that it doesn't really help if you're carrying a little bit of extra weight. So for him to get through all that, get the weight back off, and then to do a knee is a massive out. And really, when I think about it, I think that could be the difference today, with my tip being Cervantes to go on and win the dual premiership and get their league up. I look at that Mav side, plenty of experience through it, but I just get the feeling that Cervantes just have the ability to move the ball fractionally quicker, I think, and that could have the Mavericks in some bother.
Thanks to the Mavs, we've got number 40 saying out there, which is not in our book, so thanks for that, guys. I'm going to go with that's Tyson Lord.
I would be going with that too.
Which is, come on Whaler, well you're better than that. He will become the most successful, if they win today, the most successful Savannah's Tiger Shark in the history of the game. So looking forward to that one. No, he is there. I'm just sorry about that. I'm just looking at the wrong side. Tyson Lord is there. Jim Venturing, they will be kicking to the left of the commentary dial, the Savannah's Tiger Sharks. Yaron Street, Dean Margetts and Reese Margetts. Reese Margetts in the last two medal counts. That they've had has got the golden whistle. So
there was a dispossession there of Dylan Allen, I thought. The umpire didn't pay the free kick. That was a kick, I thought, to the Mavericks early, all wrapped up on the outer side of the ground, the outer wing. And Jones will go up again and do the ruck work for the Mavericks. Been impressive early with winning the first couple of taps. Back into the path there of Savannah's midfield as they poke the ball towards half forward. Defensively, you'd have to say the Mavericks are going to have to be onto it, and they are onto it pretty early there through Riley Tanner, although he was stripped of the football, picked up there by Dylan Allen. Allen handballed it to no man's land, and eventually, through the aid of the defence of Moora Mavericks, they managed to absolutely butcher that. Savannah's
hold the ball, free kick.
Well, pretty lucky, I would have thought, out of all that to get a free kick out of the half-back position for the Mavs, and through Tanner they'll repel from half-back marker.
Goes to the centre wing, right in front of the grandstand, high in there, too strong, too big. It was Ben McGilvray, couldn't get it down. Shout out to the Ajanding stud. I reckon that's dating one of the daughters, Ben McGilvray. Had a magnificent night at the Mortlock dinner on Wednesday night.
Not a bad move, wouldn't have thought.
Yeah, thanks to the Ajanding stud for all they do in the Mortlock. Bouncing ball, not taking possession. Oh, meeting front on, play on, says the umpire. Lucky to get away with that. Whilst on the ground coming in hard was Gus Devitt. Ball up once again.
One thing I've noticed straight away, Macca, is just the dominance of Jones in the ruck. Beer getting pushed off the ball really easily. That's going to be telling for the Mavericks as the ball is wrapped up right in front of their commentary position. And there's Luke Thompson, needs no introduction. The ball head, certainly a good-looking figure out there. Jones again wins the ruck tap, but the Savannah Sharks have numbers for the moment around the football, one being Jacob Green, who was thrown back over the line. I thought it could have almost been done for holding the ball.
Got away with that one, just went for the safety of the boundary line. Umpire Street unsighted with that one, with his back to it. Umpire throws it in. Good throw in. B is out the back with a clear touch out. Running back on it is Sam McGilvray, former bang at Perth. Gets a teammate in Mays. Mays goes forward, gets it in the hands of Bill Jones. Jones, they run comes from behind. Good spot up. Oh, he could have kept going, but he stopped and propped, and it's Will Riley. Now waiting for it to come forward. The lead comes. It's a big, long lead. Errant kick. Bounced. He said he claimed it. That's throwing the ball. It's dropping the ball. It's everything. Now it's holding the man. He's not had a good start to the day. Yaron Street, you'll be dropped to the reserve next week. You're lucky it's the grand final. Free kick to the Mavs.
Yeah, so Mavs will go back, and you would suggest settle things here for the Mavericks and shoot on goal. How they've got a free kick out of that is beyond me. The Tiger Sharks defence trying to make a couple of Tiger Shark tackle stick, and I thought they did the job. So Mavs will shoot from 49, runs on the arc. That new rule certainly makes a mockery of things for a defender. It lands on the chest there, number 19 in defence for the Sharks there, an Og. And has the nickname Raccoon. So he obviously loves your tucker, or he likes banging on your door at 4 o'clock in the evening.
Savannah's has it, kicks it forward through Orford, finds a teammate in centre half back position, which is Frost. He goes inboard, sets his teammate a task, but he's up to it. Marks it, does the young man. Still at centre half back, messing around, left foot kick in by to Chisler, finds the teammate, gets it to Daniel Frost. Still backwards of centre, still feeling each other out. The Mavs in their short history have done particularly well. Now they go wide out. It's a very good kick and finds the helmeted man on the outer wing.
Number 7.
Gus Devitt. Devitt in towards Venturini, I would suggest. over the head of the intended target, but Jimmy was there lurking, as he always does.
Great kick from Frost, wasn't it? On the arc, opening up the other side of the ground, just giving a bit of, idea and structure for the forwards to run up to. And you mentioned it was Venturi that has taken the mark.
The superstar, 4.5 minutes gone, first turn.
Venturini, I should say, I'll get it right.
Jimmy Venturini kicking from 40 metres out on a 45-degree angle. Just crosses the paint. It's going to go right to the teeth of goals, over the head of everyone, through for one behind only. Kicked 7 a few weeks ago, but been relatively well held through in his time up here in the Central Midlands Coastal. This year, 10 years at the Keller Tammon Football Club, with about 4 or 5 premierships to boot, I think.
Very, very good club out there at the mighty Cougarland, and they've got a good-looking bar and a good-looking racetrack that certainly gets some service. Beer flew over the top of the pack. Jones been the better ruckman so far. Picked up there by Tanner. Umpire Dean Margetza says, I know what I'm doing when it comes to umpiring, and the kick has been awarded there to Orford. Orford, waste no time. That's a good kick to LaCroix!
Oh!
Well, I wanted to call that name since I saw him on the sheet this morning. I'll tell you what, he led with purpose. Needs no introduction as Mark LaCroix. That was a very good kick, I thought. Got on with things there.
Really good
Tom
mark.
Orford.
Really good mark.
Oh, strong overhead. And
Total 10 Solutions, Myrie. Thanks to Colin Gibbs. Thanks for your support for Get This Filming Footy broadcast to air. Mark LaCroix from 35 metres out, just in from the boundary, probably getting plenty of advice from the bar. Ball's on its way, starts right, wanders back left, goes across the face. 2 points only.
Yeah, there's been...
Bungalow beats House Cervantes. 2 points. Cervantes yet to score more.
Sorry, mate. We're half back. That's been marked there by Keenan Mays. Both shots at goal from Venturini and LaCroix have been on similar sides of the ground. They haven't been able to straighten up in that centre forward position, and probably the reason why on the Bungalow Beach scoreboard, a wonderful sponsor of ours in the 2022 ILUKA Grand Final for the league, that they lead at the present time 2 points to nothing. Beer, Jones again wins the tap. It's into the path there of the running number 13 and Kurt Tanner. Been prominent early, goes to half forward. Or semi-half forward, in between wing and half forward. Cervantes
you're in some trouble there, buddy. You are in some trouble there. You're in some trouble there. He was just rolling towards the boundary line, and it just couldn't get there. Well done. Goes to Ben McGilvray.
Well, you don't see often the number 62 as McGilvray goes to that pocket position. Jones could be a target. Players fly. It bounced off the chest there from Josh Devitt Boyd in defence. Nicknamed Two Mums. I don't think I'd be too happy with that. And there'll be
two mums or two dads.
You throw in some 15 to 20 metres around in that right forward pocket. Love the game of Jones so far. He's been really good for the Mavericks. Yeah. Been really important. Now floating across as a loose player.
Ball got down by Jack Beer. Wrapped up in a tackle, not coming out of there. Big boy that Ben McGilvray, isn't he?
Some massive lads out there for the Mavericks. I don't know if there's any meat left north of the border, but they've certainly had a crack.
Whistling in to go the defensive effort is the Tiger Sharks, and shovelled out of bounds. Trevor, work out how to turn that thing off so I don't have to unlock it each time, will you?
Mate, well, I'm not going to know the face ID yet. You're a good looking man, but probably not that good looking. Beer to do the ruck work. It just bounced off his chest. A couple of Sharks ran into it. Eventually it was picked up there by Lewis Harvey, the captain. Just threw it on the boot. Jones overran it after singing his praises. Gave up a real simple ball.
Oh, strong tackle.
I tell you what, Maverick Hamilton ran into a sea of Mavericks. 3-on-1. The umpire said, Dean Margett said, free kick given away. And this is an opportunity now for Maverick Hamilton. He's another Mav to distribute the ball, and that's a poor kick. I think it's been stopped there by Ogg, is it? In defence.
Sam McGilvray might be.
McGilvray. They've gone to half forward, but the umpire's picked out a free kick, and that's going to, by the look of it, defensively they'll set up with Josh Devitt Boyd. So Two Mums goes short and finds Allen, who marks on centre wing, broadcast side of the ground.
The winner of the reserves, Cousin, gets it forward. Once again, it's an ill-directed kick. It's going to get chopped off by Curtis Purser. He centres the ball. Good kick, finds his teammate right on the outer wing, which is Bo Salvia. Goes out to the outer wing, shows a fair bit of the ball. Brilliant defence from behind by Luke Thompson. Just shovels it out in front of the man, matting solidly, but just good enough is Devitt. Goes forward and finds a teammate inside 50, puts it on his chest. Jacob Green will have a shot. That was good by Thompson. He had no right to get his hand in on that.
Oh, just desperation. That's what you need in these opening quarters of grand finals. And again, Green's going to be shooting from an almost identical position that Venturini shot for probably 5 minutes ago. And they need to shut the gate here and kick a goal because they've been dominant.
And right on cue. Kicking the goal for Cervantes, which gets the first one on the Bungalow Beach scoreboard. 1 goal, 2.
Jacob Green?
Jacob Green, I have no idea. I bloody should have watched that. We'll go to the replay, shall we?
Well, I'm pretty sure that was Green.
It is now.
Right footer. For the moment, it's going to be Jacob Green, but I tell you what.
His mum can ring us and tell us how it was. Jacob Green gets the first one on the board.
Well, we like to get these things right, Mac. I mean,
we're professionals down at filming footy. Thanks very much to... congratulations to the Central Midlands Coastal. We'll speak to the ILUKA representative after the game, and also the local directors. We got Matt Helms and Steve Gilbert, which will be presenting the WFA awards for the Premiership Trophy. So Matt Helms is running the show this year. And,
very good man, Matty Helms.
He's indeed another one of the stalwarts of the Central Midlands Coastal Footy League.
And an association medalist from memory.
Yeah, he's highly credentialed footballer, high in the air. Beer gets it clearly down. Oh, meeting solidly. That's nearly a chicken wing, but got him. Trampled up. Last man up. Bit of a push me, push you, belt you, punch you in the face. Sam McGilvray did it. I had memory as a school kid. He had anger issues back there. Ferocious competitor is Sam. He should be wearing a helmet, actually. He knows no other way.
Good 50-50 ball in the centre of the ground too. It's good to see Jones and Beer, that start to equal up on the rucks. We've had the likes of Tanner roll through, also Daniel Frost in the midfield there for the Cervantes Sharks, and they try and just bust the ball out through Hamilton. He just got it forward, socked it off the ground again there by Frost. I only mentioned his name a moment ago. That's a free kick to Cervantes, it's 10-half forward. In defence again, a good tackle. They wrapped him up. I think that might be Harvey, the skipper, who sat on the Mavericks defender.
He was a very grumpy man after last year's grand final loss. They don't know how to handle losing, Cervantes, because they don't do it very often.
Well, you don't want to be losing at any stage. Picked off by Frost again. Gets his own ball back. Just goes high and handsome. Looking for LaCroix over the top. Can't mark. It's not going to matter.
That'll be a push.
Because the umpires paid a push anyway. LaCroix came from third deep. That being Mark LaCroix. Of course, his brother Brent LaCroix played a lot of football at West Perth and North Melbourne, and the Mavericks, fortuitously, I would have thought, will peel out. And from half-back, they've got Cody Allen, who will distribute the football.
Into Ben McGilvray, still inside the defensive 50, goes down the outer wing. Wrestle off the ball, probably someone needs to look at it. Mavs are really bringing the heat in this first quarter. They just need to get some skin on. Does brilliantly, turns everyone inside out. 2-on-2, leaping high in the air, just a push play on, says the umpire. Now the run comes from the Tiger Sharks through the middle of the ground. Grack inside 50, 1v2. 1-2, good. 2, Mavericks flew at the ball. It's our goal kicker. Jacob Green gets it, goes forward and finds Louis Harvey, 40 metres out on the boundary line. He'll be looking to distribute this, you would suggest, waiting for the runners to come, and they do. Over the head, not marked on the second attempt. Then didn't get the clear disposal. Play on, says the umpire, circling his Reese Margets. He's just waiting, can't be buggered to blow his whistle. Eventually says, my turn, throw it up.
Yeah, the distribution has got to be better for Cervantes. You've got, genuine focal points like LaCroix, you've got Green, they keep going wide. There's no point to that. You can't kick goals, by yourself out in the car park, 60 metres out.
Selling some candy is Cervantes player in Devitt. He goes wide, finds a man by himself. Gets it in the hands of Adam Reid, goes long towards goal. LaCroix, what has happened? That's going to the arc. No, it's not, it's a goal. Mark LaCroix from the line has just got his big toe to it and just pushed it over right at the end. They're signalling for, we'll just go through that for them because we're doubling up extra page for us today as we go on the big screen, but yeah, clear goal.
Yeah, look, I thought he may have got lucky there, LaCroix. I thought it might have just been bobbing up and may have been a force through for a behind, but the smarts of Mark Lacroix as we ticked over to the 13.5-minute mark of the opening term. And this grand final is certainly going to be built off the back of forward pressure. Lacroix needs no introduction. Getting an early goal will settle him, and also Jacob Green.
Hey, you reckon the ladies down in the canteen have had a gutful of the commentators just ruining their quiet day down there?
I would have thought so.
Yeah, they've got some pies that are coming our way, and they're going to be hot, and they're just going to be throwing fair at our heads. McGilvray goes inboard. That's a cracking kick. Good mark, and the wing comes out and tries to get some collateral damage on Mitch Van Berlo, the big man in Simon Tunbridge. He's on one leg. Did a string last week. The former Eagle Giant, is it?
Yes.
And Morrow boy, I reckon. Simon Tunbridge. He's going to have a shot for goal, 25 metres out, 45-degree angle, right foot for a left, right side for a left footer, just pushes it across the face, a goal, one behind only.
You can see the experience shining through, just his approach on goal there, just a wonderful connection, guided it down quite easy. He's a big lad, Simon Tunbridge. I would say that he would be a key figure this afternoon if the Mavericks are going to get up in this 2022 ILUKA Grand Final out here at the Dandaragan Sporting Complex. The ball to be brought back in by 46, that being Tom Orford, who set up that first goal, but it's going to be a turnover. Landed on the chest there of the big ruckman there, and Bill Jones. He couldn't convince the umpire there, and Dean Margetts, that they've taken the ball, but eventually there's been a free kick paid, and it'll be taken in half-back. I have a feeling that's number 17 out there, and Adam Reid, who just wastes no time, and he puts it into the path there of Luke Thompson. He overran the football, but eventually it gets poked forward. Here's an opportunity for Cervantes to go again into a pocket, looking for Lacroix. Looked to me like to cop a shove in the back. Cervantes are going to be in a prime position, you would think, as the Mavericks all went to ground, and I thought they were pretty lucky in that circumstance because Cervantes having the numbers and McGilvray will clear the ball, and that looks to be finding Tanner, who's met very heavily at centre half back, and will distribute the ball for the Mavericks, who are hanging on at the moment inside the first 16 minutes of the 2022 ILUKA Grand Final. Louis
Harvey just copped a really high one, but didn't get a free kick because they'd already paid one to the Mavs in the last line. Leaping high before acceptances was Cervantes. Now they're off to the races. Right foot kick deep inside the attacking 50. Harvey had to stand and deliver. The pack meets him. Venturini goes wide. He's missed by, might be Devitt Boyd. Now the Mavs are going to clear. Just a chiselling kick, but it's a turnover. Wasting no time as the big ruckman. Ugly kick forward. Desperate defence by the Mavs, so they soccer it out. It's not going to clear. Oh, throwing it to himself. You got to get rid of it, son. That's dropping the ball. He had prior opportunity. Play on. Throwing out the back. Whistle's gone missing. Bouncing ball. Brilliantly done by, might be Orford. Tom Orford. He's kicking it in. Can he keep it in? No, that's out. Right on the spot. Brilliant call. Tristan Jacamara going, that was out. No, it wasn't. Now the umpire has to go and fox it.
He's been one of the better players on the ground. He's so
everywhere.
Desperate, absolutely desperate. There's been a change of the interchange. They're ringing them big time. Big number 28 there for Cervantes coming on. That would be Declan John Furness. Sounds like a movie star in the making. And he's gone to pick up, I think it might be McGilvray out there. The ball to be thrown back in. Beer and Jones, the ruck tap. Jones did the work. Brilliant. But just cut off there by Allen. Allen goes with the left foot. Poor kick though, and it's been picked off in defence by the Mavericks, and they will clear. Just trying to pick that number up. Might be Blake Bigg, who goes short and picks out number Sam McGilvray. Their numbers are hard to pick up, aren't they, on this jumper?
Hey, they're a stylish looking jumper.
They're a great jumper.
They are hard to see the numbers.
I'm not appreciating the lack of it. He goes down to Tristan Jacamara. He goes with an awful kick offered. He had it at all acceptances. Eventually they work it through. Good hand pass came from Maverick Hamilton. Coughed it up though. Here's an opportunity for the boys from Mora to just butter up across half forward, but they can't. And Cervantes will repel from half back and just got so many options. Beer called out his immediate teammate there, and eventually he'll peel off and go out to the outer centre wing. And where are the options going to come from? There's going to be at the feet of Lacroix. Who will bob up? Lacroix went to ground. Mora were lucky there. Plenty of players around this football. Cervantes, though, will do the correct thing, you would think, and wrap things up at centre half forward. There'll be an umpire will come in, ball it up. We've played a tick over 18 minutes, I would suggest.
Utah John Furness was the one who speared that ball inside. It just landed at the feet of Jimmy Venturini. You're spot on. 18.5 minutes gone. Bit of time on. Tyson Lord copped it high. Play on. No. Non-officiating umpire. It was one of those you just go with your knees and your head comes down. It wasn't a duck.
Tyson Lord, the recipient of that kick.
Right on his limit, I think.
Gee,
for the veteran.
They're in a spot of bother here, the Mavericks. If this goes through, they need a goal desperately. They've had enough of the peel that's probably gone down there in the last couple of minutes. They just haven't been able to stop this fast ball movement from halfback as Lord will shoot from 45. The kick wasn't the greatest. Came off his shin, floated across the face of goal to the left-hand side and through for a behind. That would take the Cervantes Sharks to 2-3, to my knowledge, and Mora yet to score.
Mora goes inboard, 5. Sam McGilvray still deep in his defensive 50, looking for options, and the run has stopped a bit. Now he has to go wide, and wide he goes. Goes and finds his teammate in Levi Butcher, marks. Got plenty of options in front of him. A left foot kick, errant. Doesn't find it. Bowls everyone. Now getting met heavily was Reece Mabs. Tackled to the ground. Mabs needs to go out of bounds or he's in some strife. Goes inboard. Teammate just has a hit and hope. There's a wrestle off the ball. They're out of it. Now that is Allen. Throws it. Play on, says the umpire. Slung. It was dangerous. It was Sam McGilvray and that'll be 50. No, it won't. You went to ground too easily. Sam McGilvray, you will not die by wondering. He will make contact with you every single time. Dylan Allen has the ball from 50. Sam was going to have another chat to him just to see if he wanted to come back and have another crack. Going to ground, 3 Mavs. Indicative of why they just been ferocious at the player. Dan?
Umpires are standing up though. I think they're trying to stay out of things, but you know, umpire to the best of their ability, and Beer, he's starting to come into the game. He tapped it down. There was a chance there for Devitt, but he couldn't get the football. It's just hacked out of defence there by Begg. Picked up again there by the defence there of the Mavericks. They've got an opportunity here through Jones. Has got an acre of space, just has to be clean. Moving in on him though was Hamilton. Put the pressure on. Kicks back inboard. The Mavericks again overrun the football, but one player that won't be doing that is Daniel Frost. He has been phenomenal in this opening quarter.
Head still spinning after that swinging left arm.
But the Mavericks will have the ball at halfback. Just picking up this left footer. Close kick inboard. And again, Jackamara shrugs the tackle, showed a clean pair of heels. They bring the ball back into the forward line. McGilvray bounced off his chest. Here's an opportunity now for the Mavericks to have a realistic opportunity to pick off a score. They can't because they've given away a free kick.
Might have been Tunbridge, I think, in the back.
I think it might have been Tunbridge.
Just desperate, just got in the back of Louis Harvey.
And Louis Harvey.
They nail him again down the ground. Didn't need to do that. They just need to get to a bit more composure. They're going hard at the players, as we alluded to before. Free kick down the ground. Ooh, that's another 50. They don't play like that. Those in the resis down at the Mortlake, mate.
Definitely not, nor in the league.
That's the 2/3 of the length of the ground. That's a chiselling guile inside. Too good for everyone to mark it. Venturini on your right hand side. Gone out of bounds on the full by the Superstars. We tick into time on in the first term. Brought to you by Total Solutions Myrie. Thanks to Colin Gibbs and the team.
So that's the third one out of bounds on the full for me. So the Mavericks just have to be careful here that Cervantes don't get another one just before quarter time. Where are their options going to come from? They've got Lockie Glassford, who's just come onto the ground, so interesting to see how he goes this afternoon. Outer side of the ground, and the Mavericks have run out of real estate. Good pressure applied there, I thought, by Cody Allen there for the Sharks, the Tiger Sharks, and there'll be a throw-in on the outer side of the ground. The Mavericks, their numbers are just appalling to try and pick up, but you feel like you've just rolled home after a decent sleep looking at the back of them, but we'll do our best. Beer to do the ruck work opposed to Jones. Collected it nicely. This is an opportunity now for the Mavericks to kick away,
kick.
and there's a lovely looking kick too.
Uh-oh.
And the Mavericks can peel away. Good chase. Eventually the gentleman's number presents, which is always handy when you're trying to kick the football, and Reece Mabs, wonderful kick.
Kyle Murray marks that, low down, slips catch.
And Murray will go back and shoot for goal.
Reece Mabs, that was an 80-metre run with tapping it along in front of him, just keeping it in front. He was in all sorts of strife if the ball didn't come up to him. Eventually got it on his right boot. Now goes to Mabs.
So Murray to kick for goal. Left footer. Now, I'll tell you what, he proved all that because the direction of foot is exactly where the ball went. Out of bounds on the full. Been a shocker so far for the Mavericks. And Murray not really helping their causes. And remembering also too, Tunbridge put one across the face of goal. So they have been off kilter kicking for goal. Bill Jones to stand the mark as they look to bring the ball back in. The Savannah Sharks. Kicked into the opposition there in Bill Jones. Here's an opportunity now for Adam Reid to follow up his own football. They'll just bomb the ball out from half back. Great mark though, beautiful mark there by Kean Mays, who has some options. McGilvray is one of those. He'll take the ball overhead. Who's going to... This ball transfer, brilliant.
It's a brilliant kick. 25 minutes gone, deep into time on in the first term. We're going to go with their scoreboard.
Well, I think we should go with their own personally. There's a bit more trust in that. We know
2 goals 2 to 1 goal 1.
That would be... My synopsis is Savannah's 2-3, Mora.
I've got
2-3 straight.
Nah, 1 goal 2 is Simon Tunbridge misses that one in the first term. So 1-1 to 2-3 on the beach. Bungalow in Cervantes. I've got some stuff I can talk about that now. I've found it. Located in Cervantes, the Bungalow Beach House. It's something else, Dan Hobley. Like to holiday in style? Who doesn't? Why not spoil yourself and book a luxury stay at Bungalow Beach House, Cervantes? Follow their Instagram and mention this ad, and you'll get $200 off your next day. Righto, let's get some of our phones on Instagram and let's just start getting some credits. Thanks to the Bungalow Beach House in Cervantes. Going forward, that's a courageous mark. A ripping mark. I think it might... No, I'll have to wait till he turns around.
Jaden Warren is my...
After the siren will be a very handy one.
Very well called out by Lecrae. Could have crashed into the back of him. Just used his AFL top-level smarts. I'm pretty sure this is Warren kicking for goal. It suggests that he would have to carry the journey of at least 45 to 50 metres. He runs to 40, not going to make the distance. Touched on the line. The umpire will make the call on this. I think they're in trouble here, the Mavericks. I think this might have gone through for a goal. Touched on the line. Savannah's finished the quarter on the Bungalow Beach scoreboard. 2 goals for the Mora Mavericks. 1 goal 1. Entertaining would be my summation of that first quarter. I think the presence of the physicality from both sides certainly on show. And Savannah's, at this stage, been a bit wasteful in front of goal, Macca.
They have. They were absolutely belted the Mavs, but they've come out with real purpose. They're missing their coach, their figurehead, and in Adam Cocky, but they have just been ferocious at the ball carrier, really. A bit errant. They've been giving away a few 50s, but they are not going to die wondering. I'm going to go and find Dave Stribley from the Mora Mavs. You can just run us through some
better players.
You can do. That would be fantastic.
So as I mentioned on the Bungalow Beach scoreboard, it is the Savannah Tiger Sharks. They are 2 goals 4 to Mora, 1 goal 1. Running through the goal kickers for this afternoon's grand final, and Mark Lecrae has one of the majors for the Savannah Sharks, and of course Green also kicking a goal. And then on the other side of things for Mora, well, they have been served up by the one and only Kyle Murray, who butchered his first kick at goal this afternoon, the left foot kick, usually a reliable kick at goal, but followed it up from a scrimmage to kick his first of the afternoon. So Kyle Murray, I think, is going to start, hopefully for the Mavericks' sake, going forward in the first half. You have a look at that forward line, there's certainly some danger down there. Sam McGilvray looks like, to me, he's a likely customer. Reece Mabs is another player I think could probably step up. Simon Tunbridge, well, he's a former Giant, former West Coast team. You suggest that he has to step up at some stage. I thought Bill Jones, was brilliant. Michael Entwistle, a former 2J line. He looks to me like he's lining up this afternoon. I haven't seen him as such kick for goal just yet, but he's a pretty handy left footed Lewis Harvey got in on the action. I thought Allen and Hamilton had a crack. Gus Devitt and obviously LaCroix certainly looks dangerous up in that forward line. Just waiting on Macca to get himself organised for an interview and have a chat with a likely customer. He's going to be doing that right now, and we'll cross to him right now.
Credit to them.
It is. It's an absolute picture, isn't it, here? Cracking game of footy this first quarter.
Yeah, no, it's good to see. We wanted to see a tight first quarter, and let's see. Hope for the rest of it the same way.
WFI Insurance, the medals today, and you've been involved with Central Midlands Coastal for a long, long time, Steve.
Probably too long, I reckon. No, yeah, definitely good to be involved, and yeah, WFI I love to support. Local sport and community, so it's good.
The Mora Mavericks is a magnificent story. We'll speak to Dave Stribley sometime today, but back in the grand final after a couple of years ago, just narrowly losing.
Yeah, well, 2013 they got formed, the Mora Mavericks, and it's just great to see it all come together, and here we are in the grand final. So it's a great credit to everybody at the club.
It is. A couple of good umpires out there too, mate.
Yes, well, geez,
we can't complain, can we?
No, definitely not. If you do, you're very hard to please.
Hey, we'll speak to you after the game. Best of luck for the match the rest of the day.
All right, thank you very much. See you, mate.
Good on you, Macca. Doing a good job on the boundary this afternoon. And as we mentioned, this is a prime opportunity to thank our sponsors, our league scoreboard today, the Bungalow Beach House in Savannah's, a beautiful establishment. We've also got our first quarter sponsors in Total Tent Solutions and Myrie. That is Colin Gibbs has come on board. So Total Tent Solutions for the first quarter sponsors. They certainly are doing a great job as we launch into the second quarter, and our major sponsor is going to be the Spill Crew Australia. So a big thanks to our sponsors for the first quarter, as I mentioned, Total Tent Solutions and Myrie. Go check out the guys there from Colin Gibbs and Co. And of course, this second quarter of the grand final out here for the Central Midlands Coastal is going to be brought to you by Spill Crew Australia. As I mentioned, the game certainly in the balance at quarter time. 2 goals for the Savannahs, Mora 1 goal 1. The goal kickers, we'll just quickly run through those goes. Savannah's Tiger Sharks, LaCroix, that being Mark LaCroix, kicked the goal. Jacob Green was impressive in that opening quarter, kicked the goal, probably could have kicked 2. Kyle Murray butchered that first left footer, but eventually followed up in a scrimmage and managed to bob out of it and kick a goal. It was much needed, and they need some big lifts. I would have thought the Mavericks across the board. They need more from Tunbridge across half forward. They need a bit more from Murray, I think. They're big blokes.
Daniel Negus, he's a superstar when he gets hold of the ball. I don't think he's touched it yet.
I don't think the likes of Reece Mabs and Kurt Tanner have just got going just yet, but they need to make the most of that ruck. You have a look inside that midfield. Bill Jones, certainly been dominant. We look at the man himself, as we mentioned, Sam McGilvray. He's just a real telling person in the middle of the ground, and they need to get him going. It's Bill Jones and Beer to start off the second quarter of the grand final for 2022. Jones lost the tap, following it up, and there is going to be a scrimmage straight away. Umpire Margetts says, come in, I'll peel off that and get me the football and I'll start again. That was a good tackle applied. Daniel Negus in the middle of the ground, as you mentioned. Macca, Jones again, just thrown on the boot. This is an opportunity for the Mavericks just to get some clean football. Going back into the flight, there was Tom Alford, been really good. Oh, great work. Handball back to the fullback position, though. Made it very hard there for Josh Devitt. He's run out of room. And guess what? I think it's McGilvray that's made him pay.
Just relentless, weren't they, the Mavs? And turned it inside, and McGilvray picked his pocket, ran into an open goal square and booted into the face of one of the supporters.
Alford had the right idea. It was just the lack of, I think, direction of connecting with the player, that being Josh Devitt Boyd. Couldn't follow it up. McGilvray just pounced and said, thank you very much. That's a huge goal considering the dominance of Savannah so far. And I tell you what, they are back in the contest after not having a lot of the football in this first, period of time. That was Ben McGilvray too, kicking his first.
It was indeed an absolute ripper. Back in the centre of the ground, Beer versus the Mavs. Beer gets it. Taps it to himself, then hand passes it over the head. Passing it, and then the run comes from behind. Now the kick is by Hamilton. High up and under, leaping high into the air, not bringing him down the mark. It's a chop of the arms. Really a bit fortuitous, but it's going to be a free kick. It's coming back to the Mavs. He's going to go wide and get it into the hand of his teammate in Keenan Mays. Mays right in front of the Cervantes bench. They're not getting it their own way today. Mavs now goes high kick. It's a good luck with Ben McGilvray. Oh, brilliantly done over Thompson. A real mismatch there. Ben McGilvray right on centre wing here at Dan Darrigan Oval. Yes, puts a right slipper into the 50. High in there, not marking it good. Clearance now, it's going to come through Frost. Back to another teammate, goes to Og. Now 2 versus 1. Can he get clear? He does. Mavs, turnover. Kicks it inside. Errant. Going to be marked by Cervantes, that centre halfback.
Yeah, the errant kick, it came from Michael Entwistle, former 2-day line from last year, number 37. Played across the half line last year. That's a very strong grab. And that was Jacob Green taking it overhead. Been impressive in this first quarter and a bit. He goes wide. That's a pretty good option too. He's going to find Hamilton, who marks on the chest. Got numbers coming back inside. And one of those marking the ball low down. It bounced off the chest there of Harvey. Here's an opportunity now for the Mavericks just to clear. But Green just floating, doing whatever he likes. Just blending in nicely to the canola. Goes looking for LaCroix. In the van. Takes the mark. Mark LaCroix should go back. Used his smarts. Read the ball soon as.
Set him a target with a kick, didn't it? It was put a long way out in front of him. Just protected the drop zone and yeah, it took a chest mark in the end. It's going to take a pretty good kick. He's going to be kicked from 45. 3 minutes gone, second term. This term brought to us by the Spill Crew Australia. Dan Hobley's just updating his Instagram account, getting himself with a selfie with Mark LaCroix, which he'll get on there and edit and put some filters on there. It looks like Dan's going to be kicking it.
Goal.
There you go, mate, while you're kicking it.
So LaCroix settles from 48 metres. And dreams don't come true because it's not going to go through for a goal, it's through for a bye.
Ladies and gentlemen, we'll be having that all day until Dan Hobley gets his moment of glory, and so he can be insta-famous by calling an absolute superstar.
You got to do it, you got to do it.
And Mav's going to clear it from fullback. Left foot kick goes long, high. It's going to go to centre wing, but it's all Cervantes. It's 5 versus 2. Believe it or not, the 5's going to win. Kick forward by Gus Devitt. Who's there? It's LaCroix again.
Is this the moment?
Oh, do it again, mate. We got all day. LaCroix, 45 metres out, 45-degree angle.
Well, the thing about it is for LaCroix is usually he's the type of player. So I should just keep the professionalism up and just concentrate on where he's at. I think it may.
Hey, the Dandy Girls won the hockey over Jurien Bay, so we're going to have feature them at half time right in front of us. And that was a while ago, so they could be about 4 sheets to the wind. They'll be 8 cruisers deep by now. Anything could happen.
Well, I'll tell you what, good luck to them too. So, LaCroix with his kick.
As we're just getting the right filter, Dan Hobley's going to call Mark LaCroix's kick from goal.
So LaCroix wanders to 48 metres. The kick on goal, across the face. Can't buy a goal to Mark LaCroix, so Instagram will be out of that contest for the moment. But in saying that, he certainly is looking serviceable up forward.
LaCroix finishes up on the cutting room floor once again. Dan Hobley is not happy. Sam McGilvray from fullback this time. Just hooks this a little bit. Will it stay in? Brilliantly marked. Well done there by Dylan Allen, right in front of the Cervantes bench.
He's been good.
He has, real tough. Now he kicks it back from whence it came. LaCroix again. Do it again. Get that back out there.
Well, it's always getting a little bit embarrassing, to be totally honest with you, but we'll give it another go.
Blair Humphries is immediate opponent, and they're probably going to need to look at changing that one because this is a procession at the moment. There's no disgrace in not being able to hold Mark LaCroix. Kicked 10 goals at the Etihad. Call this one through, Dan Hobley. You've got to get one, mate.
So LaCroix, this an opportunity. Certainly in his approach, he's making me wait. Usually a beautiful kick at the football. Wanders it through Mark LaCroix, and that gives them their third.
Dan Hobley high fives himself, and he's just going to be just going to have a little bit of Dan time at the moment, just to settle himself down. LaCroix kicks his second, 2 goals 3 to him. Bungalow beats House Cervantes. Scoreboard, I'm going to make that 3-3 to 1 goal 2.
Well, I'll tell you what, you've got to have a look at blokes like Mark LaCroix, and you see the difference. The cut is cut amongst, isn't it, really, when you think about it? When they get the ball, they'll make you pay, and the defence of the Mavericks certainly in trouble if it's going to be in his vicinity. Back to being professional.
Back in the centre of the ground, it's going to be Gus Devitt going to get the clearance, just selling everyone some candy. Goes back to that man, Jacob Green, been brilliant, goes wide. Louis Harvey bounces the ball, favours him. He's going to get tackled brilliantly, but gets a hand pass out. Now there's 2-on-1. Burns Jacob Green, does the Cervantes player, just puts it to the hot spot. 2v1, a left foot snap around the corner. Is it good enough? It's not. Mav Hamilton through for 1 behind. They're peppering away. Now we go to 3 goals 6. Keeping your own score, but the kids up here are just back on strike. Mav's going to get the resulting clearance to centre wing, leaping high, not touching the ball. Lucky to get away with that. Ben McGilvray. No, it's not. It's Kyle Murray. Gets it into advantage brilliantly. Nearly picked up by Matt McLean. Now he's tackled, dropping the ball, holding the ball. It is indeed. Desperate defence. Now comes the counter-attack. Frost goes to the outer wing. Gets it to Utah, John Furness. Now looks ahead and sees the run from Jacob Green. Stops, props, goes inboard. Tyson Lord back with a flight of the ball. Well protected behind the ball by Isaac Devitt Boyd. But Tyson Lord, 40, he's going to kick from 40. That'll take his best kick for those old legs, but he's got the lime green boots, Dan Hobley.
Well, he's got also probably the best beard on ground too. Certainly got that covered.
Perennial winner of Silly Sunday too is Tyson Lord.
So Lord to kick for goal. Across the face, quite surprised he could make the distance from that angle, and it goes 3 or 4 behind. Now I have that down as effectively Cervantes as 3-8.
Yep.
That's what I've got it down for. So Cervantes 3 goals 8. The goal kickers for them, Mark LaCroix kicked 2, Jacob Green with 1. And then of course for the Mavericks, it's Kyle Murray with 1 and Ben McGilvray with 1 as they peel off through the likes there of Kurt Tanner. Glassford goes to half forward. And there's a free kick. There's going to be a free kick at centre half forward to be taken by their number 20 there in Oliver McDonald. McDonald goes out wide. Oh, shocking bounce. Thompson, he's wrapped up in a tackle. What's the umpire going to say for that? He's going to say it's holding the footy.
No pride, but it was a really good tackle, and maybe, just maybe, he took him on.
Well, it was the bounce.
Daniel Negus.
It's Ben.
From 50, it's going to take his best kick. That angle shouldn't bother him. Shuffling, 50, 48 metres out. It's a good kick on the way. He's going to cross the face. 1 behind only. It is Ben McGilvray, 62.
There you go.
You were right all along.
Oh well, you've got to be right at something eventually. Cervantes to bring the ball back in. As I mentioned, on their score at the moment, they've played 10 3/4 minutes into the second term of the 2022 ILUKA League Grand Final, and it's Cervantes with the early running. They are 3-8, Tamora 2-2. Half back.
Yeah.
An opportunity for the Cervantes lads to go forward. It wasn't much of a kick. Who comes through is, might have been Tanner. Oh, that's great body work.
McGilvray.
That is superb body work. And this is an opportunity now for McGilvray to go back and work things out.
Kick his second, he soccered 1 through in this term.
Well, number 17, that's what we're trying to pick up here. It looks like it's maybe Murray, Kyle Murray.
It is indeed.
So Murray's kicked 1. should kick his second, and out of nowhere, there'll be a kick in it. Murray, left footer, has he got enough on that? He's made the umpire do some work to the left-hand side. That's a poor kick. Easy to say from the commentary box, but you know, a player of his class and with a left foot kick like that, not a breath of wind out of there. You've got to kick those goals. They go to 2-3 on the Bungalow Beach scoreboard. Savannah's are 3 goals 8.
Going to be Orford, I think, go wide. It's be lucky to stay in. Murray on the second attempt. He probably juggled that out. It's going to be. It is Murray. He probably did juggle that over the line. So left foot kick, started it right, but it's going to go right to the boundary. It's a big task for someone. Gage not getting the hand pass out, not being pinged. It says give it to me. It's going to be a ball up in the Mavs forward line. Do a bit of push me, push you. See who's the toughest. High in the air, got down by the Mavs. Oh, whistling in there, taking some clearing house was the Mavs player. Now picking it up brilliantly. I think that's Gus Devitt, goes to the wing, sets his teammate a big target. The Mavs are up for it, then through Curtis Purser. Does it come out? Now it does through Purser. They're on here in the middle of the ground, falling to ground. Gets it now to Mays. Mays from inside the centre square, up in the air. Tunbridge, no right to mark that, but he nearly pulled it down. Doesn't want to drag it in. Whistling in and blind turning, but getting caught. Goes to ground, 15 out of the Mavs goal. Desperate, they've just lifted a notch down Hobley.
Big opportunity there for Tunbridge to claim that mark. I thought he nearly had enough of it. But defensively, Savannah's under a huge amount of pressure. And one of those players that's under a lot of pressure is Hamilton, who couldn't really get rid of that ball in the most ideal fashion because he's coughed it up on the outer side of the ground. That looks to me like Mays has got it again. So he's a right footer, just goes long. The ball's going to travel in the McGilvray direction. Off hands, here's a chance for Savannah's just to clean it up from the fullback position, expertly taken over the line there by Hamilton. And there is another behind scored on the Bungalow Beach scoreboard. That takes Mora along to 2 goals 4 as they look to bring the ball out. Savannah's lead 3 goals 8, and really the game's been played on the Mavericks' terms.
Mitch Van Berlo in the white wheels, I reckon, going to the grandstand side, leaping high. Yeah, that's a great mark. Gus Devitt, he's been good today. Tyson Lord's been moved onto the ball, having a bit of a push and shove with Jack Amara. Good kick forward and finds Isaac Devitt Boyd. He's a long way from home. Centre half forward, it's off the side of the boat. Poor. The Tangerine wheels of Matt McLean. He goes wide just to the advantage of his teammates. I reckon beat Keenan Mays on the right hand side. He's off to the races, has a bounce. Now kicks it inside 50. McGilvray slapped out of his hands. Play on, says the umpire. Not wanting to get in there and then just taking on everyone is the Vandy's player. 2 Mavs wrap him up. It's going to be a ball up once again.
Better ball movement there from Keenan Mays too. Just move the ball nice and quickly. Jones to do the ruck work to Beer. Came to Tanner. Now it comes out the back to McGilvray. He'll just go back onto the right, or the left boot I should say.
Oh, how low!
It's a goal! That is a goal. And it had Sam McGilvray written all over it. Tough kick. He's peeled out of the pack, gone onto the left foot. It's travelled 48 to 50 metres.
Is it Sam or Ben?
I think it might have been Sam. Actually, I think that might be Ben.
I think it was Ben.
Ben McGilvray. That's he's kicked his second. All the same. Your last name's McGilvray. You're certainly going to have an impact on this game. He's kicked his second. My apologies. The McGilvray correction, it was Ben. And they're back in this contest by all accounts. You look at the likes of Murray, the movement of Ben McGilvray. They've kicked 3 goals between them. Savannah's, as I mentioned, probably butchered a couple of opportunities. A number of those have been through Lacroix of late. And now on the Bungalow Beach scoreboard, 3-8, 2 more at 3-3. Grand final well and truly alive. 5-point leader Savannah's. Up went, that was the number 11 in Matt McLean. He looks like he's been switched into the ruck. An opportunity out of this centre scrimmage for Savannah's to clean up. It was picked up there by Allen, just threw it on the boot. Goes to the full forward position. Here's an opportunity for Savannah's. This should be a goal, you'd suggest. It came off the boot there of
James Venturini.
And he kicks one of the goals that will break your heart if you're a Mavericks fan. Not so much if you're a Savannah Tiger Sharks fan, because it came effectively from nowhere and against the flow of momentum, in my opinion.
It did indeed. Jimmy's first goal today.
But a class finish.
Well, it was indeed. Bungalow Beach House scoreboard 3-3 plays 4-8. This quarter brought to you by Spill Crew Australia. They've got a squeegee in their truck. Just come around here and see if we can get rid of some of these man-eating spiders we've been fighting off all afternoon down Hobley.
So the opportunity though that you've got to look at is every time the ball has gone forward for Cervantes, yes, they have been poor in front of goal, but they will make you pay eventually. So given enough opportunities, they're going to make you pay. And as I mentioned, Gus Devitt's going to be one of those who's going to be distributing the ball all afternoon if they don't go match him up.
He will, gets it forward once again through some good work as well from Dylan Allen, who's been a handful for the Mavs in the centre of the ground. David Boyd just starting to get his hands on it, but his goal goes out of bounds. 60 out from the Cervantes goal. High in there, good throw in by the Oz kicker, got down by Bia. Now wrapped up in a strong tackle is Cody Juhas. Sorry for murdering your name. He'll be the last person to get up. Sam McGilvray pretending to care while whispering sweet nothings in his ear about he's got to bite his face off in his sleep. Ball up in the air. Beer just taps in the right direction. McGilvray, no, it was Jackamara trying to get it free. Somehow the Cervantes player has got out of that. Brilliantly done. Just shrugged 3 tackles, has a left foot ping on goal and just misses to the near side. 1 goal, 1 for him on the Bungalow Beach House at Cervantes. 3-3 plays 4-9.
So Entwistle, the former Lion, to bring the ball out. He's got a beautiful left foot kick and he'll go searching over there towards
that's hitting direction. Fair in the scone. That makes your eyes water. There he goes, just trying to rub to get some. He's crying.
Get in the flow back.
Can't see a damn thing. Hit him fair in the nose.
McLean to do the rack work up against Beer.
He'll be swinging at anything. He won't know where the ball is.
Beautiful day for football. Just hovering around this pack, of course, is Sam McGilvray being one of the more prominent figures in this first half. Umpire Dean Margette says, come in, lads. We'll have another throw in. Plenty of players floating around this football that have been pretty prominent. Gus Devitt, one of those. Another one I think's played a good game of football so far is Dylan Allen. There's also been a good game from Frost. Beer to win the tap. Game out the back there to Jackamara. Picked it up there by Hamilton. Hamilton distributed it. This is an opportunity again for the likes of up there for Venturini. Venturini lost the football, came to Lacra. Here's an opportunity now for Entwistle to clear through that left foot kick. Just bombs it, just blazes.
Look out.
Running back with a flight and with plenty of courage there was Cody Allen. All was there also. Here's an opportunity for Cervantes through the centre of the ground. They will work it up through Juhas. Overrunning the football there was Levi Butcher. Butcher left it behind. Here's a opportunity now for Cervantes through the likes there of Kevin Boyd, who kicks at goal and has kicked it behind.
Unbelievable.
Probably could have made a bit more of that, I would have thought.
They kick a lot of points in this quarter. What are you up to now?
4-9. 4-9 I'm up to.
They've kicked 6 points. They've kicked 2 goals, I reckon.
Laura down for 3-4. So Entwistle now to bring the ball out again. They're favouring the broadcast side of the ground. They're looking for McLean again and also the big fella there, Murray. But it's Beer who takes it overhead and he'll have a plethora of options. Good kick inside, good spot up, and he has hit up Daniel Frost, who I would suggest needs to go back, have a set shot from 48 metres, clear this forward line out, because at the moment...
Got some boys to take a hang. There's Lacra, Jimmy Venturini and Devitt Boyd sitting there.
Well, I reckon Frost can get the journey, he can carry it home, Macca.
Well, I reckon he's about 5 metres too far out. His kick's from right on the paint of 50. It's a good kick off the boot. It's going to go right to the line. Just to the near side. It's a ripping kick.
So that's 4-10. Now it's starting to get concerning for Cervantes. If you're kicking 4-10 in grand finals, it's got shaded North Melbourne back in 1998. That first half against the Adelaide Crows, you will kick yourself out of grand finals.
Threads the eye of the needle once. It doesn't happen twice. Brilliantly done by running into where Angels fear to tread was Dylan Allen. He's upended, but a car ball comes out. They're lining a queuing up in the middle. Gets it into Jacob Green. He goes forward. David Boyd all by himself. Looking around disconsolately is the Mavs defender. That is Curtis Purser.
Macca, the distribution again of Green.
Yep.
He's one of the better kicks on the ground. Every time he's got it, he's looked to really punish the Mavericks, and he's done it every time. And Boyd's got to finish off. They must kick this goal.
Sam McGilvray coming up. I reckon it might be the blood rule, but they just haven't worked it out yet. They're not going to stop. Oh, starts it right and somehow just brings it back from the dead.
I would have thought that was a goal.
It was indeed. Isaac Devitt Boyd gets his first, and there's a fair bit of claret coming out of the eye.
38.
38.
So that would be Lyndon Ellis.
He has been opened up above his left eye.
Been replaced there by Riley Tanner. It's almost a bit more claret coming out of this gentleman coming off too.
Daniel Negus.
Physical game of football.
Interesting they're playing Daniel backwards of centre. He's a former leading goal kicker for Railways Footy Club down in the Avon Footy Association.
Glassford is a player that came on, so they'll just sort of themselves out defensively. As we mentioned on the Bungalow Beach scoreboard, I'm going to go off what we've got here. 5 goals, 10 to Savannah's, Mora, 2 goals, 3 goals I should say. 3 goals, 4.
Back in the centre of the ground, once again, it's going to be Jacob Green, probably the best man out there. Dealt with off the ball as a Savannah's player. Play on. High end over, running back with the flight of the ball brilliantly with his eyes on the ball. They put the saddle on. That's a free kick, goes to Mav Hamilton. He's been another one of the Tiger Sharks' best. Right in front of us here as we tick over probably into time on, 3 o'clock on the play school clock.
Just goes with the ball here. Devitt Boyd, been impressive this last 5 minutes. It's came off hands. 23 minutes gone in this second term. Boyd to follow up his own work. In Twistle, he caught one in the back. This is dangerous here for the Mavericks, but that'll work out pretty well for him in the end. Frost sprayed his kick across
Mays.
that back pocket line, and Mays it landed in his lap just in front of Lacroix as Mays switches the ball wide, and that's a good looking kick on the outer side of the ground, and he finds Mabs. Mabs comes back inboard. Ben McGilvray, a long way down from goal. McGilvray goes back in the centre to Sam McGilvray.
Brotherly love.
Not a brotherly love, and I'll tell you what, it's not a bad option. Now McGilvray, if his own teammate will get out of the road, he'll look in the Tunbridge direction. It's not going to matter, because it looks to me, I think...
Tunbridge did brilliantly there.
He did. He held him out, and it looks like to me it might be Gus Devitt that's taken that mark.
7.
Yep. Not Devitt, sorry. I should say
Mays.
Keenan Mays.
That was just Tunbridge just held his player off the ball, which is Josh Devitt Boyd, and just let Mays take the chest mark. 20 metres out, 45-degree angle. We'll ride this one home off the right boot.
Goal.
Never in doubt. Tightens it up again. On the Bungalow Beach House Savannah scoreboard. 4-8 plays 5-11 as we tick on. 24.5 minutes gone.
Just going through the goal scorers. Keenan Mays obviously just kicked that major. Kyle Murray's kick 1. We've had Ben McGilvray kick 2 for the Mavericks, and then we go through the Savannah's Tiger Sharks. Lacroix dominant 10-15 minutes ago. Kick 2, probably should have 3 or 4. Venturini's kick 1, and also Jacob Green's kick 1 along there with Devitt Boyd. The score at this stage, 5 goals 10 is what I've got down to more at 4 goals 3. It's the Mavericks. They're hanging around, and the Savannah Sharks, Tiger Sharks, may be guilty of not putting them away in this first half.
Umpire Reese Marr gets to get the game underway. Deep into time on, second term. Going to get clear. Where the Mavs running in, dropping that play on, says the umpire. Socking it out, goes to the advantage of our last goal kicker. Bouncing ball, will it stay in on the outer side? It's a foot race. The boundary line beats Daniel Frost.
Any high level of football, Daniel Frost looks to me like a very capable player. Has he played any high level?
No, he's a 2-point player today, so that would suggest if it was a little while ago. Ball going to throw high in Beer at the back versus McGilvray. Maybe McGilvray gets it down. Rode brilliantly by Whelan. Whelan now on the outer side, sells Lord down the river. Louis Harvey there picks it up brilliantly, one hand. Oh, dealt with after his kick. Play on, says the umpire. Box seat for the for the Savannah's shot on goal. Gus Devitt, end to end. That was brilliant.
And that was his first. And the transfer of play from half back was sublime.
The skills of Louis Harvey in the middle of the ground, just a hand pass.
And also too, just to have the nous to move the ball nice and quick. Devitt would have run, looking back probably close to 50 metres to receive that ball and to finish, something that they haven't been able to do so far, and they've gone now to 6 goals 10, and they're putting themselves in a position of where it's a match-winning lead really at this stage. Of course, plenty of time to go in this game, but they're building.
Spill Crew Australia bringing you the second term of the filming footy and ILUKA grand final in the Central Midlands Coastal. Now they're going to belt it forward through Levi Butcher out in front. Brilliantly done by Daniel Frost. Takes the mark. 60 out from his defensive goal, goes to the outer wing. That might be Orford, but it's on the outer wing. Gets the ball forward, and might be to Frost again. On the outer wing. In front of the WFI sign, kicks it in front of Devitt Boyd, marks it and gets a nice little rib tickler from his opponent. Runs around onto his right foot. That's a horrible kick off the Boyd. Tyson Lord!
That's a contender.
That is an absolute ripper. A slips catch, if you will, as he went to ground, just plucked it out of the air.
Now, earlier this quarter, he didn't make the distance over that 35 to 40 metres. That would be one of the more harder marks you could take. He's off balance, slipping around the corner.
This will be right on the siren. Plays on, right foot kick around the corner.
He's kicked it.
He has indeed. Umpire White says that's close enough for me. Tyson Lord is first for the day, and all of a sudden they just stretch it back out again. 7-11 plays 4-3 on the Bungalow Beach House Cervantes scoreboard.
Yeah, well, I suppose we'll go with the kids. I've got 7-10, but we'll go with the kids on this occasion. 7 goals 11, as you mentioned. Mora 4 goals 3. They necessarily, I think necessarily, they haven't been that bad this quarter. I would have thought the Mavericks, but when they have gone forward, the Tiger Sharks in the last 5-6 minutes,
clinical.
They've just finished, and that's been the big difference. So Jones and Beer to entertain us in this ruck contest. As I mentioned, a tick over 28 minutes gone in the second term. Jones copped the high one and will take the kick. No, he won't. It will be...
Didn't say that. I think he
No, I
the wrong
didn't
way.
think so either. So it'll come out the back to Gus Devitt. We'll just come back inboard to Beer. We'll take this mark overhead. Plenty of options. Kick will come wide. And it'll be landing in the arms there of Cody Allen. Been pretty good this first half. Allen goes short and finds Frost. Been everywhere this second half. Sorry, first half I should say. Frost has Lord as an option. This goes long to centre half forward. Lacrar over the back. McGilvray. The kick will just be nursed out of half back, but wasn't nursed well enough because it lands in the hands there of John Furness. Furness with Beer as an option. Goes long to centre half forward. Options are plenty. Lloyd actually spoiled his own teammate. So there's an opportunity there for Lloyd to probably just call himself out of that and let his teammate mark the ball. It didn't happen. They both spoiled each other. In the end, again, if the game was going another 2 minutes, you would have expected the Tiger Sharks to kick a goal. They go to the halftime break in a very commanding position. They've had 18 shots at goal, 7 goals 11 to the Mora Mavericks, 4 goals 3 at halftime. It's Mora 4-3 to Cervantes. Could have been about 10 goals.
Yeah, really interesting first half. I think the Mavs did pretty well to stay in the game, and Cervantes probably just a little bit of inaccuracies kept more in the game. So if the score had been a bit reversed, it might have been lights out. But hopefully the Mavs come back in the second half and have a good go at it.
Association, mate, it sounds like to me that you've taken up a fairly senior position for this year. How have you seen the association, how it's run for the year off the back of COVID, a number of issues? It must be great to have country football back in a healthy place.
Yeah, I mean the league's really thriving with, you know, we've got the hockey and both A grade, B grade netball as well, which has made it a lot more lively than what it used to be. So. But yeah, really good. I mean, we're only a little comp, but we're a strong comp. And yeah, we definitely got a heartbeat, that's for sure.
And the tradition of, what I love about it is a tradition of Saturday football that's bringing all the families together, as you mentioned. So We're crossing down to Macca for an interview. Matty, thank you very much for your time. Just give me 2 seconds, we'll cross down to Macca.
Great atmosphere. I think this little camera on the Dandaragan Oval makes it all the more for the better atmosphere.
Hey, what's going on with the white picket fence? It's like an English county game of cricket, isn't it?
That way, but I'm hoping we'll get some feedback later on in the game. It should be good.
Cracking game of footy, that boys are going hard at it.
It's a good game. It's a really fatiguing game. Its conditions are tough, but there's plenty of chirp out there, so it keeps us on our toes, which is good.
It is. Going hard at it. Well done for you and your boys. Best of luck for the second half.
Thanks, mate. Good very much. Cheers.
Hey. We need... Yep. Welcome back to Filming Footy. We've got the Dandaragan girls who've just won hockey and they are pretty happy about it. Welcome. You got to introduce yourself because I've forgotten your names already.
I'm Sophie Kelly.
Oh, Chris O's here. Sophie, how are you?
Well, thank you.
And what's the go? We've got to turn around because the camera's up there, girl, and everyone loves an Instagram star. So I reckon that's a Charlton, isn't it? It is a Charlton. How are you, Ella?
Good, good.
Who was the star today?
Oh, well, I think on a Dandy behalf, everyone was a star.
No, you got to pick one.
But then right down to the wire, I think our goalie, Ella Raffin, has to take home.
Ella, hey, I reckon this went to penalty flicks, is that right?
Yeah.
Yeah, where every goalie loves a penalty flick.
Oh, it's our favourite.
So what's the score at the end of full time?
It was 4-3, wasn't it? Yeah, yep.
Yep, so what was it before we went to overtime? What was it, 2-2, was it?
2-2, yeah, yep.
And back to 5 minutes each way, isn't it?
So it goes 7 each way and then on to flicks after that.
Righto, and you've kept one out?
Yeah, definitely. Well, it's the second one faced this year, so the girls did really well as well.
So who got all the goals, girls? Go on, Chris, how'd you go today?
Yeah, not too bad. Got a flick in, so that's always positive.
No worries. And who were some of the other... Ella, did you get a goal or what?
No, I didn't, but Hayley did.
Hayley, tell me, Hayley, up, smiling at the camera up there. How are you, Hayley?
I am pretty good.
So what are we doing since this is going to get ugly tonight, isn't it?
Probably. Knowing us.
So who's the captain?
Sophie.
Sophie, we'll get back to you. You got one goal during,
Are you still talking to me? Yeah, in the last
So what position do you play?
I play wings and centre forward.
Oh, wacko. I'm nearly lost for hockey. We'll go back to the captain. Who's the coach as well? You coaching as well?
No, not coaching. Kaz and Gina have been our coaches this year. How
much success have the Dandy girls had in the past?
We came finished.
That's a hell of an effort to finish fourth. Well done.
So yes, we've come from fourth this season and then had a semi and then into the prelim last week and then through to today. So a very even game with Jurian today, but definitely down to the wire with our flicks.
They're always exciting. And
In hockey history, this may be our second ever premiership.
It's a magnificent day today. But the Dandy community are out in force, and the Oval's an absolute treat.
Oh, it's lovely. It's absolutely lovely.
And we've got some more girls, and I reckon this is netball. Now the hockey girls are just going to get out sticks and start to bash us in a minute. But we won the netball today.
Morad for juniors won the netball.
Yep, and what was the score?
33-15.
Oh, we belted them. Who did we play?
Jurian.
Oh, it's even better.
Yeah.
Hey, cracking game of footy today. Who was the stars in the netball game, junior netball?
Or all of them, but
Pick one.
I'd actually have to say Jay Gavranich or Alyssa King.
And it's a junior, so I'm guessing the juniors aren't in the bar at the moment. Is that right?
No, but their coach definitely is.
Yeah, well done. Congratulations on your support, on your victory today. We'll go back to you girls. Who's going to be the best off-field performer tonight? Skip?
Definitely going to be a close one.
It'll be Brooke Kenny, 100% Brooke Kenny. I'll eat my hat if it's not Brooke Kenny.
She's already said she's not sleeping tonight.
And Ella, pretty big day in for some brothers of yours tomorrow.
Yes, very big day. Clancy in the Rezzies and Jack in the league. Very exciting. And Millie's in the hockey grand final today.
Well done. So it's all about the Charltons. It's all about the Charltons. Congratulations, girls. Look after each other and just go and smile at the camera up there. Amy.
Oh, hello. How are you?
It's exciting, isn't it?
Yeah.
So you
Yeah,
make sure
very.
What's up? Is he enjoying himself up here?
You going to have a fucking beer or what? Matzo's.
No, no. Welcome
Come
back
on,
to the
mate.
2022 ILUKA Grand Final. We caught up with the Dandy Hockey Girls and the Mora Junior netballers, winners and grinners. We're about to get underway in the third term. Some special guests stealing our thunder onto our left, who are just having their own little discussion and just generally running interference on the commentary box. Umpire Yaron Street about to get the game underway on the Bungalow Beach House scoreboard. The 7-11 plays 4-3. Cervantes tried to get it, he's just upended and sat fair on his ort. That is Daniel Frost, who's been sensational. In there is Jacob Green. Ball's not coming out. Yaron Street about to get the game underway again. Beer versus Jones. Jones maybe on the second attempt, throws that, then eventually throws his foot at it. Now it's Beer, gets the resulting clearance on the left foot. Leaping high in the air is Devitt Boyd. He can't mark it. Turning himself inside out brilliantly was Kurt Tanner. He's being called for without the ball. He'll get the free kick. He's going to go wide, goes wide quickly, gets it to Keenan Mays. He's been handy, kicked a goal in the second, centres the ball back to Sam McGill. Oh, that's a great mark.
Magnificent mark.
That's a great mark. Long way from out. He's a half a chance from there.
Well, he's the type of bloke to drag him back into the contest. McGilvray goes long to full forward. This is going to float through. Has it been touched on the line? It has. The finger that was in question was Andrew Oggs. That was just on the line. That would have been exactly what this grand final needed. Just that boost from a very much a fan favourite and a club favourite there in Sam McGilvray. That would have been his first of the afternoon. It remains to be unseen whether he can have that impact in the second half. From half back, they're in some real trouble. That's going to be holding the ball. The umpires played that.
That on Tunbridge?
Yes, very interesting style too of signalling holding the ball, and from half back they will repel. I think that might be John Furness. He goes out to the wing position. The mark is going to be taken out there through Reed.
Oh, he was. He wasn't paid.
I thought that was a mark myself.
Oh, he had two good grabs of that.
So Reed's been dumped after that.
Buried. There's a Reed side hole as he's just trying to climb out of it.
Exactly. Beer, Jones to do the ruck work. Opportunity now for Cervantes just to clear the football, but good luck with that. Gus Devitt been outstanding this first half, and eventually they'll get on the move, and McGilvray, this is going to land in his lap. That being Ben McGilvray. Was going to be a smart kick, but it was chopped off in the end. It was a good effort there from Mitch Van Berlo just to read that bit of play, and Van Berlo with his experience just brings the ball back into the centre of the ground. They're being nice and echelon at the start of this third quarter. Dylan Allen plays on, another good kick down the line, finds Daniel Frost. Frost turns on that powerful right foot kick, bounces off the chest of LaCroix. Was he held? That was the question. Hand pass came out for the defence, picked up here. This is an opportunity, came off the boot there of Tyson Lloyd. It was quickly repelled though, and defensively, very good mark across that centre wing position. Cody Allen, who will bring the ball back in the Lord direction at centre half forward.
Sticks one hand up the air, but it doesn't stick, and now it's a race in the bottom. Comes back inside, they're trying to get it to Lord. It was a throw, it was indeed. Free kick to the Mavs. Desperate defence, and they just get a small amount of respite. Man was wide, he's being ignored. Umpire Margett say, hurry up and get rid of it, so he does. Goes across the face, gets into a teammate, and Keenan Mays drops what he should have taken, good enough to pick it up, gets it on the boot and goes to Reese Mabs. Mabs 60 from home.
First goal, obviously vital, Macca. It has to be the Mavericks.
Yeah,
they're going to have to soak this up in this first couple of minutes.
Looks inboard, eventually gets it on the boot and finds a teammate in Lockie Glassford. Glassford still backwards of centre, goes wide, gets it to the captain, Kurt Tanner.
So Sam McGilvray is obviously their major move to centre half forward out of the midfield. So that's going to be their focal point. But just at the moment, their delivery, not the greatest. Ball into the inside the 50 here. This is an opportunity. This is a big opportunity. He's going to land in the pocket, land in the arm there of Mabs. Low ball to full forward. Picked up there by Tunbridge. He came forward, just tumbles the ball forward, and McGilvray, or is it Jones? Jones has taken the ball at full forward. It was off the boot there of Lockie Glassford. And Jones goes the banana, check side, whatever you want to call it, with the other side of Sejourner. And Mora hit their fifth. They go to 5-3 on the Bungalow Beach scoreboard. And Cervantes, 7 goals, 11. And I'll tell you what,
Needed that.
They did need that, and they nursed it up in an interesting way.
He's slow to get up.
The same result.
Tom Orford, slow to get up in that big pack. I think when the ball was kicked forward, I think he said it was Glassford, but he's got hit heavily and he's very slow to get up, and he's been very good in the back half. Jones has got his first for the day. It's this quarter's bought by Innis Air and Electrical. They do air and electrical.
Well, Jones, I think, is...
I reckon that might be ribs. He is in a lot of pain.
There's no question. There's no question. I mean, you'd have to say ribs. If it was shoulder, you would say, probably. I'm no doctor, but I think you're going to be onto it in regards to the ribs. Jones is also another focal point that played a lot at full forward for 2J last year, so he's always going to be an option to float forward. He's back in the ruck at this stage.
Big target.
But they've got some opportunities across the half forward line. The Ben McGilvray. Obviously, Sam floating up at full forward at the moment. Tunbridge, they've got King up there. There's a plethora of options. It's just about getting the football out of the middle.
He's holding his stomach is Orford.
So you watch.
Favouring his left shoulder.
Watch the contest here at Green too. He's going to be up against Kurt Tanner, the captain there of the Mavericks, but Green so good out of that middle of the ground. Ruck tap.
On cue.
Where he goes.
Are you a coach, are you?
I'll try to go all right. We just bow out the finals back it.
Buried into the ground was the Cervantes player. Taken in there was Blair Humphrey. Yeah, stepping their game up a notch. The Mavs got knocked out, goes back to Humphrey. Comes to Daniel Frost. He gets it wide. That's a throw. You throw it to yourself. It didn't get a clear disposal. Now whistling in, now shoveling it in. It's ferocious. It's hot in the kitchen now. Eventually comes out. Long way for Jones to get down there, and get down there he does. Gets into Mavs. Now they go inside 50, back with a fly to the ball. Not Mark. Coming out is Tunbridge, clearing house. Not making contact. You're over that. You're in some trouble. You are in some trouble. They need to get it out.
It's just hard to tell who's got it, Macca. That's the only thing. So many players around the ball. I thought Tunbridge, to his credit, did well to lock that in. Couldn't complete the mark, but did enough just to lock that ball in. As the Mavericks, they're threatening at the moment. This is an opportunity to kick a goal here. This is across the face. I think it was sprayed there by, it might have been Mabs.
I'll keep an eye on him when he turns around, I'll tell you.
Yeah.
Running back through centre half forward at the moment.
Tell you what though, it was an opportunity. And just for the moment, Van Berlo will laconically bring the ball out of that full-back position. That was Mabs, wasn't it?
Mabs, yeah.
So Van Berlo with the kick, not his best, I wouldn't have thought.
Oh, that's a good grab.
Well, the umpire's played a free kick here.
Wow, both in that.
So is that Mabs again on the outer side of the ground?
Could be.
So Mabs, still 75 from goal. Had a low option there in Jones. Chose not to go. Tunbridge with the arms in the back.
A free kick.
The umpire said that was silly from Tunbridge. They had numbers around the football there.
Sort of had to protect himself because the bloke was coming back.
And 17 will repel
Adam Reid.
So
when you got someone that big coming at you, that's just a recipe for disaster.
Here's the option here,
great.
and he drags it in. He's been really good. He's just improved as the game's gone on. So Beer, nothing flat about that, because Devitt Boyd is just on the burst, and he's a good player. As Frost screaming for the ball back in the centre of the ground, Boyd's just got better and better and better. You give them a rap, they'll kick it into the man of the mark. He goes in the direction there. In fact, that was Devitt Boyd on the lead, off hands.
No, it was Jimmy Venturini. Boyd kicked it down there. Venturini gives a good spoil
on him.
Right the
first time, and we'll have a throw in between wing and centre half forward. Going forward here for the Tiger Sharks.
Waiting for the boundary umpire to fox it out of, this must be the town dam on the other side, or actually by the smells I think might be the town sewerage. Going to throw it in now, high in the air. Rucks go at it. Beer versus Jones perhaps. Jones nearly comes out with it. Tackle to the ground with this Tiger Shark. Brilliantly done, but turn it over by Cervantes. They're worrying him out of it. Daniel Frost is there. Can't keep it in. Goes out of bounds. Right in front of the cattle transporters. Who's that? Leeds Cattle Transporters. But it's all about Innis Air and Electrical. Thank you very much for your support today on the broadcast. For all your air and electrical needs, call it Innis Air and Electrical. Now Cervantes pick it up, turns into it, and then just dumped onto the ground. Way to come up with it might be Harvey, but it's thrown up. Beer gets the ball down inside the attacking 50. It's a ruck infringement going back the way, and that is to Jones.
Got to get the ball moving nice and quick. Obviously they've had an impact this quarter, and Jones just got to move it nice and quick.
Will Riley gets it, gets on the bike, lights the afterburners, then goes through the centre of the ground, kicks it in the direction of Tunbridge. Good spoil from behind. McGilvray's there, still not letting him get clear. Desperate hand pass, it was ineffective. A one-step shot on goal. Bounces, stops, props, point. Could have been anyone. Go to Mabs again.
Well, they still look to me though that they're, believe it or not, you know, the last 4 to 5 minutes, probably the better side. They've had some more attacking options across half forward. Their midfielders are starting to get their hands on the ball. Thompson with a clearing kick. That's a great mark there by Lloyd across half back. So Lord goes with a searching kick. Hamilton was the target. Over the top came there Juhas. Sounds a bit Russian to me. Juhas back in there, just showing his aggression. The umpire rewards both players by saying, great contest. I'm going to come in and throw that up.
Dylan Allen not particularly happy with the treatment he's been given. He's been a solid contributor all day. The umpire throws it up. Beer versus Jones, just pushed out by Jones. Lord is loitering with intent, soccering it out was Bill Jones. Now bullocking through is Murray. Got to shake the tackle, and he does. Dropped it.
Good decision. And a good chase-up tackle too. I mean, that was very well done, I thought,
Mitch
from
Van
Van Berlo. Been good over the last 10 minutes, Macca.
It has, goes wide, out to our man. I think that's Dylan Allen.
It is.
Making a lot of ground to be on the outer wing. Not a breath of air at the Dan Darrigan Oval. A lot of hot air coming out of the commentators. No, not good defensively.
That's not going to change either, mate.
It's not, but he's done his fetlock as he's kicked that. He's gone down. Venturini back with the flight of the ball. Rover running it. Venturini's lurking. Can they get it socket clear by the Mavs? Now it's a foot race. The Harvey goes to ground into his back. Not paid. Play on, says the umpire. A left foot kick, and that's an absolute ripper. Point. Cody Juhas goes through for one behind. Cervantes' first score this quarter. On the Bungalow Beach House Cervantes scoreboard, 6-7 plays 7-11. Forgot to push the time clock, so I'm going to go 6 minutes into the third term.
So third quarter footy as the ball in that classic country style collected out near the cricket pitches. They're going to be brought back in. Options up the ground. There's just throw a blanket over a few of these blokes. There's just jumpers everywhere you look. It's in the direction there of Jones and Beer. Ball goes to the ground. Here's McGilvray. Negus with the kick. Went looking for McGilvray, and he takes it on the chest. That being the big fella there in Ben McGilvray. So he goes with a 45-metre ball, and that's a lovely looking kick. Out the front there of number 20 there, and Oliver McDonald. Haven't called his name a huge amount. McDonald's still involved in this contest.
Oh,
so Tanner.
Not paid. Did everything right.
Defensively, they'll work it out through Luke Thompson. Beautiful kick into the middle of the ground. Goes over the top to Juhas. He'll link up with Green. Green with that beautiful right foot kick. Lacroix in the van here. Bounced off his chest. Defensively, they were clear again, and they were lucky on that occasion, I thought. The ball movement and transfer from Cervantes was absolutely outstanding. Has options back in the middle of the ground, and one of those is going to be Sam McGilvray. Usually very dangerous 5 foot. Switches it wide, picks off there Kurt Tanner, the skipper. Tanner with the second bounce. Now a third. Goes into the forward pocket. Looking onto the chest. Well done there. He went looking there for Oliver McDonald, but I tell you what, Mitch Van Berlo said, not in my house.
The golden fist.
Gave it a whack, and the ball is disputed and punched out some 45 metres out from the Mavericks' goal. Jones and Beer to complete. They'll have to be repeated.
Shallow throw in by the Oz kicker. Actually, that's Shane Zawarek. Do you reckon he's not going to cop it by the umpires on the way home? Because we all saw that, Shane. That was disgraceful. Back onto the interchange bench for you. We'll get the Oz kickers. They'll do a much better job. Now they're trying to get it through. It's the Mavs. It's a desperate defence by the Tiger Sharks. Can they get it clear? No. Reese Margett says, give it to me. Going to be a ball up. 40 metres out from Mavericks' goal. 6-7 plays 7-11 on the Bungalow Beach House Cervantes scoreboard. Umpire Reese Margett throws the ball in the air. Beer versus Jones, just a hack out of the air, trying to do the Pele style volley. You're not that good, and then just tap through. A rush behind by Van Berlo. Another behind. 1 goal 4, I make it in this term.
Yeah, we've moved on now to 6 goals 8. As we mentioned, Savannah's 7 goal. I've got Savannah's down to 7-12, correct? Or 7-11?
7-12.
Frost on the burst, centre wing, broadcast side of the ground, had 3 bounces, goes to full forward, not the best of kicks. Sharking at the feet of the ball there was Lewis Harvey, the captain, rolls onto the right boot, goes looking there for Devitt Boyd in the forward pocket, ran out of real estate. And in a right forward pocket, we'll have a throw in some 8 metres around from the goal face here for Savannah's. You would suggest if they kick a goal here, that's going to break the hearts of Mora, who have been dominant this quarter.
Without getting the goals.
Well, they just haven't been able to make them pay, and they've had opportunities to go forward. Donald, the last one that had a bit of a Pele out of the goals with, that's a push by Devitt Boyd. McLean, you would say, would be the recipient of that free kick.
Jesus,
that
spreads
being
on.
Matt McLean.
Spreads on, gets to a teammate in Keenan Mays. He's been busy, leaving his man. Oh, you're in trouble. Does brilliantly. Trying to shrug it, hand passes over there. Thought their way through that particularly well. Gets it, taken to ground. Probably could, will Riley play on? Can they get it 3? Interesting disposal there by Kyle Murray. Now Jones, can he get it on the boot? He can, but the boundary line's going to beat him and it's out of bounds on the full.
Great pressure there. Jones had the opportunity to get rid of that footy a lot earlier and just couldn't manage it. And really, really good pressure. Again there from Van Berlo again. He's probably been in 3 or 4 major plays in this quarter, and they're going to be telling. Goes in the direction there of Beer and just drags in another fine grab. Switches to Juhas. Juhas with that left foot kick, the blue boots. You're never going to miss it. Goes looking for Lord. Lord has the pace, has the energy, goes with the kick. It's a poor one. Goes to the forward pocket. And the Mavericks pretty keen just to roll that one back over the boundary line. Lord, I think, through tight legs, just couldn't get enough depth into that kick.
The veteran would have swallowed that a couple of years ago, maybe even last year. Just right on. The important one as he kicked it, just faded. Didn't make it to the top of the square. Umpire throws it high into the air. Devitt Boyd gets it down. Lord's there. He can't get it free. It's kicked across the face of goal, and it's a foot race. Doesn't bounce up. It does eventually. Trying to tap it to his advantage. Didn't do anything. Number 5. He needed to either put some physical pressure or do the shepherd. It was Lockie Glassford.
Awful to get involved, so it's good to see him back out there, number 46.
Yeah, just taped his ribs back into place.
You can see the duress and a lot of players starting to tire. Hamilton one of those, and Beer again with that dominant tap. Got it down to the running Jaden Warren, just threw it on the boot. Good luck if you're going to mark this. Here's the cra, the classic rolling home.
It's the post. 2 goals 4.
Yeah, just had AFL written all over that. Just the way he crumbed and just a bit of nostalgia there, Macca.
Loping after the ball is the Mora player that's dropping the ball. Took it just a little bit too easy. The Savannah's Tiger Sharks are lifting. I reckon that might be Frost on the outer wing.
Jacob Green back on for the Sharks too, so that's probably one of their better players
He has indeed. Back in the centre of the ground, Devitt Boyd just did a leap from hell and just didn't touch the ball. Called to play on. Slow to get up, or it might be Harvey. Now Jackamara goes wide, gets it into the hands of Ben McGilvray. The Janding Stars Ramsale on Tuesday the 13th. Now goes short and finds a teammate in Simon Tunbridge. He's a long way from home. Going to wheel around on his left foot. Centering kick. The run comes from Negus. You got to keep running, buddy. What do you stop for?
On one leg, that's a beautiful kick.
It was. Goes wide. Gets it to his teammate on the outer wing. Tunbridge just loping forward now. Going to get called to play on. Is the Mavs. They do. That's a terrible kick. Shocking kick. It's a turnover. Gets it now to Jaden Warren. He's on the outer wing. Once again, maybe into the back, but not paid. Going to ground is Mark Lacroix. He can't get it clear. Hand pass back for the Mavs. He's met by Harvey, but gets the kick away. It's an errant. It's bounced out of bounds on the outer wing. You're going to be thrown in. Everyone's calling deliberate. They're not going to pay that today. Throw in.
Yeah, I think he just hit up and Twistle there. He's a left footer and Twistle, and he would have just run off and had an acre of space. Savannah's coach down there barking instructions.
Might be the assistant that Dale Simmons is always.
Simo was coaching the Rezzies, wasn't he?
No, he's.
No, that was Eric.
McCrill,
Yeah,
Eddie
that's the
McCrill,
one.
Eddie
That's the
McCrill.
one, yeah, Eddie.
I think Louis Harvey's coaching. Yeah, Louis Harvey is coaching Whalers, the assistant for Savannies this year. Very good operator. Thanks to Whaler for getting this broadcast up and running, turning inside out, doing brilliantly, creating some room. Comes back off the boot of Dylan Allen over the head of Louis Harley. Just gets one hand on it, now goes to ground. Hand passes it, chopped off by the Mavs. Turns back inside. You're in some trouble now. Got to rush it through for a behind. Cervantes, 2 behinds only I have in this term. On the Bungalow Beach scoreboard, 6-8 plays 7-13.
And Twistle goes to his former 2J teammate there and Bill Jones. Must be a part of me that wants a couple of those blokes back. They were pretty handy footballers. And guess who's got it? It's M. LaCroix.
And guess who's got his phone out with the mirror facing, with the camera facing him?
Well, I don't know about that. I don't think there's any point to it anymore. I think the moment's passed. But Juhas, he was so good in that little contest, just to get the ball thrown on the boot, to give LaCroix that dangerous option. LaCroix protected the space magnificently and will roll around, and you would say kick his 3rd goal with ease. Well, not with ease, but it's in.
It's in.
And
3 goals.
Then on the Bungalow Beach House scoreboard, Savannies kick a much needed goal. They tick along to 8-13. We're going to go what the kids say over there to the Mavericks, 6 goals, 8. Telling goal. That breaks it out to sort of a 3 to 4 goal game. LaCroix, though, once again, doesn't need much for lick of the ice cream. It'll kill you every time, and that's his 3rd. And he's barely, when I think about it, really had a lot to do with the game.
It is Innes Air and Electrical bringing you this 3rd term. Thank you for your support. Hit them up on Facebook for all your air and electrical needs. Back in the centre of the ground. Got to put the stopwatch, and I'm not walking down those rickety old stairs.
Well, I battled to get him up this morning because I thought the old work safe might have folded this morning when I saw you, Macca.
It's not as bad as our cameraman who's sitting on a lump of plywood on a roof outside, but that's why he gets paid the big bucks. Clearing kick is to know it's indiscriminate. It's going to get picked up by Devitt on the outer wing. Spearing kick in and finds a teammate in Cody Allen. Centre wing, outer wing of the Dan Darrigan Oval goes forward. Good mark by Isaac Devitt Boyd, really coming into his own this term, out in front of Venturini!
Well, look at the players that you got to work with. You got Devitt Boyd, who's been outstanding this last couple of quarters. Venturini leading up, LaCroix out of a forward pocket. The Mavericks are running out of time to really, reel in this lead. They need to kick the next couple, obviously, to be within at least a kick at 3/4 time. But at the moment, they're running out of the old sand in the hourglass.
The superstar from the point of 50 from the boundary line. The kick's on its way. Everyone celebrated as it left his boot. That was never going to miss. 1 in the 2nd, 1 in the 3rd. James Venturini, you star.
Well, you look at the goal scorers and you have LaCroix with 3, as I mentioned. I don't think he's been overly damaging today. Probably could have kicked 5 with his eyes closed with respect to the Mavericks. So you've got 3 from him and 2 from Venturini. That's 5 goals. You don't need much more of that from your key forwards to put yourself in the zone to win a grand final.
Devitt's got 1, Tyson Lord's got 1,
Green.
Jacob Green's got 1. We're going to have a battle on to find our best player. It's Roger Tonkin, their best on ground. Roger, a very well-known administrator from Mora. I think his son will be here presenting that one. Got down, but it's chopped off by the man of the moment, Jacob Green. Punches it inside 50. The big back flies. Roving now comes down to out the back. Tyson Lord just whacks it on his boot. It's high. Going to come back.
Tyson Lord's kick, I think.
This is going to hurt if he can get this through by the veteran.
The movement out of the middle again was just unbelievable from Green. He's a marvel. He's one of my favourite players today. Certainly done a lot of good things out of the middle of the ground and just been so clean and has that type of kick that just carries that 45, 50 metres every time and makes it so hard for defenders to stop it.
Does indeed. Tyson Lord.
This will close the gate, you think.
We got to go. Daniel Hobley's gone early. I'm going to give the Mora Mavericks some more hope until deep into the last 15 metres, 20 metres out directly in front. He's put it across the face of goal. Actually, doesn't even, misses the whole barn door. Touched through, gone out of bounds.
The only thing I can think of is he's looking into a fair bit of sun. going from that way, but that was a shocker there from Lord. So just have a look at, we'll watch this contest with a lot of these here. Devitt Boyd, he's going to do the unexpected ruck work. He's got Jones to contend with. Around the body, there was Dylan Allen. That just goes about 50 metres up in the air. Bit of aerial ping pong. Bill Jones nearly gave away a free kick. And then he was legged, his Cervantes.
Legged it is.
Yeah, he legged him. And out of all that, he'll throw the head back. But really, that's within the actual written rule itself. And 21.
Screaming for it is Dylan Allen. He was not happy when it wasn't kicked to him. There's no joy in sharing a kick on goal. Not bad effort. It's not bad effort.
Kicks his second.
That's a dagger.
And the Bungalow Beach House, well, a couple of cold drinks up there for Cervantes, I think.
Who was that, Jaden Warren?
That was Jacob Green that rolled around.
Jacob Green.
So Green rolled around, he kicked his second of the afternoon, and they are in a very, very, well, familiar position on the Bungalow Beach House scoreboard. Cervantes, they go out to 10-13, Mora 6-8. They've had a crack this second half, they've made some changes.
Just couldn't get a goal. They've got 3 points, 4 points by mine, 1 goal, 4. And just a flurry of late goals now, just starting to put the irrits into the
well, now
Mavs.
they've got absolutely no choice, and I know that this is easy to say, but they've got to put, you know, either a secondary midfield in there or just their best players in there or their most attacking players in there. Maybe you throw both the McGilvray brothers in there for the rest of the game and don't take them out. They just need some bulls in there to rip the ball out.
Trying to do his best is the captain. No, it might be 13. Can't see through these windows.
Will Riley, that
Will
gentleman
Riley.
there, he's been in the middle for the last 5
Searching
minutes.
hand pass, look out, just cleared that. That was nearly ambulance time. They just warmed it up, the sirens are on. Ferocious here by the Mavs, they know it's do or die. It's going to be a free kick, it's coming back. It's going to go to Cervantes, it's going to go to Mav Hamilton.
Nearly 50 metres.
Oh,
Or is there a change?
Oh, I think it's. I think it was dealt with after he kicked it, so they just from the next available one. It's going to be a free kick. Is that Jacob Green again?
That is Green.
He's in the centre square. Look at you fancies his fancies. He
Oh, why
does.
wouldn't you with that?
55 metres out from 2 steps behind. Not marked. Punch through out of bounds.
So he's kicked that 55 off 3 steps. So that's the talent that you're dealing with. So Cervantes kick one now. It's going to make it very, very hard for the Mavericks to claw their way back. Shallow throw in. Jones threw it on the boot. Juhaas queuing up. He's a left footer. Goes across the face.
Oh, what a kick.
Gives it a ride. Only got to be wrestled through. Touched on the line. Umpire will make his decision. It's a goal. Juhaas kicks one of the goals of the day.
Unbelievable. I don't think we've done that justice. That was just feigned to his right, wheeled around to his left, and it was probably 45 metres when he eventually kicked it off the boot.
Well, and also too, kicking it off balance with a Mavericks defence bearing down. So a wonderful, wonderful finish.
And in a heartbeat.
And it takes the Tiger Sharks into an unassailable position, in my opinion. 11-13, they've had 24 shots on goal. Mora have tried very hard with their 14 shots at goal, but haven't been able to stitch things together when it mattered in this third quarter. And really, they're now in a position of where they have to just throw the absolute, as much rocks as they can at the sink, because at the moment, they're on the canvas. Beer, Jones to do the ruck work. Overrunning it again, Juhaas picked it up, back to Green. It just peels wide to Hamilton. Just so many exits from this midfield and just caressing the ball up to that half-forward line that boasts the likes of Devitt Boyd, Ventrini, Lacroix. Speaking of Ventrini, he just overran the ball. That might have been a free. It was just a hard contest, wasn't it, in the end? It's good to see that the umpires just let it go.
Now trying to get the ball clear of the Mavs, and they do. Goes to Jack Amara. I don't think he meant to kick it there. It's right into a dangerous spot. Our last goal kick is going to do it again. No tackle to the ground.
Here we go.
Second chance, left foot again. The Lightning's not going to strike twice, but it is going to land in the hands of Tyson Lord. And I reckon he's going to kick this one.
Well, you'd like to see him roll around because the last two have been, well, 2 very poor putts, put it that way.
It was. He's got a bit of the cramps going on as well. Right foot kick around the corner. He's going to leave it shallow.
And got caught that one on the instep of the right heel.
One goal 3 to the great man. It's 4 goals 3 to 1 goal 4.
Yeah, that's the difference.
Yeah, they just have been converting. The Mavs haven't been able to buy a goal. So as the kids fox it out from the back, trying to swap it to one of their Auskick footies to see if they can get a premiership footy.
In Twistle to bring the ball back in, the left footer.
Baines to the right, now just runs, lopes through, 25 out from goal and high in the air, no one marks it, punch the ground. 3/4 time, I don't think I'll go down for an interview, I'll probably die if I try to go down those stairs.
I think you've done yourself a number on the interviews today, mate. There's a bit of push and shove.
There's a little bit of argument. Met off the ball was Ben McGilvray. It's just taken the player out. Might have gone to ground a little bit too easily. That was Dylan Allen. Just Ben McGilvray just walked through him and sat him on his crumpet.
You're going to just have to look after things here, the umpires. Just keep their head, because there's going to be a few players naturally frustrated from the Mavericks that things haven't gone their way today. A bit of chirp, and this is where country football has to finish on a nice note. As
it does.
To,
we don't give any. Steve Zwarek, Shane Zwarek is the umpire's advisor. He's just putting himself out in the middle there to make sure everyone's calmed down.
And that's really good leadership, because at the end of the day, the competition's come too far for there to be an unexpected brawl or someone get hit in a country game of football. So McGilvray clearly frustrated, but you can't really take it any further than that.
It was on the Bungalow Beach scoreboard. 11-13 plays 6-8. I'm not going to call it. You can, but it's going to take.
Oh look, you go with it back at the end of the day. You say it with respect, but I just really look at where it's going to come from. It's going to take a quarter, probably one of the best in the club's history. As a broadcaster, you want to keep it going to the end. But as I said 5-10 minutes ago, whether it's right, whether it's wrong, I'd load up with a different looking midfield.
Got nothing to lose.
No, exactly. You got nothing to lose but the game. I'd throw. You've always got to come at things with a solution. I'd probably load up and go with, throw both the McGilvray boys in there. Even Simon Tunbridge just to go through there, just get a bit of size.
Doesn't matter if you're hammy rooted now, because you're not playing next week.
It doesn't matter. I think they're probably a little bit undersized in the midfield, having the likes of Lockie Glassford within the actual structure in that setup, in that quarter. So yeah, load up with the big boys. You put Jones in the ruck, smash it forward. At least every midfielder, when Savannies know if they get the ball through the likes of Green, or if they wheel out of there with the likes there of Devitt or Dylan Allen, they know they're going to be met by an absolute monster.
Yeah.
So I think the first 10 minutes I would stick with that and stick with it for the quarter, and just look to have some physical presence, put some pride back in the jumper, and just go from there. And it is what it is, end of the day.
It is. Fourth quarter will be brought to you by Hass Earth Moving, based in Perth. The ability to conduct works throughout the state. Hass Earth Moving provides services to a range of diverse industries and projects through our extensive fleet of plant and equipment, which are fully managed and operated by professional, trained and experienced personnel. Thank you to Hass Earth Moving for bringing this last quarter. Bungalow Beach House, mate. Located in Savannies. It's something else, Dan Hobley. Like to holiday in style? Of course we do. Why not spoil yourself and book a luxury stay at Bungalow Beach House in Savannies? Follow their Instagram and mention you heard this here, and you get $200 off your next stay.
Now, Macca, $200 off your next stay. That's a fair old markdown. So I'd say that they're going to have people banging on the door at the Bungalow Beach House. And Savannies, as we know, just like Lancelin and the Moore River, just quietly, some beautiful Gilderton, another beautiful spot up there. I know I've had a couple of beers at Seabird.
Yep.
What an area.
Certainly is.
To kick a footy. No wonder these blokes come out from Perth for a kick of footy out this way.
And while we're giving shit away, how about this? You have 50 lots of 10 grand cash to give to landholders for 2021. This is from one of our podcast sponsors.
That's obviously our payment.
Access Tech. You bring 10 grand's worth of soil tests in, mate, and I'll double it. Access Test 10k for soil data. Head to accesstest.co.soil data or Access Tech. It's AXISTECH. It's all on Twitter. It's on Facebook. Soil data. They're part of a national project in compiling a national soils database with CSIRO and government. Basically, the growers give us a bundle of soil test records and we give them up to $10,000 per ABN. Can you talk about what you would do with the $10,000 cash? Can be spent however you like. A boat, holiday, give it to some football callers, give some to the footy club, give it to your nan, put it on the bar at the footy kitchen, get a new kitchen. Program will wrap up in the next 6 weeks or so. Let Wes Lawrence know if you need more info. But Access Tech, that's a magnificent initiative. And thanks for getting on board the Central Midlands Coastal All West Wes and Access Tech on your sponsorship with Central Midlands Coastal Football League.
And we obviously want to thank our sponsors across, the day itself, but especially for this league fixture, the 2022 Grand Final. A quick little thanks to Innes Air Electrical, Spill Crew Australia. We've also had Total Tint Solutions from Myrie.
Do you reckon Total Tint Solutions have come here and tinted it? We can't see out of it, or is that just all the... Out the back, Mark Lacroix. Daniel Hobley's gone faint. He's just going to have a little bit of Dan times because he can't handle how good Mark Lacroix is today at Dandaragan Oval, mate. Oh, well, go on, get it out. You know you want to. You know you want to. Everyone, here comes Daniel Hobley filming himself calling Mark Lacroix's goal.
Lacroix for his fourth. Settles, goes with the famous banana and across the face. Just ruining the commentary dream. Didn't even make the distance. But at the end of the day, you go with what you got. Well, that's it, Matthew. I'm done.
Clearing ball finds, fortuitously find the Tiger Shark player. There's a shot on goal, which is Gus Devitt, who's been good today.
And that's why you're better off to stay professional. How can you be such a sharp shooter?
Yeah, I think
let me down about 4 times
I
today.
think your little head was letting your big head down just then. You just got a little bit excited.
Oh, I think I'll be there. He's a gun, absolute gun. Premiership player, one of my favourites.
Gotta come and bring it in now. It might be Kyle Murray. It's someone from. It's a poor kick. Oh, met solidly, agriculturally. It's going to be Gus Devitt. He got made a divot of by Kyle Murray, who came in and just earth moved him into the ground.
Probably something to look at going forward is just the amount of big blokes that they do have. Yep. Whether they could get a couple more midfielders in for next year. They are a very heavy side, aren't they?
They are indeed. Goes straight in the fire, leaping high into the air, taking a strong mark. James Venturini, the superstar.
So it looks to me like Lacroix too. Caught one in the ankle. He'll play the game out. But
he's got a heavily taped left calf, hasn't he, Lacroix?
I wonder if this will be it for him. Finish with the flag. You'd think, go drink some beers on the hill. But in saying that, then you've got the Reggies to still come of where he could just be, toppling around there for.
Venturini, 15 metres out, 45 degree angle, starts it right and just squeezes it through. Solid performance now by Jimmy. 3 goals, 1 on the Bungalow Beach scoreboard. The game is slipping away. 12-16, plays 6-8. Cervantes are going to chalk up another one.
So what's that going to be? I mean, I haven't been following the Cervantes Football Club my whole life, but something says to me that they would have won at least 9 of the last 11. 12,
it's a lot of them. Lancelin beat them last year, then COVID before that. 17, Jurien Bay. Lancelin won in 14, and then they go all the way back to the Dandy Saints in 2007. Then you go all the way back to Warriors in 2003. Yep. It's
I think Jurien Bay snuck one in there in that time.
Yeah, they did. They did back in 17. I think Jurien Bay got over the top of them. Pretty lean year for the Bulldogs this year, but they'll be back. Throw the ball in the air. Beer gets it down. Going for the Roger Tonkin medal, perhaps. So this guy as well, been brilliant. And Gus Devitt hand passes it, comes back to him on the 3rd attempt. No, it doesn't. In there is Dylan Allen. Here's another one for the chance. We picked it right in the Rezzies, didn't we?
We did.
We did.
Yep. No, I thought we did well out of it, and I think he was just a deserving winner. He wasn't, one of those blokes that just, bob up and you think, oh, geez, he only played a good half, No, he was very, very good. So. Mavericks will go forward again, and that's McGilvray, who takes the mark, that being Ben McGilvray. Lovely kick.
Oh,
that is
kick.
a beautiful kick.
Good mark
Absolutely
too.
superb. Charging out, been pretty serviceable, I think.
Tunbridge.
Tried pretty hard in that third quarter to get a few things going. So
1.5 legs, but no excuses.
So Tunbridge, let's see if he can roll this home. He'll kick left foot from 48. That's a goal.
That's a ripper. An absolute ripper.
That's just class beyond class. His kicking has not let him down. So Tunbridge.
It's all Mavs in the bar to our left. They are enjoying their day out.
And I think when you have a look through their goal kickers, this is probably half the reason why they haven't been able to get as close as they would like today. They haven't probably got enough out of Tunbridge. That's his first for the afternoon. Ben McGilvray's had to shoulder a lot of the work. Murray's gone out of the game. He kicked the one goal. Oliver McDonald's another big bloke that hasn't really done a lot. So they've had a few blokes that have been down, you know, and I said, as I mentioned, you know, easy to say from a recruiting perspective, but they are a big side, and Savannies have chopped them up through Frost, through Devitt, through Allen, these smaller midfielders, and Beer.
And
he's just got better and better and better. And
Beer always does.
Well, it does.
The more you have.
Well, that's where you throw in bourbon next year.
Changing off the bench.
Yeah. Because that'll go all right, I think. We might even have a sneaky one later, I think.
Back on, ball's not coming out of
I'm
there.
not driving home.
I think I have to.
No, I think I'll have to too. I was living in a dream world.
Out at, heading out to Quairading and catch all the action on Triple M Rocking Footy 864 on the listener app if you can't get that. Grand final in the Avon Footy Association.
Joining Terry Seaver.
Terry Seaver's on the boundary. Matt Chechens and myself up in the box.
Very good, very good.
Bias just slaps it forward, running back with a fly to the ball, not taking his eyes off it. Probably got high, and he did. Now calls the advantage, goes back forward. It's Sam McGilvray, too big, too strong, too tough. Good mark, 45 metres out. It's going to kick from 45. Hand passes it to his brotherly love, who just sprays that to the left. Should have done better. Getting a gobful is Tom Orford. Don't you know that Sam McGilvray, he's not going to take anything lying down there. He's going to have another crack coming back on Josh Devitt, boy.
Butcher just to come off, and Jack Amara on for the Mavericks. Jack Amara probably hasn't had a lot of the footy today, so he's been one of those players that's been a bit down.
Going to bring the ball back in. He's in absolutely no hurry, and we actually forgot to push the timer again, so we should be guessing with that.
It's out the full.
He does. It's into the bar. Getting lots of encouragement too by the Mavs. We're probably
Surely they keep the picket fence.
Yeah, that's a ripper.
That obviously will get packed up at some stage along with the marquee, but it's looked beautiful today.
Leaping high into the air, not marking it is McGilvray, but drifting off.
Thompson's
Thompson.
Switches the ball wide and finds Hamilton across half back, and they just got a heap of numbers. Should be able to win this out. Frost got a shocking bounce.
2-on-1, the numbers should win out.
I think so. Good hand pass came back in board there from Devitt.
That's a throw.
Umpires eventually, as you mentioned. Throw came. This is going to be a big opportunity.
Oh, that's high.
This is a big chance here for Murray. Handball's over to McGilvray. Should kick the goal, and he does.
They're not dead yet.
Not dead yet. It would make many a caller look foolish, considering I called it about 5 minutes before the three-quarter time siren. But then in saying that, I'm not going to go out of my way and say that it was a...
Geez, I wouldn't be bringing him off any time in a hurry.
Nah.
He's just kicked a goal.
The only thing I can think of is he may need a bit of a rub on that quad potentially.
Sharpen up his claws to get back out there and just take the face off a few of the Savanni Sharks.
I think he copped a bit of a whack too when he got that on the left foot boot and went down there. So I think
he's got a bit of a limp.
Bit of a limp, but in saying that, I think we'll be on before you know it. So all of a sudden, the Mavericks 8-9, Savanni's 12-16.
Certainly not a blowout like the second semi, which was 90-odd points.
Which is shocking when you think about it. You have a 15 goals certainly doesn't sum up how competitive both of these sides can be at some stages. It's been a really, really physical game of football. Jones and Beer to resume that familiar ruck tap, and Beer
once
just
again.
probably been the better ruckman in the second half.
Oh, that was nearly a mark.
Surely a free kick there to Dylan Allen. I thought he did enough.
Goes to Harvey, whistling through the pack is Devitt. Looking to met front on, probably high. No free kick.
Umpire was caught on the wrong side, so technically couldn't make a decision.
Louis Harvey.
Couldn't see.
Louis Harvey's slow to get up, but I don't think he'll be coming off. He'll want to be out there when the final siren. Devitt perhaps. Rushing it out to the side. Having a Venturini 1-2. Doesn't get the mark. Clearing kick by the Mavs.
Today, I've seen him kick the ball, run to the next contest that he's fed it to and get it back. He's just had that sort of day. His last 2 quarters have been outstanding.
Even he knows he can't kick this distance. He's just waiting for something to happen. Wheels around on his right, puts his slipper into it, and probably going to go for goal post high, just to the teeth of goals. Goes 3 for 1 behind only. First score today. It's been better than that. Oh, on the Bungalow Beach scoreboard, 8-9 plays 12-17. Wake up, kids, put no one out there.
So McGilvray a long way down, that being Ben McGilvray, has kicked a couple of goals. He marks at half back. Just got to play out for the pride of the jumper. Looking for the McDonald direction, the umpire's pulled out a free kick.
Andrew Ogg just came whistling through and just punched everything but the ball.
Is that Oliver McDonald or Tunbridge? Tunbridge being the left footer. Long raking kick. Jones will mark this on the chest and just dish the hand pass off. That's a lazy looking banana into the forward pocket. Opportunity again. Tunbridge will just nurse it back over the boundary line, and we'll have a throw in the left forward pocket. So the Moora Mavericks,
gallant.
They have been gallant. We're probably 10 minutes into this fourth quarter, roughly.
Yep.
We'll go with that. Big congratulations today to the Dandaragan community who put on a fantastic grand final, and the umpires I thought have done a great job. Also the boundary umpires. The ladies have been
The ladies in the
fantastic
canteen
down
have
the
been
kitchen.
absolutely sensational. Just packing up now. Had enough. President,
I don't blame them.
They've done a sterling job.
Can they finish with a couple of goals? Jones, Beer, Jones. There was a trip on that occasion. I thought there might have been a kick to Bo Sylvia. Wasn't forthcoming. He's Orford, being one of the good players.
Didn't break his ribs after all. Venturini's there, it's going to get chopped off.
And that was chopped off in the end by Purser, who just comes back in the midfield. And Twistle, former line, just goes short. And the mark taken there by Kirk Tanner, their captain. Certainly hasn't been disgraced. Kirk Tanner tried hard. Goes looking in the Tunbridge direction. Took his eye off the ball. Beer didn't. Came back to Thompson, who just collects the footy and goes looking for Ogg. Ogg, incipient kick, only because he was pushed in the back. Umpire didn't see that. And it'll be brought back in by Tanner.
Goes inboard, finds a teammate. In Levi Butcher, left foot kick on the outer wing. Good kick, finds the target. Long way from home. This might be Will Riley. Goes inboard. Gets it to his teammate in Mabs. Mabs in the centre of the Dandaragan Oval.
Dangerous player, isn't he, Mabs?
Yeah.
You know,
He goes wide.
And Twistle.
Still just forward of centre, waiting for something to happen. He just needs to get it towards the tall timber. It's going to get chopped off. No, I fooled everyone.
Delivery to give their forwards the best, best look at it. And Van Berlo's been an example of that, of where he's been able to chop off a lot of ball in this second half. And
oh, that's brilliant.
Just away they go from half back.
Comes out in the foot race. Jaden Warren, can he bounce up for him? He's going to get met solidly, crudely. Play on, goes to Venturini, searching hand pass, goes inboard. Another searching one, that's a big one. Held without it, play on, says the umpire. No. Professional free kick.
Yeah, I think that's an incorrect decision personally. I think
Riley Tanner.
Devitt, I don't think the defender could have done a lot about that. Boyd threw the arms out before he really made connection with the football, but professionally played and professionally won.
Sneaking back from defence is Green. Hasn't got another possession. He's going to deliberate shot of goal, just run down the clock. 15 minutes gone in final term here at the Dan Darrigan Oval. Thanks to the Dan Darrigan community, you've been sensational. Massive crowd here today. Football, hockey, netball.
Saturday sport.
Saturday sport. Green, 45 metres out. It's not going to make the distance. Right on the line. That's James Venturini.
Well, he's umpired that himself, so Dean Margetts will come in and say that he's correct.
Yeah, eyes on the ball. Jimmy will never die wondering. He's going to run around the corner. He's getting close to the man on the mark, isn't he? Just everyone's... It's a game. Off he goes round the corner. No.
Whether that flicked the post on the way through, it did, yeah. Just
One goal, 2 to the superstar.
3/4 of the way up.
Geraldton, East Fremantle, Calabar and Tamman, Cervantes. It's Jimmy's career, I think.
He's been everywhere. Levi Butcher to bring it back in.
There's a bounce.
Not the worst player on the ground, Butcher.
Left foot mongrel punt to the outer side, reading it better. Off the ball, off the boot was Mav Hamilton. He's been good. The Mavs are there. Just they need to get it on the boot. You're in trouble now. More trouble than he thought. Turnover. Now they're going to get pumped forward off the boot of Adam Reid. Oh, it's high shot on the
free kick and Twistle over the shoulder.
Surely. It was, surely. It is. He's at centre half back. He goes to the wing. Set his teammate a big target. It's a push play on, says the umpire. No. Now that calls the advantage. It was Matt McLean after the races. He does. He tackles him, but he does get the hand pass away. Now can they go inside 50? He's nearly rooted, but he gets it onto the boot, and I reckon that might be Tunbridge. Left foot. Whistling kick goes all the way through for a goal. Pretty to watch, one end to the other. He got 2 in the last. Has Tunbridge, 4 goals, 2 goals, 1 today.
On just the class, isn't it?
Yeah.
If he'd had it, you know, if you're against a weaker opposition, you know, he's a type of player that can nurse 5 or 6 through today. He's just got that class finish.
9 goals, placed 12 on the Bungalow Beach scoreboard. In Savannah's 9-9, 12-18. You put it that way, 30 scoring shots to 18. It's out there, isn't it?
Well, it is, and I think more honest with themselves. It's been the trouble has been is how easily the ball at times has been ripped out of the middle of the ground. First 10 minutes they dominated the ruck. Beer got better, but just the dominance out of that midfield, and then you throw in a bloke like Juhas in the second half, and they've just got stronger and stronger and stronger. And guess what? Blokes like Gus Devitt have just killed him in the second half.
Just dealt with as he kicked the ball. Ball's gone forward into Tyson Lord. A relay free kick. Tyson Lord spots out a teammate in the centre of the ground. One attempt. Doesn't bring the ball down. Goes to Negus. Searching hand pass. Goes to Sam McGilvray on the outer wing. Puts it out in front of a teammate. Bouncing ball. It's Mabs. Got to get around Thompson. Get around him. He does. Now lowers his eyes, spears it in towards Tunbridge, sets himself a big task, doubling up. Now it's Ben McGilvray, and that's backs to Sam, I think, on the left foot. Oh, punching it over his head. That's a good way to get a black eye.
Well, Andrew, I've seen a number of blokes do that. It's gone straight back into the beak. So it would have made a broken nose. Wouldn't have been a great night to have a sip of beer after this, I wouldn't have thought.
No, it goes to Thompson, still inside his defensive 50, goes to the outer wing. Good lead. Oh, Matt Solly, got to go for the ball, surely. Play on, says the umpire. Doing the don't argue and getting caught. Lucky to get away with it. Everyone's hailing taxis. Everyone's had enough. Someone blow the siren.
I think I'm actually quite surprised that at times in the second half that Ben McGilvray and Sam probably haven't gone close to getting in the book. Some of the late stuff. First time I've seen a couple of those blokes, but the umpire's been pretty keen to sort of let the physical stuff go on, and who am I to judge? I'm not out there umpiring.
Oh, it's a foot race. The Mavs are going to pick it up, doing the don't argue, but not getting clear. That's holding the ball. Play on. Sam McGilvray, brilliantly left foot kick into the hot spot, running out and doing everything and then getting met by Tunbridge. High. Should be a yellow card, but it was off the ball. It's going to be a free kick. It's going to come back to Andrew Ogg. He was dealt with by Simon Tunbridge.
Free kick. A bit of mayo on it.
Or maybe, but free kick was there. Josh Devitt Boyd now has the mark in his defensive 50. Winding down to the end of the 22 ILUKA Grand Final. High kick in the air. Lord versus the World. The World wins. Mavs are there. Can they get it clear? They do. Not really by Butcher. Up in the air, Sam McGilvray. Gets it on the right boy. Tunbridge again. 1, 2. Can't beat 3. He's tried. Searching hand pass Cervantes. Can he get out? And it's dropping the ball. Please, Mr. Umpire. Shooting it. Through it is. Looking for Jones. Now they're going to get it clear.
Hot footy.
It is at the moment. They're not going to die wondering. B is there. Falling off the ball is Thompson. Play on, says the umpire. That Tunbridge, no, it's not. Met solidly. Irresistible force move. It's a removal object. That's dropping the ball.
It's got to be deliberate.
Deliberate, everything but. Umpire Margetts goes nuts. Throw it in.
So even the pocket. And I'll tell you what, they haven't died wondering the Mavericks. Played probably hotter footy in the last 5 minutes than we saw that late stages in that third quarter. Everything needs to go right in the late stages. Good luck getting the ball out of a wall of players, probably close to 25 players in one area. The umpires have done well, I think, just to keep on top of things. That's snapped out by Jones.
A ripper!
Jones has kicked his second. And all of a sudden, it's gone now to 10-10. So
3-goal ball game.
12 goals, 18.
3-goal ball game. It's tightening up a little bit on the Cervantes.
Well, probably a bit more of a
It's
ball
a touch
game.
ball.
It's been touched, yeah. Unfortunately, we can't mark that one now for Bill Jones.
Well, I have. I'm going to leave it there.
When they've reversed it, they've made us both look like a goose. I actually thought there, yeah, I mean, it's easy to argue 150 metres away, but I actually thought he'd snap that
Reece
just in time.
Mabs, I think, was having a fair bit to say to Dylan Allen. Allen's probably had the best of that. Oh, and the Mabs has been very good. Shane Dwarrick, you're a disgrace. Disgrace to your family. Disgrace to the umpire fraternity.
You got to give it a hoik. You got to give it a hoik.
Bring the Ozgak kick is back, Shane. Just hacking it forward. It's a foot race. Meeting solidly. The Mavs are not giving up. Falling on the ball is Reed. Can they get it clear? Just trying to shovel it out. Desperate by the Mavs. It's going to get cleared by Cervantes. Bouncing ball to the centre wing. Stops. Props. Running is Venturini. Beats the World versus 5. Dumped on his head as he's kicked it. Played on. Getting chopped off. Now throw. Play on, says the umpire. That was Purser. Now what's going on? It's agricultural. Going to be a free kick. It's coming back to Purser.
It is for a hole. So Curtis Purser did his best to reverse that because he gave Tyson Lord a little ankle tap on the way through, and the umpires warned him on that. Purser short, and then Twistle with those bright line boots again. Another inside 50 for the Mavericks.
Oh, that
It
was
was
a
a
push.
push out, but Thompson's marked it on the chest.
Oh, Margetts was in the right spot. He hadn't paid it. Look at a push from here.
It did, so...
Clear push for mine. Goes to Thompson. Thompson from deep in defence. Out to the outer wing. Looking for Beer. Sam McGilvray's there. The smallest man in the field. Nearly brings it down. He goes to ground. Met solidly goes out of ground. And I'm going to punch you in the face while you're down there. It's on. It is definitely on. Umpire's quickly going to get him to throw the ball back in.
It's a shame this is not the second semi-final. I think he would have got a hell of a grand final if it was only 2 or 3 goals in it on the day.
Ball's thrown high in the air, got down by BR. Eluding the tackle, kicks it into the face of the Cervantes player, but they're still going on. Entwistle, I think, just gets the ball clear. Trying to shovel him through our picket fence. There's no need to that. 3 little jumper punches fair into the kidneys.
One of the more, the country footy that I've seen lately, but one of the more physical games that I've seen for a long time.
Sam McGilvray's had enough. There's going to be teeth flying everywhere any second. Whistling through there, getting it on the boot is Levi Butcher, putting it out in front of a teammate. They're there in numbers. It's in Mabs' hands, gets it towards the Ben McGilvray. What's he going to do? Go back to Mabs, I would suggest. He's 40 from home. Don't be stuffing around, son. Get it on the boot, get it through the goals, and get it back into the centre. Moving him back closer to the boundary line as time ticks away in the ILUKA 2022 Grand Final. Across the paint of 50, kicking it from 48. 45 now, the ball's on its way. It's pretty good kick off the boot.
That's a great
That's
kick.
a ripper. Gonna put that down to Reece Mabs.
It'll make a few people nervous around the ground. Whether they've got enough time to really pull it off is another question. But I'll tell you what.
10-11 plays, 12-18 on
He kicked 4 of the last 5.
On the Beach Bundalow Cervantes scoreboard. Thank you very much for your support this year. Louis Harvey's had enough. He's coming back out there. See that, which is nearly done.
So the margin, tick over 3 goals. That's the major concern. So even if they were to kick a miracle, 2 or 3 in a few minutes, they're still going to be trailing more that point. But they haven't given up, and that's the main thing. And 3/4 time, you could have suggested that the Mavericks may have had a slight excuse
Yes, so he
just to
gets it
roll
forward.
over.
Sam McGilvray. I think you called for that move at half time.
Oh, he's one of their best players.
He's just
not
a ball,
their best
isn't he?
player.
He's
He's
just a
an
ball.
absolute freak. So we'll just see what they can do out of this. McGilvray, as we mentioned, around the ball. Haas at the feet of it. Jones just wins a little tap. Green. McGilvray dealt with him, that being Sam. The umpire said, just give it to me. He's already making a couple of decisions. Green and McGilvray, what a contest. Those two, some of the 2 most skilled players on the ground, still nursing around this football. Jones wins it down. Still a couple of little nerves floating around the crowd. Who knows what's going to happen in the next 30 seconds, the next minute.
Whoa!
McGilvray, that being Ben nearly pulling in the mark. Thought he had enough of it. But they still press, and they will have a throw-in in the right forward pocket. Watch for the McGilvray lads to just charge through this contest and try and rip it out.
Just need to get a goal, do the Mavs. Ball's thrown into the air, just put some doubt, make the tighten up. And Cervantes gets Beer down to his teammate, but is spoiled. Gets in the centre of the ground. It's a dangerous spot. Can they pick it up? They can. Brilliant tackle, drop of the ball. Play on, says the umpire. Sam McGilvray goes to a teammate. Gets a bending around the corner. It's not going to bend enough.
That had
It's
to go
Mavs
through,
again.
didn't it?
It's
Had to
gone
go
through
through.
for a behind.
That had to go through.
Tunbridge about to get come back on, but they need him on the ground now. They need all their best players in these last couple of minutes.
It's an even 3 goals now. 10-12 to Morris. Cervantes 12 goals 18. That's all thanks to the Bungalow Beach House up there in Cervantes.
Going to call extra time, 5 minutes each way.
Oh, gee, I'll tell you what.
Geez, we'll have to double pay. I'm not working extra. I'm not. Bad luck. You're going to have to Google if you want the score.
Yeah, hell of a grand final to finish. I know that, considering they were a good 6 or 7 goals down at one stage.
Oh, that was agricultural. It was a sling after the ball.
So
now he's hit high. He's tried to milk one, but it was gone for all money.
Tell you what, I'm
There's a
very
bit on.
surprised no one's gone in the book.
Curtis Purser, that'll be a yellow card. That'll be 50. It's gone out. It's out of control.
So they lost the plot.
Goal here and she's done. Sam McGilvray still trying to even some scores. It's going to be a free kick, and it's down the ground and 50. Mav Hammer, he's been good today.
Very good.
That was this is one of the 2J50s, is it? Wasn't a very long one.
No, it wasn't.
Hamilton now lowers his balls. That happened ages ago. Now comes out. Louis Harvey whistles through the pack, centering ball over the head of Mark Lacroix. Ball's on the field from somewhere else. He's going to trip over. It goes from nowhere. Will it go through for 1 behind only? The kids are having a kick. Nearly killed a superstar. He's going to ball it up. He wasn't having any of that. The kids are having a kick, so they just called time.
So it can't be long to go now, you wouldn't have thought. Green floating around this ball. Watch for Lacroix. Watch for the lot of them.
Watch out for Jimmy Venturini too. This is one of his specialties here. Tyson Lloyd in the right. Yeah. Comes around the corner. Goal. Lights out. Game over. Nope. 1 behind. Orford. No. Devitt. Full. Frost.
No, I think it might have been
with the
Frost.
has to turn around. All his shoulder's going to fall off if he's relying on the tape.
And Twistle will compete against Haas, and that's a great mark there to McGilvray, who just wastes no time, goes in the middle, looking for his brother, pushing the back, up on him, call it. Well, he has called it. Free kick.
Yeah, oh well. Goes to Van Berlo, who has been good today.
Just being that solid structure that they needed.
Goes to our point kicker, who did kick that point just a little while ago. Gus Devitt, backwards a wing, goes inboards, misses his target in B, but the numbers are there. I think that might be Green. Getting it chased from behind, good guy on the boot. Lacroix at the back, does it come out? Venturini goes for the ball. Goes to Lacroix, he's going to put the lights out. 1 in the first, 1 in the second, 1 in the third, and 1 in the fourth. 4 goals, 4 to Mark Lacroix. Game over, lights out. 13-19 on the Bungalow Beach House scoreboard. For Savannah's Moora Mavericks are 10-12. They've been gallant, but this game is done.
Yeah, Lacroix just, he wouldn't have had any more than 10 possessions. And to kick 4 goals, and he probably would have finished with 4-2 or 4-3. I know
he's 4-4 at the moment.
4-4, so...
You called all his points whilst on Instagram.
Well, I know that for a fact, but overall I think a pretty fine effort from a senior player that's just done the job.
And he comes off.
So to finish things up, can't have long to go now. And Bill Jones has certainly tried his absolute best to make things happen within the actual ruck. The umpire checks for the 6 and 6 and 6. Jones thrown up, Veer completed. Opportunity through Tanner. He just goes to McGilvray. That being Sam, tapped away there by Thompson. McGilvray follows his own football up, threw it out the back, finds Tanner. There he goes with a torpedo punch. She's all over. Central Midlands has been, Coastal Midlands I should say, has been won by Cervantes in a display that has been reminiscent of a number of years prior. They were dominant in the first half, they got themselves a bit of a scare late in the game, but they win. We can correct this score if it's incorrect. 13-19 to my knowledge over Moore at 10 goals 12 on the ILUKA. Well, it's been the game that has promised a lot and delivered a hell of a lot more than the second semi.
That was an absolute ripper, wasn't it?
In the finish, Savannah's just too strong, and Moore, the Mavericks should be proud though of their achievements to get as close as they did.
Hey, how are we going to finish off this broadcast? I reckon we'll just run through the games and the best players. You wait till I get down there with the, and then you can sign off down here, and then you can come down and do some interviews down on the ground for us if you want to, and just have a bit of a chat and finish it off down there. We won't come back up here and finish it.
No, it's fine.
4 goals 4 to Mark Lacroix today. Jimmy Venturini gets 3 goals 2. It's 13-19 defeated Moora 10 goals 12. They were gallant. We got to pick it. We don't have to pick it, but who's your man for the Roger Tonkin medal?
Well, look, I think I have a look at the midfielders, and I know that it shouldn't be a midfielders award, but I just had a feeling that today. I thought Gus Devitt, I thought was extremely good. I have a look through other players, and I'm looking to myself. I thought Jack, you had a really good last 3 quarters, but I don't know, Hamilton or Devitt for me, I think were 2 of their best players. And Mark Lacroix, although wasn't their best player, certainly made a big difference, and I think Jacob Green also very, very handy.
I'll just head down there. You just talk until I put my hand up, and then you can. Then we'll finish off down there.
So the game all over here. Cervantes, as I mentioned, 13-19 over Moora, 10 goals 12. It was a day that will be remembered for Moora essentially getting going in that second half. Keenan Mays will go through some goal kickers. They probably didn't get enough out of Tunbridge in the finish. He kicked a couple of late ones. Ben McGilvray, there was a lot of pressure on him throughout. I thought Sam McGilvray, a similar player, I thought there was a fair bit of pressure on him. And they were in a position of where they just didn't have enough guns to get them across the line. Across down to Macca.
Just right in. Jason Robinson from ILUKA, cracking grand final.
Absolutely awesome. Great day.
Hey, ILUKA, major sponsor of the Central Midlands Coastal Football League. It's fantastic the company such as yours would just be involved at community sport.
Oh, great to participate. Great to see the participation today and great to be associated with it.
It is. Magnificent crowd down here.
Yeah, really good day. The weather's been fantastic, a little bit better than last weekend, so good to see it's nice and sunny for everyone.
ILUKA, really important company in this area with our mining business and interest in the Central Midlands Coastal.
Yeah, look, Catterby's got another 10 years and looking to grow through Eneabba again, so lots going on with the ILUKA in the Central West.
And it's fantastic that just supporting at grassroots footy, as I've said, and it's a magnificent day today.
Yes, great to see, and from all the way from the nippers through the hockey, the netball, and now the footy. So yeah, really great.
Jason Robinson, ILUKA, thank you very much, and for your support, and look forward to your continued support next year.
No, it's our pleasure.
Find some of the hierarchy. They're all pretty happy over here. James Veach, the superstar. How are you, mate? 3 goals?
Yeah, good team effort. Yeah,
the premierships just follow you, mate?
Nah, they're a proud club, just like the Calicut Cats, and yeah, big win. Everyone played their role.
What's going on with that snap around the corner in that last quarter?
Should have jailed that. That's shit.
Good luck, Tyson Lord. Where's Tyson? How are you, mate? Congratulations. You are now the most winningest Savannah's player in the history of Savannah's Footy Club.
I think I'm in the top 3 maybe, but yeah, I think there's a couple that still got one on me. So.
Okay, so you're not going to retire anytime soon?
No, I can't, I don't think. Yeah, I've got to wait till my boys are back up with me. So.
Jeez, and he's pretty happy. Come and look at the so, how did your nippers go today?
Good, we won.
Yeah, who'd you play against?
Durin.
Get a goal?
Yeah, one.
Yeah, God, yeah, well played today. Congratulations. Say goodbye to Dad. I think you're not going to see him for the next 3 days.
No, it's about the boys now. I've got to help them celebrate. So, yeah.
Congratulations, mate.
Cheers, mate. Thank you.
Louis Harvey, Premiership coach. I reckon you might feel a little bit different this year than you did last year.
Oh, absolutely. We all like winning, don't we? No, it was great. It was a great game.
A cracking game of footy. They really cracked in, didn't they?
Oh yeah, full credit to them. They've been the best team all year. We managed to get over them in the second semi, but yeah, they came with all guns blazing, and we knew that, and they knew that we were going to do that. So
yeah, you got a late goal, but they got within about 3 kicks and getting a bit tightening up on the bench. Are the boys getting a little bit nervous down there?
Yeah, certainly nervous. Yeah, we looking at the clock pretty often, but no, it was good. We cracked in when we needed to, and a little bit scrappy in the first half, but we came good in the second half. So.
That's a double. They've got some of your Resi's boys. It's always good when you've got to win if the Resi's win, because otherwise they just hang shit on you for the rest of the day, don't they?
Yeah, and hopefully the juniors had a win, so that's 3 footy grades with a medal, which is awesome. But I don't know how the netballers went. But,
I haven't heard netball. Dandy won the netball, but the Dan Darrigan Oval. This is magnificent for a grand final, isn't it?
Yeah, it's great. It's a great initiative that we're doing. That we're going to other clubs rather than just going to Moora like we used to. Savannah's obviously last year did a good show, and Dandy have done a fantastic show this year as well.
Louis Harvey, congratulations, best of luck. Got a pick for the best off-field performer tonight?
I think you know the answer to that, and that's Tyson Lord for sure. Yeah, he loves to party.
Congratulations, mate. We'll head over, hopefully, to more. Can find our coach.
Rylane's just changed the lunch.
LeBron's coming in.
We've got to come and have a chat with you. Show, what's going on with the Oz kick performance to throwing the boundary in today, mate?
Nah, got called up at the last second. Didn't get a chance to warm up.
So it's somethone else's fault?
Yeah, it is actually. It's the head umpire's here. Haven't been shown anything, so it's all good.
Congratulations today, magnificent game of footy.
Yeah, it was.
It's a showpiece of the Central Midlands Coastal. On a day like today, within conditions, it was absolutely first class.
Yeah, it was. It really was a good day for footy today, and just unlucky Mora didn't get up over the line. They come hard in the late half, so.
They threw everything at it, didn't they?
Yeah, they did, and just the Vandies were just too good on the day.
Waiting to get this underway because we all need to go home. Congratulations on your year and everything that you managed to achieve this year, mate.
Thank you very much. We'll see you next week.
Thanks, mate.
If we can just have Savannies and Mora make their way over for the presentations, please.
Raylene Wright, the operations manager. We've got to face the camera, Raylene. You know, everyone loves the camera.
No, I don't.
Hey, congratulations. The showpiece of the Central Midlands Coastal at Dan Darrigan's a fantastic day.
Absolutely brilliant, isn't it? Dandy have done an awesome job. I am so impressed, and it's got to be
White picket fence. You reckon they're showing off?
Oh, absolutely.
Magnificent. Yeah, who's our winners in the netball? Because we had Dan Darrigan in the hockey. We've had 3 grades of footy run by Cervantes, so I haven't had any results from the netball yet.
Okay, so the A grade netball was, and I hope I don't get this wrong now that you put me on the spot.
No, we'll just change the result.
A grade netball was Durian. Yep. The A reserves netball was Cervantes.
Yep.
That was 1 point, 1 goal, I should say. And the juniors, Mora beat Durian.
Yeah, it's a fantastic day of footy. Started nice and early this morning, and
too early.
Hey, what's going on? What's happens for you the rest of the year? You'll just get it relax at all?
No, I'm off to Perth tomorrow to start a new job in Perth on Monday.
Yeah, congratulations. Well done on what you managed to achieve in the Central Midlands Coastal. You've been around here for a fair while, and it's the pinnacle of the day. It's just fantastic.
I'm glad to hear that it's been a good day for everybody.
Thanks, Raylene. We'll get these underway so that we can finish this live stream.
All right, hello and thanks for everyone for coming along.
So the weight is going to be on now for the Roger Tonkin medalist. That'll be the next question. Here at the grand final out here at Dan Darrigan. Again, a wonderful effort from the Dan Darrigan Shire and the actual town itself to put on such a wonderful grand final. The Tiger Sharks getting home in the end pretty convincingly. They had a very, very good win, 13 goals 19 over Mora, 10 goals 12. So they are in a wonderful position of where they can now mount the challenge of going back to back after last year's defeat at the Mavericks. So I don't think should be disgraced. They well and truly had a crack. Probably just lacked a couple of midfielders to boot. They could go with the likes of a Daniel Frost or a Cody Allen or a Hamilton or a Devitt. And that's what they lacked, I thought, within the actual finish itself. So, big side, but just probably lacking a couple of extra mids to really challenge the Tigers when it mattered and peeling that ball out and going quick at all times. Interesting to see who is the medalist themselves going forward. Dean Margetts, I thought, really led his umpiring fraternity today in a very, very good manner, I thought. Umpires kept things under control, especially within that last half. Thought things could have ballooned out there for a moment, especially at three-quarter time. The efforts there of Ben McGilvray. So I think it's a testament to the umpires, what they've done, and the boundary umpires too. And once again, you can't get too far without the officials out there, so congratulations to them on a fine season and a fine final series as they pick up their medals. Also thanks to our major sponsor in ILUKA, it's been absolutely sensational. I'd also like to thank a few of their other major sponsors too across the day. We had a very good day sponsorship-wise. One of those major sponsors was Bungalow Beach House, located up there in Savannies. Hass Earth Moving also too coming on board, and another terrific sponsor. So can't get far without the sponsors, and certainly did a great job. Savannies also the winners in the reserve, so they go home as dual winners after defeating the Pirates today. Pretty comfortably in the end, a bit over 10 goals in the finish. So a very, very good effort by the Savannies Football Club to take out both the reserves and league premierships for season 2022. Just waiting on the medalists to be announced. So the Roger Tonkin medalist goes to a bloke who defended and just did so well today, Tom Orford. Had a great game across half-back, went off with a slight rib injury, and that's third term, but he was just everywhere.
All the boys, I love the City Club, I love the stadium, and yeah, we celebrate tonight, so
And there you have it. So the Roger Tonkin medalists for the 2022 Grand Final out here at the Central Midlands. Coastal, in the end, was a very, very deserving winner, I thought, in Tom Orford. And it looks to me like we'll be signing off here at the ground. Savannies too strong in the finish, 13 goals 19. Over Mora, 10 goals 12.
We're about to finish this down Hobley up there. The bloke who made this happen, Dale Simmons. Congratulations, mate. Don't walk away. We're stand nice and close.
Thanks, mate. Cheers for everything you've done. And yeah, it's a good day for Savannah's Footy Club. Walked away with 4 flags. And yeah, this time last year we lost 3 home grand finals in the footy, and we sort of said we don't want that to happen. We've come back 12 months later and we've won the whole 3, so I'm pretty happy.
Yeah, we had lots of sponsors. I've got a whole heap of them written down here. Do you remember off the top of your head, or are we going to read these together, mate?
For the day? Yeah. Just obviously, thanks to Bungalow Beach House, Savannah's.
Hey, $200 off a stay.
Yeah, it's a magnificent. You got to Google it. It's a magnificent house in Savannah's, $1 million house, ocean views. It's out of this world. Yeah, Total Tin Solutions. My good mate Colin Gibbs. Spillcure Australia, great sponsors of the footy club. Mike Carrick. Innes Air and Electrical kicked in as well. Thank you, Dale Innes over there at Jurien Bay. Has Earth Moving. Thank you very much. And in the reserves, yeah, just thank ILUKA, obviously, from the league's point of view.
Yeah, $5,000 coming in. That's unbelievable, isn't it?
It's unbelievable. We thank them so much. Fresh Carpet, Tile, Grout and Cleaning Services, thank you very much. Adam Shields Realty from Nutrient Harcourt in Gin. Awesome. Wes Lawrence, Axis Tech.
Hey, he's giving away $10,000 worth of soil data. It's fantastic coming on board.
That's amazing, mate. And yeah, remember calling the footy on the roof at 2018 with Wes and you at the Mortlock Grand Final there a few years ago. Good fella. Thanks a lot, Wes. And Lancelin Seafood, Fish and Chips. Yeah, thanks so much.
Hey, Tommy Orford, Roger Tonkin medal. That's a pretty good effort. Came off with 8 busted ribs. And what did you get some of that? Some crushed anti-inflammatories, did you?
Yeah, from Wayne Carey.
Actually, we probably should get that away. We didn't say that.
Yeah, Tommy Orford had a magnificent first half. I think they must have done the votes then, but yeah, we'll never hear the end of it. But that's, can't take it away from him. Premiership player and Roger Tonkin medalist. He's got 2 medals on the day. Amazing.
Thank you very much. Thanks for Dad and the boys up on filming footy, and thank you for the opportunity once again to bring it to the world, the Central Midlands Coastal Grand Final.
Thanks a lot, Macca, and good luck tomorrow in the Avon Footy Association. I'll be on the piss and I won't be able to get there.
Stuff. Yeah, it's, makes it mean I thought you can play a good job yourself, just to be able to.
Literally just lost stream about 10 seconds after the last injury. So, shut us down. You would have stuck in what? You would have stuck in about 5 6